Hello and welcome to another deep dive into the Amiga Power. This is issue number 4, game £2.95 and released in August 1991. And this is such an iconic cover to the magazine. It brings back so many memories. The thing that immediately calls out to you is not just the free massive double-sided poster. So let's just take that to one side. We'll look at that in a little bit. And also the wonderful cover disc with Beast Busters, The Executioner, and a really good lineup of fantastic PD games, including Pharaoh's Curse, a wonderful another VIC-20 game, Mazeman, Pac-Man clone, Dad, sort of a slide block puzzle, and yeah, just really, really cool. And of course, with the cover, they're again declaring that it's Britain's best-selling Amiga games magazine, and it has mention of the R-Type 2 being reviewed, and the Monkey Island and Gods cheats, and of course the ultimate autumn preview telling about all the games coming before the end of the year. And it says, it's The Simpsons versus SimEarth, The Godfather against Captain Planet. In the scrap of the year, we reveal all the great games to come and rate their chances. Again, as it always says, from the makers of Amiga Format, a magazine with attitude. Mad or just misunderstood? The assembly line have a lot of explaining to do. And it finally says on the side there, more Amiga reviews than any other mag, over 300 games rated. Yes, so many memories. So let's have a look at the actual opening the mag, and immediately we see this wonderful double advert. It says 100% pure entertainment, and these are the games by Virgin Games, and it says Adventures Arcade, Adventures, Beat-em-ups, Coin-ups, Conversions, Compilations, FRP, Platform, RPG, shoot-em-up, simulation, strategy, whatever your taste, there's a Virgin game for all. And they prove it with this wonderful lineup of some of their games out at the present time, and it really shows you how ahead of the curve, you know, and the wide range of wonderful titles. I mean, first of all, they talk about Wonderland, so this is the text adventure, and it says puzzles, conundrums, potions, a caterpillar, mushrooms, and a very Mad Hatter for your IBM PC, Amiga, Atari ST, and Archimedes. And yeah, that was a really nice text adventure with nice graphics. Probably better on the PC, being a little bit quicker, but yeah, and with the hard drive. Then they mention Realms. Let's make no bones about it, Graft Gold's Realms looks like it's being the game to topple Powermonger as the greatest strategy game on home computers. It's going to be a stunner, and that was a snippet of CMVG, and is going to be released in autumn on IBM PC, Amiga, and Atari ST. And yeah, I remember good things with Realms. It certainly wasn't a Powermonger beta, but I do remember it being very good. But I look forward to going back to that. Then we have Golden Axe, and it says the smash hit coin-up hacks and slashes its way onto the small screen. Best 16-bit coin-up conversion, 1991 Golden Joystick Awards, available on IBM PC, Amiga, Atari ST, and C64, Spectrum, and Amstrad. And yes, I mean, whilst I would say the Mega Drive was definitely the best 16-bit version, the Amiga one was pretty good. It was quite solid, really. Oh, I love this one. Yes, this is Rolling Ronnie they come up with next. And it's Ronnie is the coolest dude in town to help him skate through 9 levels of bizarre creatures, superb animation and weird power-ups. Released in autumn, so again, not out yet, on IBM, PC, Amiga, Atari ST and C64. And I adore Rolling Ronnie. It's such a great platformer. We've definitely covered it in the podcast. And another one that I used to love as well. This is Shuttle, the most authentic space simulation ever, released in the autumn on IBM PC, Amiga and Atari ST, and I really liked Shuttle. It was quite fascinating, really, sort of, you know, to do a realistic simulation of the space shuttle. It was lovely. And they mentioned at the bottom on this page, coming soon, 3D Snooker. Of course, that's Jimmy White's Whirlwind Snooker, as it fast became, and that was brilliant, of course. I think it gets reviewed this issue. And Floor 13, another one that's forgotten about these days. This was where you were basically running like a spy operation, and it was quite dry but quite engaging. And yeah, I really really quite a unique game, definitely one that I love to call out. Then we get to the other page, and again, really, really good here. You've got Excalibur, as they call it, which is Spirit of Excalibur. I don't know why they've shortened it, but it's a rich blend of fighting, fantasy and strategy set in Arthurian Britain, available on IBM PC, Amiga and Atari ST. And I think we covered it in the other issue. It's pretty good, really. Not of all an out classic. This is awesome. Magnetic Scrolls Collection Volume 1. So these are like all the text adventures with graphics of some of the Magnetic Scrolls best games. You've got Corruption, sort of a wonderful text adventure, but even better actually, Guild of Thieves and Fish. Yeah, the Fish, the text adventure. I mean, those are 3 classics, particularly Guild of Thieves. I think that's probably my favourite of those 3. But it says 3 classic adventures enhanced to run under Wonderland's new magnetic window system. So that's great. So you've even got it not going through like their workbench, but using their own like windowed systems. And it's available on IBM, PC, Amiga, Atari ST and Archimedes. Then they talk about a fantastic compilation here. Fist of Fury Edition 2. I'm pretty sure we've covered this one before, but I'm going to call it out again because I like some of these games. It says, battle your way through the 4 of the biggest selling games of all time. Double Dragon 2, which was, well, it was better than Double Dragon 1, I guess, but it's still a poor reflection of the arcade original. Shinobi, I thought it was all right on the Amiga. Of course, when you play the arcade version or even the Master System, it sort of blows it out the water, but I do like the Amiga version, have fond memories because it was one of the games bundled with my Amiga back in the day as an extra pack. And Ninja Warriors, of course, that's the 3-screen arcade game, and I don't know, it's a good version on the Amiga. I'm not a particular fan of the actual game itself, if I'm honest. It's quite a dull scrolling beat 'em up in my opinion. And then there's Dynamic Ducks, of course, fun little beat 'em up where you play Dynamite Ducks, and yeah, I can't remember his name. Is it Pip and Pop or something? But it's cute and it's a reasonable home port. And of course, they say that's available on Amiga, Atari ST, C64, Spectrum, and Amstrad. Then they mention Viz the Game, and it says play the part of Biffa Buster or Johnny in this romp through Folchester. Not for sale to minors. Available on Amiga, Atari ST, C64, Spectrum and Amstrad. Coming soon on IBM PC. And of course we reviewed that the other day. It captured the comics well. It wasn't a very good game, but it's so funny with all the graphics and stuff that they show that I do have a soft spot for it. And then finally, they talk about Supremacy, and it says on the box, "Your will be done." And it says the ultimate in strategy games, a classic. And that was a little snippet of CU Amiga, but it says available on IBM PC, Amiga, Atari ST and C64. And again, yeah, I remember that being pretty good. Fantastic. So let's move on. Then we get to the contents page, and, this talks about things like the true stories, the news section, and of course, we'll see what's happening in the charts, complete control, the usual things. But you can see there's some of the reviews here, some real classics. You've got R-Type 2, which is brilliant, in many ways better than R-Type 1 on the Amiga. Jimmy White's Whirlwind Snooker, of course, absolute classics. I look forward to that. RBI 2 Baseball, which is actually really the only baseball game I've ever played, and I used to quite like that on the Amiga. And here's a classic, Hunter. I used to adore this. It was so ahead of its time with open world 3D of Do Anything. And of course, it'd be interesting to see what they think of Navy SEALs, because I found I had quite a soft spot, because obviously I played it for some of the previous ones because it's been so heavily advertised in the SMAG. Of course, their main feature is the ultimate Autumn's game guide, where they come through with all the main things, and also Zen and the art of film conversion. So lots to enjoy here. I'm quite excited to be diving through this magazine. Then they come to what's on the disc, as say Beast Busters. It says Activision's excellent conversion of SNK's smash hit Coin Up adds real horror to the first-person shoot-'em-up, putting you up against zombies, werewolves, and a host of other fear movie refugees. It's a bonkers gun and run through all manner of ghoulish bad guys. Our guide to the Gorefest starts over the page. Then they talk about the other game on the disc, The Executioner. 2 complete sections of new label Hawk's fiendishly addictive arcade adventure. The bits we have here are pure thrust-inspired shoot-'em-up, but there's a lot more to the finished game than that. If you like last month's playable section of Exile, you're in for a treat. And yeah, I mean, it had lovely graphics. Yeah, so, of course, the graphics are great. It's done by Stu Cambridge, which is awesome. Yeah, the game's so-so, but it's a nice demo of it, fond memories of it. And then, of course, you have the 3D PD games. There's Maze Man. It says, for many people, Pac-Man is still the definitive video game. With Maze Man, you get to control a close relative of the pill-munching blob. It's more fun than you could possibly expect. And then there's Pharaoh's Curse. The original 8-bit style platformer is a big favourite in PD circles. Brace yourself for a dose of non-stop cave-in, jump-in, mummy-mashing action. And yeah, that was done, I believe, by the same team that did last one's Frantic Freddy, and it's another great VIC-20 converted platform adventure. And then finally, you've got Dad. We don't know why it's called it either. It's just one of those old plastic toys where you have to move the squares around to get them in the right order, but 10 times as difficult. So yeah, a good cover disc there, quite impressive. So yeah, it goes through all of those. Then we get a lovely poster for Wild Wheels. It says on the box, at the stadium tonight, and it says it's on IBM PC and compatibles, CBM Amiga and Atari ST. And it says, my head is thumping and my heart is pumping, the adrenaline around every vessel of my hypertense body, the driving unit that will be shoehorned, wedged like a Colt 45 into its holster, as I'm placed into the combat seat of my vehicle, ready to enter the arena of play and combat. Wild Wheels, they call us, combatants who play a game where there are 2 ways to lose, down on points or down on fuel, the fuel of life. Our kit for action are finely honed masterpieces of engineering, machines that will pole axe the opposition, melt them, crush them, detonate them into a million white-hot, speeding grains of shrapnel. The kit of death in which many of us will experience our last and final blinding flash. In the arena, the game becomes a struggle to win, a fight for life. The noise from the screaming crowd is drowned by the incessant roar of the mighty heart of this mechanoid beast. Its engine pushing out every ounce of power, keep me just ahead and delivering a heavy, sickening blow to my back as it accelerates at my command. Taking aim, I firm up every muscle, ready for the great burst. The deafening scream as I unleash my lethal messenger and its message, game over. But that's just half the story. Now you enter the arena. Enjoy the show. And of course, my word, that's quite over the top really, but it's I mean, if you're looking at it, this was basically Rocket Wheels before Rocket Wheels existed, isn't it? Obviously it had the same idea, just technology wasn't quite there. So it's lovely seeing that reviewed. Then we get to the news section, and the first article is, will cartridges never happen? Amiga owners looking forward to playing huge games stored on instantly lovable cartridges are in for a disappointment. System 3, who were at the forefront of this with highly publicised plans to release games on cartridge format, have now decided against pushing ahead. The Pinner-based software house was working towards releasing an enormous cartridge version of their forthcoming Silly Putty later this year, but found that the costs were too high. After doing their sums, System 3 estimated that Putty would have cost the gamer a seriously prohibitive £60. The normal size version of the game is to be launched on a standard magnetic disc next month. Supporters of the cartridge idea point out 3 main advantages over floppy disk. Larger games can be stored on cartridge. That means not just more levels or a greater playing area, but also the opportunity to pull in bigger and better graphics and sound. A cartridge would plug straight into the printer port at the back of your Amiga, So there'll be no waiting for games to load, no messing around with multi-disc games, and you wouldn't have to buy a cartridge drive. Also, with games involving many screens, there's a faster rate of accessibility between different areas of the game. Of more importance to the software publishers and the rest of us is the piracy question. Cartridges are exceptionally difficult to copy, thus knocking out the perennial piracy problem at a stroke. System 3's Adrian Kale is still optimistic though. It's far too expensive a project for one company to undertake, he said, but if a few of us get together we can make it work. Programming outfit Vivid Image were working on the technical side on behalf of System 3. Boss John Twiddy explained, there weren't really any technical problems, but it was all a matter of cost. People were interested, but they didn't like the amount of money involved. Interest has seriously subsided. And, of course we didn't see it. But they do say here, interestingly, Silly Putty would have been twice as big on cartridge and impossible to pirate. Still, the floppy version would be worth a look when it arrives next month. And it's a 50-level arcade fantasy affair centered around the amphimorous blob of jelly. There's no hacking, slaying, or kicking. It's more stretching, bouncing, and oozing. Then we get to the next article, and it says, take a tip. Are we ever going to see the Amiga version of Anko's kickoff-like basketball game tip-off? Our spies tell us that Anko have the game complete and are ready in their vaults, but still have not decided whether or not to release it because of console commitments. Anko's boss, Anil Gupta, was not in a chatty mood on the subject when we gave him a buzz. I haven't made my mind up yet, he said, mysteriously. And of course it did come out on the Amiga. It was so-so. Then you have Dizzy Busy, a compilation of old and new Dizzy games to be released by Codemasters later this year. The Codies, who reckon full-price games are a rip-off, rewriting some of the early 8-bit Dizzy games for the Amiga, with some special extras. There should also be a brand new Dizzy game, including in the 5-title pack. Expect an arrival sometime in November, with a price not unadjacent to £19.95. And yes, I picked that up and I loved the Dizzy collection. Very, very good. Then we have another news article. It says Cinemaware back from the dead. When a dodgy software publisher responsible for nothing but dogs and disasters slides into the great abyss, nobody really cares a hoot. But it's different matter when the same thing happens to a group of top-notch creative types. Warming news then that innovative American software developers Cinemaware have been rescued from disaster. Brit publisher Mirrorsoft, who've been handling Cinemaware's kit over the last 5 years, have splashed out on the Cinemaware name, thus allowing work on forthcoming releases like Roller Babes, TV Sports Boxing and TV Sports Baseball to continue. Cinemaware, who made a name for themselves with now familiar games such as Defender of the Crown, Rocket Ranger and TV Sports Football, were completely skint until Mirrorsoft stepped in. Now a new company has been set up called Acme Interactive, who will write games for release on the Cinemaware label. Mirrorsoft's boss, Peter Bellotta, boomed, Cinemaware was our most popular affiliate label. Sure, many entertainment software fans will feel extremely satisfied that we will still be able to publish their games. There's little mystery about the nature of the two up-and-coming TV sports games, but you may not know about Rollerblades. It's a fast, violent, futuristic team game a la Speedball for up to 8 players, featuring teams like the Eraserheads, a group of high school teachers, the Buzzcuts, a team of hairdressers, and of course the fabulous all-female Roller Babes. Teams compete on a circular rollerball-style track in a game that combines racing, fighting and trap avoiding. And of course it's quite sad reading the positive nature of this, because we are literally probably 2 months away from Mirrorsoft going tits up because of Robert Maxwell and all of that shenanigans. So obviously I mentioned that previously in some of the other ones, but so it's quite sad. Cinemaware was pretty much dead. And therefore, I don't know about Rollerblade. I don't remember Roller Babes. I don't remember about it. Oh, and then up here we have another news article with bizarre bots. Microprose are continuing their foray into the high-powered world of arcade machines with 3D combat extravaganza called bots. An Amiga conversion has already been penciled in for next year. Battle of the Solar System features lashings of implausibly large robots throwing hell and fire to one another. So-called warbots move about the first-person perspective, 3D land junking anything they contact. Graphics verge on the dazzling and gameplay is even more accessible than Microprose's last and highly recommended release, the excellent F-15 Strike Eagle 2, which Amiga Power gave 87%. Robot fans are having it very easy at the moment. We've had the recent Metal Masters from Infogrames and Metal Mutant from Palace, and games like Michael Powerdrome Powell's Cyberfight from EA to look forward to. We think we can safely say it's become something of a trend. And yeah, sadly, a Battle of the Solar System I don't remember coming out. And the same between Warbots. I don't know. I'll have to have a look. It'll be interesting. And certainly Cyberfight didn't come out either. So, yeah, a lot of things went to the wall, sadly. Then over the page, and we have another news item. It says, Wanted, stolen Amiga games. Top programmer and graphics artist Kevin Bulmer is in a foul mood. And who can blame him? The author of such memorable titles as Gauntlet 2 and Corporation has recently suffered a burglary in his Wolverhampton home. The thief's responsible making away with his prized Amiga 3000, as well as discs containing lots of tons of game code. The machine is full of code, animation and graphics from projects I'm working on, he wailed. But to make things worse, the thieves also got away with my backup discs. There were hours of work there, and I'm really not looking forward to doing it all again. The inspiration has gone. Kevin's working on Terminator 2 for Ocean, but luckily only a few bits of code for that game has gone missing. Some might say unluckily, but that's naughty Paul. Right, and the October release date still stands. However, he appealed for anyone who comes across his goodies to get in touch. The burglars took everything of value, so they weren't just after the computer. Somebody will buy that Amiga without knowing it's stolen. I don't want them to trash the code, just get the games back to me. I'm prepared to pay out a small reward. Anyone who can help should get in touch with the Amiga office at the usual address. Okay, and then we have a competition with Ocean's upcoming Darkman. We have 21 prizes up for grabs in another excessively simple competition. Win a mini TV, it says. The Darkman goodies up for grabs. This time, all you have to do is answer 2 stupidly easy questions to have a chance to get your hands on a Casio handheld TV set. 1 of 10 groovy Ocean polo shirts. 1 of 10 copies of Darkman, the game, the movie. Ocean scooped the Darkman games license because they reckoned it was such a great movie, and who could disagree? I certainly could. But funny, horrific, action-packed, it was packed with sequences that seemed tailor-made for converting into sub-games, as well be able to see soon when the game hits the streets. But enough guff. Here are the questions. Number 1. Why did Darkman turn into a crime fighter? No idea. I never really... I need to watch Darkman up. Can't remember it at all. Number 2. What makes Darkman that much tougher than all the crooks? Again, I have no idea. But it says, just jot your answers on a bit of paper and pop it into an envelope addressed to Amiga Power, Darkman Competition, 29 Monmouth Street, Bath, Avon, BA1 2BW. Don't delay, it says. Right, okay, then we come to a nice box out of news item there. It's the Flames of Freedom. It's pretty bloody huge, it says. Maelstrom are currently polishing off their eagerly and long-awaited follow-up to Midwinter. Eagerly awaited because A, the first game was so popular, and B, because it was actually pretty blooming good, if flawed in a number of ways. Long awaited because we've been looking into review it since before we began Amiga Power, and it still isn't finished yet. Flames of Freedom, like its predecessor, is a strategy epic, which is simple as it is confusing. Here's the scene. It's a first-person 3D time again as you make your way through dozens of islands, tropical this time, as opposed to ice-covered, in an attempt to rid the archipelagos of an evil dictator type. You can choose your own character profile, sex, looks, physical attributes, and psychology before setting off across 500,000 square miles of fractal landscapes. There's enough hardware here to fill a Chuck Norris movie, but don't get carried away with the firepower. The best part of the game should be the interacting with the 4,000 or so characters who inhabit the world. Some are enemies, some are friends. And with some, you can't tell, just like real life, basically. It continues, there are 13 weapons to choose from and any one of the 22 modes of transport to utilise. And biggest news of the lot, if microprose are to be believed, and who are we to argue, the game will be with us late September. Hurrah! And then it goes different box outs of Flames of Freedom. Number 1, Flames of Freedom covers a 500,000 square mile area, but you can speed up travel on the control panel, otherwise you'd be hanging around between these islands for donkey's years. 2, you can make up your own appearance. You can be a man or woman, but not both, though whoever wanted to look like a guy like this guy must have been pretty damn ugly in real life. Number 3, all modes of transport use the same control system to avoid total and utter confusion. This one's a Jeep, and it's possible to leap from your vehicle, Timothy Dalton-like, onto anything that happens to pass by. Number 4, into the submarine and under the waves. Maelstrom's Mike Singleton says drawing the waves was a real accomplishment. They act as you expect them to. Number 5, all those little brown circles on the island are people whom you can have a chat. It's worth clicking on each icon to find out if they're going to help you or blow your head off. And number 6, looks like this chap isn't one of the good guys, but there's plenty of useful folk hanging around. They may ask you to complete the assignment for them before they risk anything though. Right, okay, then we get to the crib sheets. I love these. Continuing our series of quick guides to people, publishers and programmers in the news. This month, it's Millennium. And yeah, fond memories of Millennium. And it says, the contact, St. John's Innovation Centre, Cowley Road, Cambridge, Cams, they've put here. I put them in, Cambridge and then Cambridgeshire. So Cams. History. Originally the leisure wing of a larger publisher called Logotron, top employees Michael Hayward and Ian Saunter brought the game section out in March 1990 and almost immediately scored a big hit with kid gloves. Since then, they've released 10 games of differing quality. People. Apart from the managerial people, there are 4 programmers / game designers and 2 graphic artists. One of the smallest independent publishers in the country. They also rely on freelance programmers. Greatest successes. Over to Marketing Development Manager Ian Saunter. Last Christmas, we launched James Pond, which was a huge hit. It had all the hallmarks of a good game, lots of playability, was graphically amusing without being overly cute, and had a great soundtrack. It was a spoof license to combat all these really big licenses that were coming out at the time. We wanted to poke some fun. Biggest cock-up. We released Yolanda at a time when people were asking for 16-bit versions of 8-bit games. It was an updated version of a C64 game called Hercules. We wanted to write a game's player's game, a challenging platform game. In the end, it was probably too difficult, perhaps the most difficult game ever, and it sunk without a trace. Typical Millennium game is been a bit haphazard so far. We've done racing, sports, arcade, puzzles, shoot-em-ups, and we've played with vector graphics and heavy sprite-based games. The only thing we haven't really tried is adventures, and that's coming next. Typical industry comment. While they make the most of limited resources, a role model for small software publishers. And how do you spell their name? Is it with 1 or 2 N's? Things to come. A 3D isometric adventure called Robin Hood coming out in September. Yeah, that was an interesting game. And that's getting a lot of coverage at the moment. And then Robocod. coming out in November. The follow-up to James Pond, which is bound to be worth trying out, and boy, was it, it's amazing. And then finally, Chinto's Revenge coming out in November, a cartoony beat-em-up. I don't remember that one, but we'll look into it on the video. But yeah, then they say the final word. Millennium relies on the much larger publisher US Gold to actually sell and distribute its games, but it's not merely a USG controlled label. We write the games, which is what we enjoy, and we keep our own autonomy and identity. We just let US Gold do all the hard selling. Right, then we go on to the next page. Oh, this is one. Just what is a Chaos Engine? ? The Bitmap brothers have broken cover with the announcement of their new project, Victorian-style shoot-'em-up with knobs on called Chaos Engine. Taking the famous gauntlet overhead view perspective, it throws you and up to 2 chums into a giant 4-world multi-level quest with the survival of the world at stake. But what, pray tell, is a Chaos Engine? Well, inspiration for the bitmaps came from Charles Babbage's analytical engine, a never-built Victorian design for an adding machine currently being put together by the Science Museum in London. Though, of course, this computer game version is much more complex and dangerous proposition. The place is Victorian England after some major global catastrophe, and the incredible brainchild of mad genius Baron Fortescue has gone horribly out of control, ripping apart the very fabric of time and space. 6 adventurers you get to pick, which 3 you play, prepare to storm the Baron's country house and shut down the engine, little knowing that they'll have to cross forests, great industrial workshops and other hostile zones thrown up by the machine before they reach it. Even worse, the engine's chaotic emissions have thrown up a vast range of hostile monsters to encounter, many of which exhibit semblance of intelligent behaviour, much like seen in the previous bitmap release Gods. In fact, much of the feel of the game would seem to be similar to that of Gods. The biggest difference beyond the obvious gameplay variations, given the overhead viewpoint, being the multiplayer option. Even in single-player mode, a squad of 3 controlled simultaneously is employed. The behaviour of the characters determined to some extent by their various personalities and attributes. This, it is said, will give a single player the feeling of being involved in a multiplayer game. A lot of our incentive was to try and provide an interactive multiplayer experience for one person, says game designer Phil Wilcock. We've used behaviour modelling techniques from Gods to give all the characters' personalities. At any one time, you'll be controlling one character, with the other 2 following along, occasionally wandering off slightly if bonus items or enemies distract them. The player will be able to swap between the lead characters as he sees fit. Some will be better at knocking down doors, say, while others will be skilled in combat, and indeed swap his whole squad around, choosing completely new characters from the overall party at regular points in the game. Obviously, we wanted something where we could use the Victorian setting, all those nice brass dials and rivets and so on, without being totally limited by reality. The game design allows us to put pretty much anything we like, though we are not going too overboard. The idea is to create a sort of dark, futuristic version of the Industrial Revolution England, a sort of Victorian Holocaust. It'll certainly be ready for Christmas. That's unless they get the things at the Science Museum finished before then, of course, and it happens to go out of control and start ripping the fabric of time and space in real life. Then we might have to start thinking about putting the release back a bit. Haha, it says. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting because, of course, they're talking about 3-player, but of course you couldn't do that in the actual release game. It was only 2-player. But that's sort of like interesting that you know, their original plan was to have 3 players, and you could swap actually between the players so the other 2 become computer controlled. Yeah, really, really interesting that. But what a game. I love Chaos Engine, one of my favourite Amiga games. Okay, I'll come to the quiz in a little bit, but we'll say this news item. We'll say this only once. Alternative have found themselves a nice little niche with budget TV spin-offs, but hello, will present something of a departure. In the past, they've relied on the fancies of youngsters with simple affairs such as Postman Pat and Ed the Duck. Hello Hello, which should arrive in September, may be puerile, but it's surely not aimed at 10-year-olds, so we're a bit unsure who is actually meant to buy it. Still, expect basic, simple sail platform game packed with bad jokes and, despite the naffness, probably worth £8 of anybody's money. And I do like Hello Hello, but it was released at full price, which was ridiculous. It couldn't have sold very well at all. But, I do love the old British TV show, I Shall Say This Only Once, or Rene, but... yeah, I do quite... the game's cute, but it is by the numbers. Great graphics though. Right, let's go to the rock hard quiz compiled by Gary Penn. Yeah, I love these. It begins. Jean-Claude Van Damme. John Shrimpton Van Driver, more like. Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris, more appropriate. Steven Seagal? Stevens Agal, I think you might find. None of these so-called tough guys is hard enough to have a go at this quiz and win. But are you? There are no prizes on offer. The acknowledgement of being tougher than they come should be reward enough, especially if you can identify the link between the 5 answers. Number 1. The home computer-grown sequel to the coin-operated racing simulation, which was almost used to test driving skills. Yeah, I know that one. Remember, probably not the first one. Little clue there. Number 2. The assembly lines platform prank, released twice at full price. Yeah, I think I know that one. Number 3. Peter Cook's Old Testament tribute. Yes, I know that one. Yeah. Number 4. A Taito puzzler, one for Guy Fawkes. Oh, yes, yeah, I know what that one is. Yeah. And number 5. Cartographer's Dream, from the coder qualified to produce missile warheads, would you believe? Yes, of course I know that one. It appeared in the news one. So I think I know all 5, but we'll see in the following pages. But then at the bottom, we have the wonderful Amiga Power Recommends. I love these. Amiga Power Recommends, looking for the cream of the crop. Then here are our rave reviews from the past few months. So let's begin. Number 1 is Toki by Ocean. The closest thing yet to a perfect arcade conversion. Or is it? See R-Type 2 this issue. Toki brings the Amiga some of its loveliest graphics ever tied up with a game that is enormously slick and playable in the best coin-up traditions. It's a shame that there's so little of it, but even so you're getting a big chunk of game for your money, and quality rather than quantity is the overriding concern. Right, then we go on to the second game, and it's Spot, Leisure Genius. Looking nothing whatsoever like any other board game in the history of mankind, Spot is such a cracker that it manages to transcend some of the terrible presentation and the most obnoxious central character since Nathan the Brat. In true classic style, it is easy to learn yet frighteningly difficult to become really good at, and a wide range of options makes it suitable for all the family. Then they recommend Deuterus by Activision. Something of a minority interest, but for fans of Millennium 2.2, Supremacy and the like, it's exactly what they've been waiting for. At first you don't really know what you're supposed to be doing, but as the game develops everything becomes clear and you get sucked in further with every passing minute until time begins to have no meaning. One of the games of the year. Then they recommend F-15 Strike Eagle 2 by Microprose. Very possibly the best Amiga flight sim so far. Gary still prefers FA-18 Interceptor though, and certainly one of the most playable. F-15-2 combines just the right amount of realism and blasting action with some excellent 3D. The hefty £35 price tag may put a lot of people off, but those who lighten their wallets for it will feel it was worth every penny. Then they still recommend Switchblade 2 by Gremlin. This gorgeous game has been subject to some debate in our mailbag, with letters of both for and against. Stuart's glowing appraisal of it in issue 2 The fact of the matter is, though, that this is about the most enjoyable arcade game to have appeared in the office since Amiga Power began, and that alone makes it something that every Amiga games player should own. And then finally, they give The Secret of Monkey Island by US Gold, still the highest ever marked game. This gets loaded up in the office whenever there's a spare moment. Loved as much for the humour as the adventure itself. There's a lot of game lurking underneath all the witty barbs and bad puns, and Guybrush Threepwood looks set to be an Amiga's owner's favourite hero for quite some time, and wow, yes, he's still going strong. Then we have the lovely full-page advert of Navy SEALs. I'll do it again because I do love this game. And it'll disappear after this because of the review I think is in this issue. America's top secret weapon. Supercharged super fighters who risk all defending America against the world's deadliest forces. A combat unit of indomitable strength and courage. A rescue team of unparalleled skill and daring. The best of the best. And it says available immediately. And it says a non-stop action-packed arcade-style thriller based on the heroic missions of the world's most elite, superbly trained commando unit, the US Navy SEALs. You have a number of perilous missions to complete, outmaneuver the enemy, destroy hostile missile sites and rescue the hostages. You begin with the briefing, you may end with a victory. It's the middle ground that hurts, and then get the address of Ocean Software Limited, 6 Central Street, Manchester, M2 5NS. Telephone number 061 832 6633 and fax number, I love faxes being given, 061 834 0650. Yeah, and of course this was based on the pretty naff film, quite frankly, but I have a soft spot for the game. Right, then we come to another full-page advert, this time Cinemaware proudly presents, and it says double bill. And it says an extravaganza for the very best Amiga action from the premier producers of quality entertainment software. ... Cinemaware, yes. It says featuring TV, sports, football. Strap on your helmet and get ready for an American football simulation that looks exactly like the real thing. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big fan of American football, but it certainly had lots of pretty graphics. Then they mention Lords of the Rising Sun. Welcome to the 12th century Japan. Become a shogun in an epic quest to redeem your family honour. Yeah, I need to play that one a bit more. It's one of the lesser Cinemaware games that I've played. Then you have Wings. Relive the action, glory and seat of the pants excitement of a WW1, World War One Allied fighter pilot. And yeah, I love Wings. Such a special game. And then finally they mention TV sports basketball. Lace up your high tops and get psyched for a fast-breaking, in-your-face, full-court, 5-on-5 pro basketball simulation. It mentions how Mirrorsoft now own Cinemaware, until they went tits up in a few months' time, saying Mirrorsoft Limited, Urban House, 118, Southwark Street, London, SE1 OSW. And I find it amazing, isn't it, they're giving addresses of their actual places. You don't really get that anymore. Right, then we continue on over the page. And it says, on a mission from God, the Blues Brothers hit the Amiga. Sometimes a licensed product comes along and you get to thinking, yes, of course, why didn't anybody think of making a game of that before? The original Blues Brothers game from Titus is just like that. The characters are right. The game, from what we've seen of it, seems to be right. The music, potentially at any rate, is spot on. And hey, there's a 2-player mode automatically built in and just begging to be used. First thing you should know is it's not based in any real sense on the cult hit film. True, the nominal plot sees Jake or Elwood making their rather chaotic way towards a big concert opportunity, as in the movie, picking up amps, guitars, microphones and the like en route. But that's really as far as it goes. 6 gigantic levels set in locations like prisons, sewers and under construction skyscrapers seem based more on the likes of Mario games or New Zealand Story than anything. Cute, crisp graphics, secret rooms, mystery bonuses, and gameplay that includes every platform trick in the book. From floating on balloons to running along conveyor belts to jumping from lift to lift and so on. 50 frames of animation to the two main characters and a whole wide range of baddies really add personality to the proceedings too. And the music, we've just got to get this bit right, admits Titus, should be the icing on the cake. 5 songs are planned, with Everyone Needs Somebody and Peter Gunn penciled in for sure. To us, this looks like it could easily be the best Titus release to date. We can't wait until a finished version comes into the office. The game is scheduled for a late September release, and I really liked the Blues Brothers. Probably not as much as reviewers when it did come out. We'll see what they give, but it certainly was one of Titus's best games. Then we have... let's do the answers to the rock hard quiz. So let's just remind ourselves. Number 1, the home computer-grown sequel to the coin-operated racing simulation, which was always almost used to test driving skills. And the answer is, of course, Hard Driving 2. Drive Harder. Yes, I got that. Okay. Number 2, the assembly line's platform prank, released twice at full price. Yeah, I seem to remember with this. I think it's Helter Skelter. Yes, it's Helter Skelter is the answer. Number 3, Peter Cook's Old Testament tribute. Yeah, of course. This, well, if you know your Old Testament, which I don't profess to be particularly skilled with, but I do know that of course, it's the Towers of Babylon, very early Amiga release. Number 4, a Taito puzzler, one for Guy Fawkes? ? And yeah, that stumped me for a few seconds because I was like thinking, well, what could it be? But of course, it's got to be plotting, which it is. And then finally, a cartographer's dream from the coder qualified to produce missile warheads, would you believe? And of course, that's got to be Spin Dizzy Worlds, because of course that's what he was doing beforehand, the programmer. And okay, so they're the answers. I'm quite proud I got all 5 this time. But what is a link? And I didn't get this. It says it's a bit crap, really. Each title features a built-in construction kit. Oh, okay. I didn't realise that I need to perhaps go back to Hard Driving too. That's interesting if it's got a construction kit. Right, okay, then we continue on with the news articles. It says, race apace. We hear that Storm's big Christmas release, Big Run, is coming on apace. Based on the fairly obscure Jalico racing coin-up, it's an into-the-screen outrun-style driving game, tied loosely into the Paris-Dakar rally. The maps are the same as in the original game, and many of the graphics have been ported over directly. Only one player, but the game is looking fast and fun indeed. Storm seems so keen on it. They're working on another racing game for the next year based on the coin-up Indy Heat. Imagine Ivan's Iron Man Stuart's super off-road racer with little Formula 1 style cars instead of trucks, and you'd be more than halfway there. Licensed from Leyland Trade West, the Iron Man people, and it's due out sometime next year. And of course, Big Run wasn't that great. It wasn't that great in the arcade, if I'm honest. And the Indy Heat is fantastic. So, I have such a soft spot for Storm. Right, they continue with the news. All together now, Domark are launching a couple of thematic compilations based on sports and 3-dimensionalists. Grandstand costs 30 quid and features the excellent Pro Tennis Tour world-class leaderboard and the not-so-excellent Gaza Super Soccer and Continental Circus. Then you have Virtual Worlds as a compendium of the 4 incentive games. So you have Castle Master, Driller, Total Eclipse, and the previously unreleased sequel to Castle Master, The Crypt. Oh, that's interesting that they've got a 16-bit version of The Crypt. That's also cost £30, which the mathematically gifted will realise works out to be £7.50 per game. I'll do the final 2 more news items and then we'll go to the wonderful Oh Dear. I love that. Oh no, Lemmings alert. Yes, we're afraid the game that everybody is still talking about has no intention of going away. You see, a Lemmings construction kit is being planned for release later this year, which will allow you to design and build a series of fiendish labyrinths. According to Psygnosis, it's going to be as big as 3D construction kit, i.e. enormous. Lemmings Nuts can also look forward to a Lemmings data disc, which will be making an appearance in September. And then there's Lemmings 2, which we expect to see early next year. And if that's not enough, there's also going to be a Lemmings coin-up. Discussions are going ahead between Psygnosis and a number of Throbbish coin-up people, and presuming the agreement is reached, the Lemmings should be all over your local arcade by late autumn. Now that's really interesting. Lemmings construction kit never came out. Such a shame, but that would have been awesome. So fascinating to see that they were planning to release it. I guess they decided they liked money too much and the DLC. Of course, the data disc was Oh No More Lemmings, which was good, although it shouldn't have. It goes back too easy, and a lot of the levels are too easy. But I do love Oh No More Lemmings. And of course, the arcade did get a very limited arcade release, but it was by no means a hit. It was pretty much over before it began. Not really suitable for the arcades. Okay, the final news story on this page before we go to the oh dear is Warzone. Electronic Arts has scooped up a bunch of 360 games from the US, which are about to be launched over the next few months. You may remember 360 from the likes of Harpoon and Das Boot. You probably heard of the up-and-coming Mega Fortress, all of which reach these shores courtesy of Mindscape. Now EA is taking over their UK distribution, and plans are afoot to bring us a World War II North African tank simulation called Sands of Fire, which I don't think got released. I'll have to have a look. Almost immediately, closely followed by a multiplayer action strategy game called Armour Valley. Armour Valley, no, I don't know that one either. So I don't think they came out. Also keep your eyes peeled for a game called Patriot, which will be land-based version of the frighteningly realistic World War III strategy epic Harpoon. Yeah, Patriot definitely came out. Plus, first signs of Olympics fever are showing themselves with 360's announcement of the 1992 Olympic simulation, the release date of which is not yet decided. We expect quite a few developers to be working on athletic-type games over the next year. Be ready for them. Right, then we come to the wonderful Oh Dear section, in which some truly awful games continue to get what's been coming to them for a very long time. And this is number 4, and it's The Human Killing Machine by US Gold. You'd think they'd learn, wouldn't you? After the unmitigated disaster that was Street Fighter, see the budget section this issue for more info, USG brought out this pseudo-sequel that was in several ways incredibly even worse than its completely appalling predecessor. Mind you, it's hard to put your finger on just what is so bad about it. It's not the animation. Certainly, both frames of it are very nice. It wasn't any lack of lastability. Having to knock out every single opponent 3 times saw to that. Having said that, it wasn't so difficult that it became frustrating either. The fact that you could kill everyone just by repeatedly kicking them in the ankles ensured that this was a game all the family could get rewarding enjoyment from. And it can't have been any lack of cuteness and character. The lovable little doggy in level 2 that jumped up at you and licked your face. Well, that's what it looked like anyway. Gave Rainbow Island et al. A real run for their money, and no mistake. Even the music was useful. Just leave the window open and turn the volume up and you could scare birds away from your garden for days at a time. Nope, on second thoughts, Human Killing Machine is one of the great unsung classics of our time. Sadly underrated by all and sundry and due for a major critical reappraisal any day now. And the poll tax was a really good idea, and I'm the Archbishop of Canterbury. Yeah, I love his sarcasm. You can tell that's Stuart Campbell. Fantastic. Right, let's go on to the next page. And now we get the top 10. At number 1, we have Eye of the Beholder, and by US Gold, and £30.99, and that's jumped up from number 12. And that's 5 out of 5 and in red. So a top classic, exceptional as it's labelled. Number 2, jumping up from number 10, is The Secret of Monkey Island, also by US Gold, published in the UK at least, and £29.99, and that's also naturally 5-star in red, so another exceptional. Then we have number 3, rising slightly from number 4, Fantasy World Dizzy by Codemasters at £6.99, and they give that 4 stars, which is very good. Then we have at number 4, new entry, Kickoff Winning Tactics by Anko, and £12.99. Now this is DLC for Kickoff, and again it shows you how popular Kickoff was leading in before Sensible Soccer. Then we have number 5, rising slightly from number 6 from last month, and that's PGA Tour Golf by Electronic Arts, and it was £25.99, and they gave it 5-star but in black, so that's nearly there. Then another new entry, the budget release of Lombard RAC Rally, number 6, and this is the Hit Squad release at £7.99, and they gave it 3 stars. That has its moment. Then number 7, another new entry is F-15 Strike Eagle 2 by Microprose, and was £29.99, and this is another one they've given 5 stars but in red, so that's another exceptional. Number 8, another new entry, budget release of 3D Pool by Mirror Image, and that's £9.99, and they gave it 4 stars, very good. And then, I love this one, number 9, rising up from number 13, is the budget release of North and South. This was done by the Action 16 label, and it's £7.99, and they gave it 4 stars, which is very good. And then finally at number 10, we have, rising up from number 21 position, is Hero Quest by Gremlin, and they also give that 4 stars, which is very good. So looking at the top 100, obviously I'm not going to go through them all, but let's call out some other ones that hasn't been made the top 10 but worthy of a mention. Number 18 is the new entry of Full Contact by Team 17, and there's £9.99. It was an interesting beat-em-up. It was the first true Team 17 game release, so that was pretty awesome. Yeah, it's nice to see that it started to do so well. Number 43 is Panzer Kickboxing, and that's another one worth calling out, sort of bubbling away there underneath. US Gold and £24.99. I'm not as big a fan as others. I know Rick in particular loves Panzer Kickboxing, and I know quite a few others that love them. Then I'll call out number 45. I think I've covered it before, but I just love Fast Food by Codemasters. £6.99, and they give it 3 stars. And it's just such a good Pac-Man clone, and beautiful graphics and music. I love it. Then at number 49, The Running Man by Grand Slam at £7.99, and of course that's the film license, and one that I'd completely forgot about before running into doing this series, because of course it came up before, but yeah, I need to play a bit more with that. Other ones to call out, so many here, but let's go to number 70, Violator by Codemasters at £7.99, and they also gave it 3 stars. I'm just curious to play it, really. And then you have number 89, Track Suit Manager by Alternative, and £7.99, and they only give that 2 stars, which is flawed. And then, I had to call it out, really. Number 96, the budget re-release of Outrun by Classics, £7.99, and flawed is the 2 star they give. I would not give it flawed, I would give it absolute travesty. Yeah, my hatred for the home release of Outrun on the Amiga is very much so. And number 99, bubbling very low, but is Moonshine Racers by Millennium at £29.99, and that was also flawed. And I know I've covered Moonshine Racers briefly, but just had to call it out, really. Yeah, so that's the Amiga Top 100. Then you get a lovely advert for a new alternative comic for kids magazine called Acne. And it says, "Ear pal, did you know there's a brand new comic coming out soon?" Well, there is. And it ain't like any ordinary Ponzi children rags. It's going to be the first alternative comic for kids. Up to date with it, hip, cool, wicked etc. And it's mega funny. Well, it's bound to be because it's got me in it. So you better buy it or else I'll come round and punch your lights out, right? And, issue 1 is coming out on July the 27th. In 1991, and it didn't last very long, Acne, but it was basically their attempt to do Viz for kids, really, and the failing sort of like the Beano Beano's still going strong, but the Wizard and Chips and all of these, they were trying to appeal to the younger kids. Okay, let's go on to the next page, and you've got another full page map of the Amiga Action Replay Mark II at £59.99. Yeah, we've covered with that. It could do lots of cool things. Then you get just who do we think we are? I think they're all pretty much the same people that were there before, apart from they got a new one, Sean Masterton, and FRP in Sean's been on the ratty side this month, and we're not sure why. Up and down like a blooming yo-yo. He's sometimes jolly, sometimes snappy, but most often in that odd in-between mood where you're not quite sure what he's thinking. For safety's sakes, then, we stayed well clear of him for the past few weeks, which is why he got nothing to write. Sorry. And Sean's been playing, none of us have seen him. Right, then we come up to the reviews, and the first one, is R-Type 2. Tagline says, after the perfection of last month's Toki, Activision make their bid for the title of Best Arcade Conversion with the most single-minded blast 'em up of them all. And this is, of course, the R-Type 2 and published by Activision, priced at £25.99, with author being Arc Developments, and release date is late August, early September. And it says, there was a bit of a scare when Activision UK packed their bags recently and disappeared into the realms of history. Yes, it was sad to see such a famous and long-established name go down, but more to the point, what would happen to the various projects they commissioned? For a while, it looked like many eagerly awaited games wouldn't see the light of day at all, but slowly they started to crop up with various other publishers. Exile at Audiogenics, the upcoming Realms and 3D Snooker at Virgin, and Activision name itself resurfaced under the protective wing of Paris-based The Disc Company. And now the first releases from the new Activision are starting to come out. Beastbusters, see elsewhere in this issue, and this one, R-Type 2. It'll be coming your way in the late summer, and if I were you, I'd start saving my pennies up right now, because this is simply the best arcade game I've seen on the Amiga in my life. Not only that, it's just about the best one I ever expect to see, because I can't imagine how a coiner could be converted better than this. But back to the start. R-Type 2 was the arcade sequel to one of the most popular scrolling shoot-em-ups in the history of video gaming, and on first appearance was the subject of some disappointment. The look and feel of the game was very much that of the original, with a few largely cosmetic tweaks. It seemed more like extra levels to the first game than anything else. But on playing it, it became clear that this was a superb game in itself. It was nonetheless only a minor success, and you won't see too many in the arcades these days. What could be more fortunate then that the news that Activision were producing an Amiga version for you to play in the comfort of your own home? What could be more fortunate then that the news that Activision were producing an Amiga version for you to play in the comfort of your own home? Well, plenty of things, if it turned out like so many coin-up conversions, a half-hearted attempt at a quick cash-in from the legions of arcade devotees who buy first and worry about the quality of the game later. It hasn't, of course, but why? So just what is it that's so damn good about this one? Ooh, pretty much everything, really. This might sound a bit silly, but I can't think of a single thing that's wrong with R-Type 2. At least not if you take it for what it is, a coin-up conversion. Rather than moaning, saying about the lack of depth or any new ideas or that old guff, And anyway, Rainbow Islands was the coin-up conversion. It's the best Amiga game ever, official. So there just isn't a problem there, purely based on those terms. You'd have to give it 100% because as far as I can see, it's flawless. Of course, since this is Amiga Power and also seeing that this is the real world, it's not going to get 100%. So let's have a go and seeing where it does lose some marks. Nitpicking and hair splitting. Okay, well, first off, there's the difficulty. R-Type 2 is undeniably a tough old blast of a game, and its levels of toughness may well deter 50% of Amiga game players straight away. Level 1 isn't too bad, but to get very far through level 2, you're going to have to be very good, very persistent, and very lucky, all at the same time. Personally, I think the difficulty is judged just right. I'm just sick of games you can finish in a day, or ones that give infinite credits, or a ridiculously high number of credits, so that completing is a test of endurance rather than skill. But some people won't like it, so that's a couple of marks off there. Next comes the equally undeniable familiarity with the first R-Type game. Again, I personally like it, but I think it gives a feel of continuity. But there are people who feel it's simply unimaginative. 1 mark off for that. There's also the fact that, close as it is to the exact physical representation of the arcade R-Type 2, the screen isn't quite as deep, limiting the play area, most notable in level 3, and coupled with the fact that everything's slightly lower, it actually makes certain sections of the game noticeably harder to complete. 2 marks off there. More worryingly, there seems to be a couple of minor bugs when playing the game with a hard drive plugged in. Some of the aliens can get caught right in the middle of a full force explosion, yet when the dust clears, they're still alive. This caused a bit of a problem once with the end of level 2 boss. And although it happened only once, it would still be incredibly annoying if it happened to you, especially considering what a bitch level 2 is to get your way through. Anyway, on the very rare occasions when it does crop up, it's a serious flaw. So 5 marks down for that. Lastly, there's bound to be something I haven't thought of, so let's take a couple of extra % off just to be on the safe side. And what does that leave us? It looks to me like it leaves us at the bottom of the review, and that's done by Stuart Campbell. His uppers is a perfect conversion of a game that was pretty damn fab in the first place, and one of a fairly rare breed of shoot-'em-up with real lastability. Downers, very minor bug problems, and for some people, the overall feeling of deja vu. The bottom line is a magnificent effort from Activision and Arc, and that puts other horizontally scrolling blasters and most other arcade games well and truly in the shade. Now, he gives it 88%, which is quite bizarre, really, because I know he's explained where he's taken other points, but I think it's a bit harsh. I think based on, if he's saying it's like amazing and perfect, maybe a 92 or something like that. But yeah, no, that's an interesting one. I know I will go back because there's some box outs that we missed. Particularly, he does a small interview with Arc Developments, who made the game, and it says Arc welding and making hit conversions. Fusing together the disparate elements that go to making up a successful coin-up conversion isn't a job for the faint of heart. Programmers, Arc Developments, have a fairly low-profile history in the Amiga game world. They certainly aren't one of the big names like the Bitmaps or Bullfrog or Core or even Probe, despite a record which has already included some of pretty impressive arcade ports. Forgotten Worlds, Crackdown, Dragon Breed, to name but 3. Nonetheless, Activision handled them this tough job, so I had a word with Paul Walker, graphics and general direction, about how they coped with it. Amiga Power. So just how do you go about tackling the conversion? Did you have any help from Irem, the coin-up people at all? AD, Art Developments. What we got from Irem was laser printed sheets of all the game's backdrops and single sprites of every character. This meant we had to do all the character animations for ourselves. We'd have one basic sprite to work from, but it might have 64 further frames of animation and we'd know nothing about them. We also had a coin-up from which we taped the tunes and FX via a built-in sound test facility and then sent it to Martin Walker, Sound and Music, to turn into Amiga sounds. Amiga Power, did you fit everything in? We haven't spotted anything much missing, but it must have been a tight squeeze. You haven't and you won't. Absolutely everything from the arcade machine is there. We didn't skip on a single bit. Part of the reason the job took us so long, 8 months just on the Amiga version, was that we kept thinking about cheating on bits, missing out certain parallax sections and so on. But then we'll come up with a way of doing it properly and we'll have to scrap whole sections of code and start again. Amiga Power, did you make any changes? For example, Ocean France actually improved the parallax scrolling of the arcade version of Toki on their Amiga conversion. Arc Developments. No, we took our job as to replicate the coin-up as perfectly as we could, and that's what we've done. Amiga Power. Is there anything about the finished article you're unhappy with? Arc Developments. Honestly, no. Amiga Power. And do you think that this is the best arcade to Amiga translation there's ever been? Arc Development. Well, yes and no. I think our earlier conversion of Crackdown for US Gold was just as good, but it didn't get a very good reception because of complaints people made about the actual arcade game. The original might have been flawed, but our conversion of it was absolutely perfect. And the same goes for R-Type 2. I don't think you'll ever find a copy more true to an original coin-up than either of those two. They just can't be bettered. Right, and it's worth calling out. They also do another box out with R-Type and R-Type 2, those differences in full. And it says, there's no denying it, R-Type 2 is a very similar game to its predecessor. But hey, it's not a crime to look like R-Type, is it? The question is R-Type 2 a lazy rehash of the first game, now available for £7.99 on the Hip Squad bargain fans, or does it add on and improve to the extent that it's a worthy consideration of its own merits? To find out, we ran the two games on a couple of Amigas side by side and put a series of comparisons into operation. Number of levels. R-Type is scored as 8 and R-Type 2 it scores as 6. So the original wins out on sheer quantity, and indeed nearly all the levels of R-Type 2 are based to a greater extent on levels from R-Type. All the same, the sequel packs more action into its smaller space. There's barely an inch of scenery that isn't bristling with offensive enemy weaponry. Authenticity. They score the original R-Type as 5 and R-Type 2 as 10. The original game made a few concessions when it was ported across to the 16 bits. As well as losing the arcade's lovely parallax backdrops, several of the aliens were significantly less formidable than their coin-up counterparts, particularly on level 6. And the programmers fiddled around a bit with some of the movement patterns, particularly on level 3. R-Type 2, by comparison, is simply a flawless conversion. As far as we know, there isn't a single thing missing from it, right down to the attract sequence. Weaponry. R-Type they give 8 points, and R-Type 2 they give 9 points. The first R-Type had one of the most impressive arrays of bolt-on armaments ever seen in an arcade game, and the sequel doesn't mess around too much with the winning formula. The only additions are a couple of different types of missiles and the extra double-powered beam-up weapon, but the original system was so good, a weapon for every occasion, and sometimes having the right device, which might have been next to useless 2 screens earlier, could make all the difference between a glorious triumph and a horrible disaster. That to muck about too much with the new stuff would simply detracted from the classic simplicity and flexibility of what was already there. Challenge. They give R-Type 8 points and R-Type 2 10 points. This mark refers to not just how hard the games are, but to how things are made difficult for you, i.e. is successfully playing the game totally a function or skill, or is there a significant degree of luck involved? R-Type does pretty well here. Its only real drawback is that you lost your power-ups at certain stages of the game. You really didn't stand a snowball's chance of progressing any further, armed only with your bog standard laser. In R-Type 2 though, the game is excruciatingly tough, without ever making you feel like you've been cheated. Restart points after losing a life are nearly always situated very close to power-up opportunities, and if you're good enough, you'll never be hopelessly stuck. The level of challenge is just about the best judged and most compulsive I've ever come across. Aesthetics. R-Type he gives 5 and R-Type 2 he gives 10. As previously mentioned, R-Type sacrificed the backdrops in the quest for speed, but in doing so lost the feel of the coin-up. Also, sound was a choice between music and effects, which is always a disadvantage. R-Type 2, on the other hand, manages to pull both off simultaneously and also holds on to the background graphics for truly realistic arcade experience. Train count. R-Type is 0 and R-Type 2 is 0. Neither game has any trains in it whatsoever. So adding up those marks in a time-honoured fashion, we find the scores coming out at R-Type 34 and R-Type 2 45, or if you prefer, 68% against 90%, which is, in anyone's book, a pretty damn significant improvement. R-Type 2 isn't just some extra levels tacked on the first game, it's a monster arcade blasterama in a league of its own. Right, then we come up to the Amiga repairs, where £57.45 covers any repairs. And then we get on to another classic. Yes, it's Jimmy White's Whirlwind Snooker review. And it says the tagline, "From the creator of IK Plus," that's Archer McLean, "comes a simply astounding 3D snooker game. Could this be the best sports sim ever? You betcha." And it says, game Jimmy White Whirlwind Snooker, published by Virgin, priced at £24.99, the author's Archer McLean, and released in September. The review reads, "At 4 o'clock in the morning, having played 10 frames and about 12 solid hours worth of this game against a mate of mine, I finally came to the conclusion that this was by far the most impressive sports simulation I have ever seen. In fact, it's something that has been pretty obvious from the word go. I just refused to allow myself to really believe it up until then, scared that I'd turn out to be wrong. Snooker, eh? We've all enjoyed a few frames of snooker in the past, I'll bet. And we've all cabbaged in front of the telly watching some gangly youths make millions from potting balls. So we all know pretty what to expect from a snooker simulation. There've been plenty of them on just about every machine you can mention over the years too. The trouble is we've never seen anything yet which approached adequacy. Until now, that is. It's really hard to see how this could get much better for snooker fans. It's about as close as you'll ever get to actually owning a 12-foot table of lead and baize, having it installed in your living room. That's not all it can do though. Jimmy White's Whirlwind Snooker has more tricks up its sleeves too though, and we'll get to them in a moment. But first, the real acid test of a snooker game, ball movement. Often you see computer pool, billiards and snooker games in which the balls seem to fly around at silly speeds before eventually slowing down in uncomfortable jutters. Here the balls slow down languidly and naturally. Unlike a few early computer snooker attempts, they don't quiver as they sit there without being touched either. The control method is equally impressive, with the subtlety of angle calculation and strike that is impossible to fault. You could play this forever and never be able to claim that the program was to blame for a dodgy shot. Players work from a set of on-screen icons, and they can use the keyboard lining up a shot as a simple matter of hitting the cue ball icon and therefore being transported to behind the white and swinging cue around in order to line up. Here you can use the swing icon or the arrow keys of your machine. Exactitude is achieved with the help of a white guiding line indicating the ball's expected path. Then you can control the speed of the cue action to a remarkably fine degree before adding a side spin, top or stun. Then just press the central ball icon and watch the results of your calculation. So what's new? Well, yes, these are controls are bound to be in just about any snooker game you could care to mention, but the difference here is that this time it's actually worth taking your time over the shots, with the confidence that your actions will result in something which, as far as the laws of physics go, is without fault. That's not to say all there is to it though. As we touched on before, the game actually contains a whole host of other features too complex to go into here. And anyway, I don't want to spoil your fun. Half of the joy is finding out just what you can do with this baby. Fiddling around with the trick shot screen is especially enlightening. You can at least try, to get away with all manners of manoeuvres. Another wildly impressive feature is the game view option, which allows you to zoom around the table at will. You can simply, by moving the mouse around on the screen or by moving the icons or even the keyboard. Movement is just possibly the fastest thing I've seen in 3D Amiga game, especially remarkable when you consider how much hardcore number crunching is going on. No, but the good sides of this are so good that it seems a bit finicky to start going on about the faults. But what the hell? This is a review after all. For a start, the sound quality isn't quite there. Balls dropping into the pockets, for instance, sound far too clunky to be realistic. I also had a problem with the lack of statistics. If you're going to transfer a game to a computer, you might as well make use of the machine. It would have been splendid to see, say, a percentage of shots potted, or average get out of snooker rate, or, well, anything really. The stats that they've provided are really quite inadequate. There, that did sound finicky, didn't it? To be honest, I don't really want to knock the game at all. For having a great knockabout on home can hardly be beaten. Not only is this work of admirable craftsmanship from programmer McLean, it's also one of the games that makes the Amiga worth buying in its own right. And he gives his uppers, possibly the most remarkable piece of game programming I've ever seen. Smooth, confident, and above all, lots and lots of fun. Downers. Obviously a waste of time if you hate snooker. Could have been enhanced with the additional of some engrossing statistics. But the bottom line is an essential purchase for anyone who enjoys snooker or simply good games. In pounds per entertainment hour, it cannot be beaten. Not to be missed. Gives it 90%. That's Colin Campbell. And there's a nice box out here with Arch McLean. And it says, Arch McLean seems pretty pleased. And who can blame him? We asked the man behind Whirlwind, Snooker, and incidentally the excellent IK Plus, amongst others, how he put the game together. It took me about 2.5 years on and off. The story behind it is pretty weird. When I first bought an Atari back in 1981, I was really impressed after playing the space shoot-'em-up game. That night I had a vivid dream about flying around a snooker table. I think it was a mixture of the excitement of the new computer and there being a lot of snooker on the telly at the time. Anyway, the way the game is now is much like that dream. It's uncanny. I always tell the story. How did you manage to get the ball movement to be so accurate? It was a nightmare. The mathematics involved in getting balls to hit each other with angles and so on taken into account are immense. I had to talk to friends who are much more mathematically minded than myself. That's such a small part of the game and it took me 2.5 months to perfect. But it was worth it. If you took a shot on a snooker table and then the exact same shot on the game, the balls would react in exactly the same way. What pleases you especially about the game? The speed of it. I don't think there's another game that moves so fast. Also, you'll find that there's so much you can do the more you play. Swerving the ball, for instance, is possible, although not easy. And what's next on the agenda? Well, I'm going to first transfer this to the PC first, which will be a bit of a headache. And I'm also working on a pool version for the Amiga that should include a number of different versions of the game. American, English and all sorts. And of course that was Archer's theme pool, which is amazing. With luck, it'd be something really special. Yeah. Oh God, I love these games. Great review. Okay, let's go on to the next one. And it's another one that I really like actually. RBI 2 Baseball. And the tagline is spearheading a bit of a revival in computer sports. Domark's baseball sim hits hard and almost makes it a home run. This is RBI 2 Baseball and is published by Tengen Domark and priced at £29.99, with the developer being The Kremlin, and it's out now. The review reads, once upon a time, Atari, or Tengen as they like to be known these days, produced a baseball game exclusively for the Nintendo console. And as is the wont of software people, they subsequently got round to producing a sequel. Now their friends at Domark have produced a version of the said sequel for the Amiga. Thus we have something a little strange, a sequel without a predecessor on this format anyway. Mind you, considering the limited scope of baseball, I don't expect we've missed out on much. I mean, how different could they have been? Once Upon a Time, Part 2, I loathed sports at school, but at least when the summer came around and the old baseball equipment was dragged out, I could savour the welcome respite from football and bloody rugby. Happy days. But enough of this. You want to know about the game. It's not exactly simple, but I'll give it my best shot. Baseball in the Major League. Leafing through the bits and pieces bunged into the RBI2 box, the first thing that hit me was the amount of background stuff included. Not only is there a baseball cap, though it did actually look more like a cycling cap, but it's cool anyway, to get you in the mood, but the manual goes so far as to give you 14 pages of player statistics. That's the actual player rosters on 28 teams, and even included a lowdown on what tasks each guy, the batter, the pitcher, the baseman, etc. actually performs in the favourite sport of our American friends. Very handy for heathens like me. These aren't dodgy trinkets designed to disguise a dismal game. They help the game shine even more. From the Back to the Future inspired theme music and the presenter with his cheesy grin fixed for the camera, to the in-game sequences with gruff speech samples, RBI2 Baseball oozes class. The game offers the usual one player against computer option, but really comes into its own when there are two players, making it much more of a social affair. The standard 3D view from behind the catcher is used for the main pitching batting sequence with some pretty nifty animation. But once the ball is actually whacked, the view changes to an aerial one panning over the pitch to follow its progress. This should leave the main diamond pitch thing, or whatever the technical term is, out of view. The game helpfully superimposes a little scanner which charts the progress of the runners as they head for that home run. Although the characters are small in this view, they still move in a surprisingly fluid manner, sliding into home base and such like. For practically every occurrence, home runs being caught out, reaching a base safely and so on, there's a cute scoreboard display to give that stadium feel. Thankfully, these can be skipped by a swift press of the button, handy after you've witnessed them for the zillionth time, or turned off completely, much more preferable. In play, the success or failure of RBI2 Baseball kind of hangs on various control systems used, as indeed most of these team control simulations do. Batting is simply a matter of moving the guy, then pressing the fire button when the ball is thrown. This leaves it all down to timing, which works effectively after about 15 minutes practice. Still, the chance of some extra directional control would have been nice, and the hit rate is unrealistically low, for human players anyway. Pitching is a little more interactive, allowing for curveballs, fast balls, slow balls, and a combination of pitches. Then there's the fielding and running, which is where I begin to have problems, but more on that in a minute. All fielders run corresponding to joystick movement, so the trick is to work out which fielder you should be directing. It turns out that he's not going to reach the ball in time, then the chances are you've moved away any other fielders several miles away. So until a kind of latent instinct surfaces, actually getting hold of the ball in a reasonable amount of time proves a maddeningly tricky task. Running between bases is another fairly automated affair, rather inevitably really. Other than getting the chance to force runners back on the previous base or onwards to the next, things pretty much take care of themselves. Let's call out a timeout, boys. Time, in fact, for some gripes. The biggest of which has to be the lack of intuitiveness in the control system, particularly the fielding. Working out where the bleeding ball is going to land is bad enough, but once you actually got the thing in your mitts and trying to pass it to a base, that the real nightmare begins. Frustrating? The concept of playing baseball with the disc was very tempting for a few fleeting moments. This may be down to personal taste, but a choice between this and a more normal, to my mind anyway, point in the general direction of the base and throw system would have been a boon. My second gripe concerns the actual game time, though I admit defeat on finding a better alternative which adheres to the proper rules. With each game lasting a marathon 9 innings each and even more daunting 7 games per series, it would have been less exhausting and time-consuming to find a field and play the damn game for real. Seconds come and go, but the series still goes on. Yeah, I'm exaggerating. just a little bit. Now, to me, these gripes seem fairly important, and they've coloured my overall opinion of the game somewhat. But I'll be the first to admit that they are things which aren't simply defined in terms of good or bad, but perhaps down more to the tastes of the individual. Pitched at the sports fan. Much as I like the idea of playing out sports on our computer, there seems to be precious few which not only capture the flavour of the underlying concepts behind the sport, but which are also very playable. Sure, RBI2 is slick and it has that baseball feel to it, but as a game in itself, it just didn't quite click with me, particularly in one-player mode. That's not to say I didn't enjoy it, and that's not to say that it doesn't really excel in some areas, but it comes across more as one of those luxury games, you know, the ones you ask your granny for at Christmas, and one on which you'll be ecstatic about forking out $29.99. I freely admit that it could well be down to me rather than RBI2. I know several people who think that it achieves exactly what it sets out to do perfectly, but for £29.99 I expect to get a game which will not only be fun to play for an hour or two, but one which I will come back to for weeks, maybe months to come. One which I'll run around telling my friends about. You know the kind I mean. It's good. Okay, I admit it. It's very good. But it could never be mistaken for a classic. Me, I think I'll find myself a nice shoot 'em up to while away those hot summer nights. And that's reviewed by Mark Ramshaw, and his uppers is a nicely balanced learning curve, near perfect presentation, and fairly successful interpretation of the mechanics of baseball make RBI2 baseball a winner. Downers. The controls, the heart of any sports simulation, just aren't intuitive enough, and that's what lets the side down, for me anyway. I'm also slightly dubious about the longevity of the game. His bottom line: only you know if this is your particular thing. If you need something nicely frivolous to play between multi-disc epics, then RBI2 fits the bill nicely, and he gives it 78%. Yeah, no, I really like RBI2 baseball. I mean, I sort of take his points. But there is an on the other hand, and this is done by Colin Campbell. Mark's correct in saying that RBI2 is a game for baseball fans, but there are enough of us to make this a huge hit. And consequently, I would have marked it some 5 to 10% higher. I too found the controls tricky to begin with, but mastering them is half the fun. Even then, RBI2 is one hell of a challenge, and it's teeming with those little extras which make you want to continue playing into the small hours. The only downside I can see is the excessive subtlety of the control with the batsman, which takes some practice and not a few zero-score innings. After digging deep for £30, you don't want to be lord and master of every North American baseball team overnight. I would urge all with a penchant for centre-field glory to check this out. Plus, it's especially good as a two-player game. And that was the other opinion of Colin Campbell. Right, then we come to the third review, another absolute classic that I love. It is, of course, Hunter. And the tagline reads, "The excellent titles just keep on coming in from the resurrected Activision. This time in the form of an epic multi-vehicle arcade adventure." And it says here, Hunter, published by Activision, priced at £25.99, with authors Paul Holmes and Martin Walker on sound. And it's released in September. The review reads, "I've always kept myself to myself. Hardly any chums at school. No one seemed particularly interested in my collection of washing machine bearings 1955 to 1975, and my best friends a gerbil. They even abolished telephone chat lines shortly after I started ringing them up. That made me an ideal candidate to join the Secret Service. I'd be able to sneak behind enemy lines completely unchallenged, and I wouldn't be missed at home for months on end. My first mission was a bit of a failure though. The beautiful blonde spy I was supposed to be seducing didn't take to me kindly to meeting Conan, my gerbil, who had gone with me on the ride, and did a runner. They didn't ask me back." He's a man with a mission. Hunter gives you a chance to slip into the shoes of a man with a mission. And that mission is to make life as tough as possible for the enemy, who, for unspecified reasons, has taken control of most of the map. A quick perusal of the screenshots will reveal that the chap in question, he is the one in green, is a blocky 3D sort of character. As well as walking around, he can also swim, although his talents as an all-round secret agent sort of guy aren't realised until he comes across some sort of wheels, or indeed rotors, or a hull. The place is littered with cars, lorries, tanks, boats, helicopters and all sorts of other forms of transport, all of which he's perfectly capable of driving. Handy that when you consider the distances concerned, and the fact that the map consists of lots of little islands with water between them. So we've got some fairly corking 3D graphics, a huge map, and plenty of ways of exploring it. What next? Well, there's a selection of missions available to be tackled, so the best thing to do is to pick one and go on it. The exact nature of the mission depends really. There's the main one, which is the all-singing, all-dancing action adventure, in which you have to apply your brain cells as well as your trigger finger. And then there's a series of subsidiary ones, practice missions if you like, which be more appeal to the military minds. Whichever you choose, taking the right equipment is a must. Happily, all the essentials like a map, radar unit, a clock and range weaponry can be found fairly close to the headquarters where you start, while your supply of ammo can be topped up from the stores before you. Hunter's a game that's hard to fault. You've a formidable range of kit at your disposal, including a handgun, grenades, bazooka and some timed explosives, which you can fix to things and run away. If all that's not enough, climbing aboard a tank or helicopter will give you access to even more, making, not so, social calls. If you begin to run low on anything, you better start sticking your head round a few doorways. The landscape is packed with buildings, all descriptions, houses, power stations, lighthouses, hangars, you name it. If you're lucky, you might hit upon a stash of enemy equipment, or perhaps someone with something useful to tell you, although you might have to bribe them first. Opposition comes in the form of everything from foot soldiers who are best squashed to tanks and helicopters backed up by anti-aircraft guns and missiles. Some pretty heated battles can ensue with, for example, you taking out a fuel dump with a helicopter, getting shot down, crash landing, leaping into a nearby armoured car and nipping off a couple of tanks in hot pursuit. And then there's the puzzle-solving strategy side of things. For starters, there are puzzles of the information collecting type. Then there are other things. Wearing the enemy uniform will let you sneak about much more safely. And transport is always a concern. For example, your boat is running low on fuel and you haven't got any spare. Do you risk searching for more or abandon the boat in favour of a helicopter? The trouble is that you may get shot down and stranded somewhere, facing the very daunting prospect of a long and slow swim home. And all this time, the clock's ticking away. There's a real sense of urgency to some of the missions, and they might take quite a few tries to complete within the deadline, possibly with only seconds to spare. Another thing to watch out for is nightfall. Once the sun sets, it's a lot harder to find your way around, unless you either launch flares, which provide a few seconds respite, or turn the brightness on the telly up a bit. Doing things Napoleon solo. I know this has been a bit of a factual review, but Hunter's a game that's hard to fault. And believe me, I've tried. It's not quite top-notch, but it has no serious failings. The only pinpointable thing I noticed, and even this is a bit vague, is that it has a weird sort of lonely feel to it, especially considering the battlefield conditions the action's supposed to be taking place under. You're almost grateful to see a bull charging towards you out of the distance at times. And verbal interaction with other characters is limited to them saying something and you, well, just listening. Apart from that, everything is just as it appears, rendered in fast 3D graphics. There's masses to do and heaps of things to discover. Be prepared for a slight feeling of anticlimax when you've explored everywhere and tried everything out. But things should really pick up again when you start tackling the puzzles. In case you're in any doubt, then it gets a thumbs up from me and a well worth buying. That's reviewed by Jonathan Davies. His uppers is quite good 3D graphics, lots to discover, lots of challenging missions to go on. Lots of everything really, a cunning blend of shooting, adventuring and strategizing, and when you think about it, most of it hasn't been done before. Downers. The occasional graphical glitch, and things don't appear on the screen until they're pretty close to you. There's a slight strange atmosphere to the whole thing too. Or perhaps that's just me. His bottom line, Hunter is a real all-rounder. There's something for everyone there, all wrapped up in a believable 3D world so you can get lost in it for hours. Yeah, I loved Hunter. So ahead of its time. It was amazing, just sort of like, it's kind of like a very early Grand Theft Auto, if you like, because you could just go anywhere, do anything. It was one of the first few. Then we get a lovely full page ad of these the premium numbers. You can win a Game Gear, the Sega Game Gear there, the Super Famicom. So this gives you a sense, the Super Nintendo hadn't come out in Europe yet, so this was still a Japanese-only device. And yeah, Pocket, a pool table. That was my big ambition in life, was to own a pool table, which I did do as a kid. It wasn't a full size, but it was pretty close, and I love that. And then finally, win an Amiga system. Yeah, so you can see with all those sort of like games there, and a printer. Right, then we come to lovely double spread of the Special Reserve. Now, of course, we've covered lots of these, but ones I'm going to call out is probably Wheels of Fire. That was one of my favourite compilations. This had Power Drift on it. It had hard driving, it had Turbo Outrun, which was infinitely better than Outrun, or still not great. On Chase HQ, which was a bit of a disappointment on the Amiga, but still, it's nice to see. Yeah, no, but it's kind of cool. I loved it on the Spectrum, of course. It was far better on the Spectrum, but lovely. Other ones to call out, going back there, Wings I would call out. Amazing cinema game, really puts you in the seat of an action of a first World War I pilot, and I love all the diary entries, and it sort of helps you feel like you're really there. Then that's only £10.99, and Wheels of Fire, by the way, was £6.99, very, very cheap. Then Curse of the Azure Bonds at £6.99. This is Dungeons and Dragons, or Advanced Dungeons and Dragons game. Sort of overhead, very basic graphics, but yeah, very good if you like those sort of things. Then there's Corruption at £2.99. That's a good price. I'm trying to remember with this. Yeah, but I'll show you in the video. You'll be able to see. Then you have Shadow of the Beast. Now, yeah, £12.99. And if it's the pictures to believe, this includes the t-shirt. I mean, wow, how cool is that? I would love to have owned the big box version of Shadow of the Beast. I didn't sadly buy it. And then finally, you got on the top here, you got Power Drift for £5.99, calling that out. It's a pretty reasonable rendition of the arcade original, because it's very difficult to do. Looking for through all the games. Yeah, and there's a few to call out here. Ballistics, this is another sort of like a Cyclops or Psygnosis arcade game. That's only £3.99. Ballyhoo, although that's only on the ST there. Ballyhoo by Infocom, the wonderful text adventure. That's £7.99 on the Amiga. Only £5.99 on the ST. Then you have, obviously, the Bard's Tale games. They're all very basic, but good adventures. I think I mentioned, but I'll mention again, Batman Caped Crusader. This kind of captures the feeling of the comics and the TV show quite well, but better on the 8-bits, really. Another Infocom adventure is Beyond Zork by Infocom. Another one only on the Switch for some, ST for some reason. But Beyond Zork is another great adventure game. Then to call out Blade Warrior, that's quite an interesting sort of like hack and slash platformer, and Blood Money as well, only pretty cheap there. I can't read it on this screenshot, but it's at £4.40 or £6.49 maybe, and a great shoot 'em up, of course, done by DMA Design. And Blood Witch, which is a wonderful RPG. Other ones to call out. Stunt Car Racers there. Of course, that's an absolute classic. Time and Magic Level 9, that's worth calling out as well. The Uninvited and Untouchable. So Uninvited is an interesting little game, you see here in the video. And Untouchables is another interesting game that is quite cool. And also Venus the Flytrap. I really like that shooter. The only other one I think worth calling out, just seeing the picture there at the side, is Xenomorph at £8.49. Then on the second page, you've also got, as part of the spread, the CDTV finally for sale for £599.99. So you're paying 200 quid more. Yeah, and obviously this flopped, but I do remember going to a friend's house and seeing it. They include an infrared remote control pad, Hutchinson's Encyclopedia and Lemmings CD, comes with a Rocktech disk drive for Amiga discs, and a free Special Reserve membership. So that's kind of cool that it came with a disk drive as part of that £599. So you are getting the ability to play any Amiga game as well. That's really quite cool. Yeah, very nice. Shame it's in white, the disk drive, and not black. It would have really tipped it over. Yeah, I mean, it's got, I guess, the two that I would call out of ones for sale. Defender of the Crown 2, as it really was named, is £29.49. This is like an enhanced version of the first one. You could also play it on the CD32, and it's I believe this is the one that's about to be included on the new A1200, the new retro games emulation as part of the carousel. So you'll be able to enjoy it there. But it was quite good. It had like speech and more CD music, I think. Probably even more impressive with CD-TV in turn, for me at least, was Xenon 2 Mega Blast. It was just the original game, but what I love with it and still go back to is it has the ability to do 8 remixes of that fantastic Bomb the Bass tracks and a couple of others, and you can play it in game, so that's really, really cool. That's £12.49, so very, very cool. And you can see the Atari Lynx has dropped down to £99 already. I mean, that's such a good deal. And it also includes California games, etc. And then the Mega Drive, which of course going strong now, comes out with its first pack here in the West with £149.99, and that includes Alter Beast and an extra Turbo Joypad. And you get the membership. And then, you know, just to give you an idea of the price, the Amiga 500 Screen Gems pack was £399. So, you know, you are talking effectively, well, you're talking more than double, aren't you? So it was a huge outlay to get an Amiga. And then you've got, so just up there, the Game Boy with Tetris battery, £69.99. So it's kind of cool. And yeah, just so many memories. I love seeing the Datalux disc box, 60 capacity. We all had those for all of our pirate games, to be honest. Yeah, it was kind of cool. And a series of lovely joysticks there. Moving on, right, okay, we get the next review. And this is Navy SEALs, the one that keeps getting advertised. And I've found I quite enjoyed playing it. But let's see what the review says. The tagline says, after the high standard set by last month's remarkable coin-up conversion, Toki, Ocean surprisingly failed to deliver the goods with their Navy SEALs license. So the game is Navy SEALs and it's published by Ocean and it's priced at £25.39. Its authors are John Megan and Bobby Earl, and it's out now. The review begins. No, it can't be, can it? After a wait longer than Kylie Minogue's for a decent song, we finally got a complete finished copy of Navy SEALs. The question is, will it be worth the wait in the same way that Kylie's Better the Devil You Know or not? Predictable opening gambit. Follow-ups number 2. Note, the same old song and dance. I don't know, you think after taking such a long time over it, Ocean would have made sure that this was a damn good product, but it hasn't happened. Navy SEALs is the kind of game that software houses used to churn out by the barrel load a couple of years ago. A runny, jumpy, shooty platform thing with no real innovations, but lots of straightforward action to keep the punters happy, just long enough for the next one to come out. Cynical old sod? Am I not? It was all very well at the time, but most of us saw through this rather obvious ploy a couple of years back, forcing game companies to come up with more original releases every now and again. Now though, and rather worryingly, Ocean seem to have decided that the market is ready for an encore performance. First came RoboCop 2, then Total Recall, and now this, the latest in a disturbing line of remarkably similar games, all movie licenses with little resemblance to or feel for the respective films. What really bothers me though is that they seem to be getting slowly worse. There was a time very recently when Ocean was a company that could be relied on for classy polished products. Sadly, the days of Pang, Puznik, Plotting, Midnight Resistance, Battle Command, Batman and of course Rainbow Islands, all excellent games, and in nearly all of them fixtures in our all-time top 100, seems behind us now, and the standard has slipped alarmingly. But before I get off the subject entirely, what about Navy SEALs? Well, it's not that bad, which is to say it's pretty bad, just not altogether terrible. In its favour, it's got some very nice animations and a decent level of challenge, but drawbacks include a lack of depth and some of the worst juddery scrolling seen on the Amiga for years. And that's it, except that I've got another page to fill up yet, so I better expand on things first. First off, all of you out there with runaway testosterone levels will lap up the scenario. The Navy SEALs are the US equivalent of the SAS, so there's plenty of scope for square-jawed, muscle-flexing, homoerotic antics to thrill spotty inadequates everywhere. The plot, such as it is, involves massacring large numbers of unspecified terrorists, although they look suspiciously Arabic, rescuing weak and helpless hostages, a captured helicopter crew in this case, and then snorting away subtly through downtown Beirut to destroy a stockpile of captured Stinger rockets. Actually, the subtlety bit was a lie. Alternatively, of course, you could simply pretend that Beirut was Baghdad, the Stingers were Scuds, and the Arabs were Iraqis. No great leap of imagination called for there. And recreate Operation Desert Storm and the comfort of your own home if you're sad enough. Big, hard, clever, and aquatic. So that's enough scenario. How about the actual gameplay? Well, as it happens, it's pretty much Navy SEAL's strongest point. The platform and ladders and shooting things style isn't anything new, but there's at least been fairly well executed with lots of acrobatic moves and both possible and necessary. Your performing SEALs can certainly leap around with no little aplomb, although the hardest men in the US Armed Services have to offer a surprisingly weedy when it comes to falling distances greater than about 6 feet. It's not perfect though. Certain irritating bad guys shoot at you before you have the nerve to show their faces on the screen, killing you 9 times out of 10, of course, and making it necessary to learn where they are so you can be ready for them next time. As regular readers will know, this is one of my least favourite gameplay devices, and it's particularly unfortunate and lazy in a fast reactions arcade game like this one. Also indicative of lazy design is the extremely tight time limit on every level, something that which usually feels artificial and intrusive, though in this case it actually works quite well in keeping the excitement going. I'm not sure why, possibly because it distances the thing from the completely lame movie tie-in aspect and makes it feel more like a pure game. Presentation? Well, yes, it's got some cough. There's a strange kind of schizophrenia displayed here. Well, no stranger than your everyday run-of-the-mill schizophrenia, but you know what I mean. Each level is preceded by a pretty little cameo screen, but on completing it, there's nothing at all. You get a few bonus points and that's it. Not even a well-done message. The ending is also utterly feeble. Sound? No, it isn't. The music is useless and the FX are perfunctory, to say the least, and that's all I can bring myself to tell you about them. And finally, the graphics are all right. The animation is lovely in some parts, climbing up crates, swinging along under platforms, and dire in others, running, climbing ladders, swinging onto platforms, while the backdrops are fairly atmospheric, but maybe a little on the formulaic side. When it all comes down to it, though, Navy SEAL's biggest flaw is its lack of variety. The 8 levels are all as near as makes no difference to be completely identical. The difficulty only increases in the numerical terms, either more baddies or more rockets to destroy, and while addictive in short term, this is rapidly leads to the onset of boredom. Technically, the game looks like an ST port. I thought we'd seen the last of those, and generally the feeling is one of overwhelming indifference. That's reviewed by Stuart Campbell. His uppers, no-nonsense arcade platform zapper that you can just pick up the joystick and dive straight into. His downers, there's practically nothing to it, and what there is looks like it's been cobbled together in a bit of a hurry. Bottom line, a long-awaited game, presumably because it's been held over to tie in with the release of the, by all accounts, awful movie, but now it's finally out, you tend to wonder why they bothered. Playable, but extremely average in most respects. Nears it 61%. And yeah, I sort of agree with that, really. I think that's probably about right. Maybe I would have given it just in the 70 place, but yeah, it is certainly by the numbers. Then we get another full page ad of Take on the Squad, Play the Hits. We've covered all of these games of Predator, Rambo 3, and the Gauntlet and Lombard Rally in the previous issue. Then we get Complete Control, How to Beat Secret Monkey Island. I won't spoil that, but there's a lovely map out section of all the locations and how to respond to all the fighting. Then there's a lovely look at Prince of Persia with all the level maps. I love seeing all of these and how to beat it. And that goes all the way through to level 4. And then Logical, they give you all the ways of all the level maps and things like that. And then Gods. This is always quite good because there is a lot of secrets. So it's nice sort of reading through this to understand where things are. And also, what you get with all those potions that you pick up. And also which is the best in the weapon. So very cool. Then we get another full page ad with the ability to buy discs. So 100 double density discs is £35.95. Let's go on the other page. Right, then we come to their special feature, the Amiga Power, the Ultimate Autumn Game Guide. And it says, as everyone knows, summer's a dead time for games. That's why the big software houses are releasing pitifully few A-grade products over the June-August period. Games players are meant to be out playing football and chasing girls rather than sitting hunched over their computers. No, the big exciting releases are all being saved for autumn 1991's peak release period. Come September, we'll have the big name licenses, original concepts and top creative teams coming out of our ears. So what better time than settle back and put your feet up and dream about things to come. It all starts here. Then it continues. So how does the Amiga Power Ultimate Autumn Preview work? Well, quite simply, we've selected around 60 full-price titles that will be making the news over the coming weeks. This little lot represents the bulk of the major league games on offer during the months of September, October and November. Each one scrambling for its slice of the market. All the big names are here, plus a few unlikely selections and a fair smattering of games originally intended for spring release, now held over the autumn. Boom! So they should be something for every taste. If you're thinking about splashing out for all of the games on offer though, take a deep breath. Your total bill for the software featured over the next 10 pages will be in the region of £1,800. So yes, obviously these are coming up, games that were coming up in 1991 in the August period. So it's been interesting to see what they thought of these games before they actually got released. Okay, so then we have The Simpsons, published by Ocean and Arc Developments, perhaps best known for arcade and film conversions like Predator 2 and Forgotten Worlds, and it's to release in mid-September. And it says briefly, no surprise that cartoon phenomenon The Simpsons should appear in their own computer game. Little shock that it's Ocean who got the license either. After all, much of their success is based on similar clever deals. Make no mistake, lots of cash and legal wranglings have gone towards bringing you this game. Plot-wise, things are fairly vague. Top Simpson Bart has come over all queer and turned himself into a conscientious member of the Springfield community. He's decided to protect his long-suffering neighbours from the perils of the modern world, and the most obvious of which are, aliens who've dropped in for a spot of human munching. The problem is no one else has the faintest clue what's going on because, and here's the special bit, Bart's the only one with a pair of X-ray specs allowing him to spot aliens through their human disguises, or at least so he claims. Ocean have done enough sideways scrolling blasters, for that's all it boils down to know what they're doing here. You can rely on other members of infamous Simpson family to make suitable appearances. There's even a topical environmental message. Bart says, save the world, man. On the upside, cynics may fear the Simpsons will turn out to be a load of old hogwash slopped together in an entirely unpleasant attempt to extract dollars from dimbos. Remember Turtles? But here's something they've forgotten. You see, Simpsons creator Matt Groening designed the original Nintendo console version and has insisted on a veto on Ocean's game himself. After all, he's not going to want public interest in Bart and Co. to be cheapened by shoddy merchandise. So if Groening likes it, there's a fair chance we will. And Ocean's track record in this field, and the fact that the game designers have actually thought of giving an objective and story to the thing they've been forgotten before, hopes are currently held quite high. On the downside, given the high profile of the character and the fact that it is the license tie-in of the season, it's easy to be tempted into expecting too much. Remember, it will be a sideways scrolling romp. It'll be lots of fun, but it won't be winning any awards for originality. The other more serious problem is one of timing. Ocean haven't had their normally efficient act together this year, and product after product has been inexcusably late. The question has to be asked, will we really see The Simpsons this autumn? Or even this year at all? What are its chances? We're prepared to take bets at extremely generous odds, presuming Groening is impressed. This baby is going straight to number 1. And yeah, I quite like The Simpsons. It's quite a good game, as you've seen with the video there. It was a bit more, had nice puzzles and things. Okay, I'll let me turn over the page, and I'll do the green bits at the end, I think, on the edges, but let's concentrate on inside. The next one is WizKid, published also by Ocean, and the programmers are Sensible Software, authors of the famous Whizball, of course, and it's expected to be released in October. Now, briefly, sequel to the phenomenally successful Whizball of a few years ago. Control a bouncing head through a surreal and colourful multi-platform world, picking up mad treasures, solving infuriating puzzles, and generally making progress. This time, the ball can grow arms and legs for extra challenging levels. On the upside, we're talking 12 levels each, with over 100 screens. Sensible can normally be relied on to come up with a few off-the-wall effects. On the downside, sequel mania goes on, but who's complaining? What are its chances? If the quality matches that of its predecessor, then it could be massive. Major innovations on the original can make this a real treat. Yeah, WizKid I always found a bit weird. I mean, it's so vastly different to the original, but it is an intriguing game, just not a classic. Then they mentioned Sports Action Rugby by Audiogenic. Programmers Denton Designs, regular Audiogenic programmer team last responsible for Wreckers, and it's expected to be released in October. So briefly, yes, it's a rugby game featuring both action and strategy bits, the first of a new TV sports style series from Audiogenic. On the upside, there aren't many rugby games about. On the downside, but that's because they're usually so bad. Rugby isn't the sexiest sport for conversion. What are its chances? Sports Action Rugby will be launched to coincide with the Rugby World Cup, in which the home countries are expected to perform well, which should help boost its profile. We're hoping it be the first rugby game that actually worth playing, but cast an eye out for Domark's World Class Rugby 2, which the firm claims will be like kickoff when it arrives this October. Yeah, I don't really remember the rugby game, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think we mentioned it a few years ago. I think it was pretty good, actually. Then we have Bonanza Brothers, published by US Gold, and the programmers are Tiertix, and expected to release in November. But briefly, Sideways View arcade adventure featuring two amusing brothers from the school of absolute villainy. Our lads have decided to break into famous people's houses and steal back all the dodgy kit that's been deposited over the years. Naturally, this isn't to the taste of innumerable security guards and home owners, prepare to be chased by men with big sticks. On the upside, your chance to nick every television set in Beverly Hills. The CoinUp's unusual computer-generated graphic system looks distinctive. Yeah, because of course it's done by Sega. And on the downside, but how well will it translate onto the Amiga? US Gold are using the word comical to hype this, which is always a bad sign. What are its chances? Any game which doesn't involve saving the earth from pollution, rescuing some lush chick, gets our vote. Then at the bottom, spreading over the page, is The Godfather, the action and the adventure game. And of course, the adventure game never got released, sadly, on the Amiga or anywhere, only the action game. But let's read it. Publisher US Gold, programmers Creative Materials, who did the action game, and Delphine, that did the adventure, or was going to do the adventure game. Expected to release in September. Briefly, take 10 hours worth of Godfather movies and you should have caught plenty of opportunities for arcade-style action sequences. Quite how they can be linked together into a pleasing game is another matter, however. Expect plenty of severed heads, gratuitous murders, and massive scale-back street slaughter. The adventure version is perhaps more obvious bet, linking mafia intrigue with Delphine's successful cinematique system could be a winner. On the upside, the rich, swirling and incident-filled Godfather backdrop should also add a good deal of depth to the action game, which, while the adventure has almost limitless potential, it just depends on how well. On the downsides, they're big projects, but we've heard very little about progress. The adventure game is a particular mystery, just how it will make sense of such a complex plot. It will take some clever design work, that's for sure. What are its chances? The notion of a Godfather games is an excellent one. We'll reserve judgment until we know more. Yeah, I mean, the action game obviously got released and was just sort of like a sidewalking, scrolling, shooting, beautiful graphics, but yeah, pretty poor programming. I would love to have seen the adventure game, and particularly done by Delphine. I need to look into that and share with you a bit more, because I didn't know about that game that was in the works. Right, then we come to Sim Earth, published by Ocean and programmers Maxis, the creators of SimCity, who did the PC original, but the Amiga version is down to Probe and expected to release in November. Briefly, remember controlling an urban sprawl in SimCity? You certainly should. The game's an all-time Amiga classic for its charm, its usability, its cleverness, and yes, its originality. Now designers Maxis, with the help of Probe, have gone one bigger, well actually a whole lot bigger, with the evolution system of the world. You control emerging life forms, outrageously witless amoebas to just plain common or garden witless humans. It's a huge point-and-click journey through the countless problems and puzzles, testing both common sense and higher forms of intellectual prowess. If your life forms are crap, they'll die of one of a dozen of causes, self-destruction, disease, that kind of thing. And even if they're happening organisms, you're in for a rough ride. Games certainly don't get much bigger than this. On the upside, it's probably one of the most ambitious projects yet to be undertaken on the Amiga, and we have to take a tip-top programming job as read if the game's to succeed. The PC version has been around for 6 months and enjoyed success amongst the sort of games players who had hitherto been satisfied with computer chess, war strategy and flight sims. National newspapers even got their hooks onto Sim Earth, with many stories appearing along the lines of games finally growing up. It's not the sort of thing that Ocean specialise in publishing, and it has to be seen as some sort of high-end flagship for them. On the downside, we've played the PC version, and it must be said it's far from perfect. It's difficult to get into and has a tendency to come across as a lot of dull environmental sermonizing. Fun is most certainly not the key word here. It's unlikely to be anywhere near as accessible as the excellent SimCity. What are its chances? It looks good simply to have on your shelves, even if you never quite get round to playing it. For that reason alone, it will do well. And while it's unlikely to reach the top end of the charts, we're willing to bet that copies of Sim Earth will be passing over the counter at your local computer store at the end of 1992. Okay, then we get Final Fight, published by US Golds and developed by Creative Materials, or at least doing the port, the programmers. Expected to release in October. Briefly, classic inner city Capcom coin-up beat-em-up starring a motley crew of street gangs and psychopaths. 2-player simultaneous options, 32 colours, huge sprites, Japanese-style graphics. What more could you ask for? On the upside, the arcade original is probably one of the best in this still popular genre. On the downside, but the whole ultra-violence martial arts things has been done a zillion times before. What are its chances? Creative Materials seem to be doing good things with the project. Hopes have to be high for an autumn smash. Okay, and then we get Cruise for a Corpse. This is also, of course, done by Delphine and US Gold. Programmers, Delphine, a venture games team who, of course, had previous success with similar Future Wars and Operation Stealth. Briefly, it's time to don silly moustache and implausible continental accent and go looking for a murder in this Sunday night Agatha Christie TV movie of an adventure. You, as a Hercule Poirot type character, strut around a luxury cruiser circa 1920, being charming yet enigmatic until your host, a Greek shipping magnate, takes a trip to that great tax dodge in the sky. Is there a world-famous detective on board? As luck would have it... On the upside, Delphine uses a trademarked operating system for its point-and-click graphical adventure called Cinematique, and it's actually rather good. Future Wars and Operation Stealth were neat, and both top 100 games, and Corpse promises to be an improvement on both, providing plenty of characters to interview and a labyrinth plot to fill those long autumn evenings. On the downside, Cinematique might be good, but let's face it, nothing's done on it so far comes close to being funny or user-friendly as Lucasfilm's current adventure system. The game will be undeniably good, but the improvement will have to be large for it to truly compete with the likes of Monkey Island. Also, we've been waiting a long time for this one. It should have been out last year. Delphine have something of a reputation for being late. What are its chances? Definitely a no-go area for anyone who likes their action thick and fast, but bound to do well with older gamers. And of course, Cruiser Corps, absolute classic. The only thing that was a bit annoying with it was you had to be at the right places at the right time. It sort of fell off that. Okay, the next game, Wild Wheels. High hope for something out of the ordinary. Publisher, Ocean, and programmers Red Rat, the Manchester-based team behind games like Lombard RAC Rally and Microprose's International Soccer Challenge. It's expected to release in October. Briefly, is soccer on wheels in a multi-directional 3D land. There's 10 different vehicles to choose from and plenty of opportunity to bang them into one another. Red Rat reckon that they've come up with an original idea that is keen to dispel any fears that this will come across as another football game, but without legs. Some elements of strategy are being thrown in, so teams are made up of customised cars suited to differing tasks. On the upside, a smart combination of beat-em-up strategy, racing, sports and standard shoot-em-ups. Sprites are huge and move easily. Red Rat's track record suggests they know exactly where their strengths lie. On the downside, football games with strange angles are invariably useless, which is why Red Rat are desperate to play down this label. A spokesman commented, "It's not just a football game with cars, it's a wild, crazy fun game which looks great." What are its chances? Red Rat have been around for 8 years banging out bright, though not sparkling games. Hopes must be high for this one to really put them on the map. And it didn't really make its way, but of course, this Wild Wheels was essentially what all those years later Rocket League took and ran with and became immensely popular. So it's kind of like sad but interesting that this was the first iteration with the original idea. Right, okay, then crossing over the page, we have Alien Storm, published by US Gold, and another one programmed by Tiertex, and is expected to release in September. Briefly, oops, some chap has left loose 1,000,001 man-eating alien slime suckers, and they're taking the overnight shuttle straight to their favourite takeaway spot, planet Earth. What's the solution? Well, why not dust down some uncommonly large Ghostbuster-style guns and give these fellas a good scene to? Alien Storm was an exceptional coin-up which proved virtually impossible to leave alone. On the upside, horrible aliens and lots of shooting. On the downside, it's about as intelligent as a pit bull that's just guzzled 15 pints of special brew through a straw. What are its chances? Said qualities ensure massive success. It wasn't a great home port, sadly, of the the arcade classic, but a bit of a disappointment. Okay, then we get Turtles 2, the arcade game, published by Imageworks. Programmers Probe, who did the actually rather good 8-bit versions of the Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles. Expected to release in November. Briefly, it was a smash hit as a coin-up for a good reason. There's plenty of tricks and effects which made the Turtles popular in the first place. Imageworks are already proclaiming that the Amiga version of this all-action beat-em-up will be identical to the coin-up. My word, that's a false claim if ever I heard one. On the upside, a wonderful coin-up. Probe will be working flat out to turn this into a definitive conversion. On the downside, 16-bit versions of the first Turtle games left a bad taste in the mouth. Youngsters around the country think Turtles are passé already. What are its chances? Although we reckon quality of gameplay will be the essential ingredient this time around, another potential number one. And yeah, it was pretty terrible. The Turtles 2 Arco, the Amiga port, was such a disappointment. Okay, then we get L, published by Ocean and programmers Nirvana Systems, a new programming team making their professional 16-bit debut, and it's expected to release in September. Briefly, a colourful and garden-esque platform arcade adventure with plenty of bad guys, a cute mixture of useful objects to collect, and an assortment of harmless characters to make use of. Shades of Ocean's hit coin-up conversion Rainbow Islands in the look and feel, with plenty of platforms and teasing puzzles, plus a host of delightful graphical tricks not yet exploited in similar games. On the upside, good arcade adventures are always fun, and unusual ones, as this promises to be more welcome than most. Elf certainly looks attractive and has gained much favourable pre-publicity. On the downside, Elf is Nirvana Systems' first effort. They're straight out of university. So while we can expect something different, it's highly likely that mistakes will be made. The game was to have been ready last month, but has since been put back to September, and the quality of Elf's sound is said to be somewhat short of ideal. What are its chances? Remarkably good. The Nirvana kids are admittedly an unknown quantity, but the fact that it's Ocean who have signed these guys, and the fact that Elf isn't a licensed tie-in of any sort, would seem to bode well. Yeah, I mean, I got quite a soft spot for Elf. It's quite cute, really. Then, over the page, and we'll come back to obviously all the green ones on the end, Flag. This is published by Gremlin and programmers Ian Harling, the man behind Ocean's Lost Patrol, and Simon Cook. Expected to release in November, and of course this famously never ever got released. Briefly, if you imagine a rather cartoonish distant nephew of Populous, then you've got the general idea. We're looking at another isometric 3D landscape here, the main feature of which is a couple of villages separated by a river, linked by a single bridge. It all looks fairly happy and peaceful, but there's a catch. A wizard's curse means that every 21 years the two settlements must take arms against one another and try to capture the other's flag. The winning village wins peace and quiet for a couple of decades, while the losers are forced to serve a malicious wizard and generally have a grim time of it. Players make use of the various local characters, including magicians, spies, warriors, villains, builders, and even dragons. On the upside, novel twist on what is essentially an old story. On the downside, but these 3D ISO thingy power games are beginning to get a little bit tiresome. What are its chances? Fair, but 3D isometric things are flavour of the month at the moment, and Flag will have to be pretty special to stand out. The Ian Harling connection promises some gorgeous visuals though. Then we get Captain Planet, published by Mindscape, programmer Tony Crowther, the man behind Bomboozle and Captive, and expected to release in October. Briefly, anti-pollution is the big message running through this season's lineup of games, but none are as blatantly optimistic as Captain Planet. Based on the ecologically sound superhero of the same name, the game is being crafted by Tony Captive Crowther, which seems to suggest that it will be rather good. Mr. Planet is apparently a big name in superhero circles and destined to take the place of Turtles, Killer Tomatoes and Real Ghostbusters in the Saturday morning cartoon slot. Well, it clearly didn't. It was pretty much a flop, really. Kids don't like being lectured to. Captain Planet is surrounded by sugary characters who are dedicated to cleaning up the Earth's act. Each has his or her own special powers related to the basic elements, and the game allows you to utilise all during different levels. On the upside, Mindscape spent a hell of a lot of money on this licence, even though the name is yet to really make an impression outside of computer games magazines. The decision to draft in Crowther seems to virtually guarantee a game that will appeal to all ages. Plenty of atmosphere and colour. On the downside, no problem if you can stomach the Swedish ecological sentiments. What are its chances? Certainly one of the big releases of the year, and a healthy chart placing seems pretty much guaranteed. Possibly, just possibly, a number one. And no, it wasn't very good. Captain Planet, it was pretty average and there. And yeah, hated the cartoon as well. Then we get Utopia. Publisher Gremlin, programmers Graham Ing and Robert Crack, the crew of BSS Jane Seymour, and releasing in September. Briefly, it's back to into isometric 3D land again for another bout of omnipotent meddling in the affairs of lesser beings. This time you're given a whole planet to play with. The idea to build an ideal civilization full of peace and flowers and people without all that many clothes on. But we'll know how attempts at building utopias usually turn out, with a nasty kickback, this time in the form of attacks by 10 greedy and excessive alien races. On the upside, you control the social, economic and military development of your colony, so there's plenty of juggling with menus to be done for those with a strategic bent. And the invasion difficulties, and you've got something that's guaranteed to eat into your spare hours, while the slightly cartoony graphics appeal. Pedigree programmers too. On the downside, those crusty old Populous / SimCity comparisons are sure to make an appearance. What are its chances? The idea of taking control over a virgin planet has plenty of appeal. It's going to be an isometric autumn and winter, but Utopia looks like it will hold its own. Yeah, I mean, Utopia actually was pretty good. I quite like Utopia. It was a good strategy game. Then we have Myth, published by System 3 and developed in-house and expected to release in September. Briefly, it's taken 2 years, but the 8-bit classic has finally made it into the place it really belongs, on the Amiga. According to System 3, this is the most challenging action-adventure ever created, which shows confidence at least. On the upside, there are 4 huge levels of multi-directional scrolling landscapes, sweetly animated characters, and a smattering of strategy to confuse all you flesh fiends. Puzzles were neat in the 8-bit versions, and they've been retained, though the central character is no longer Mr. Everyman, but has turned into a squat barbarian type. On the downside, this has taken a long time to come to fruition. It should have been out in May, but anyone who remembers the original will have ultra high hopes of an excellent arcade-style game. We're not sure about the new central character either. What are its chances? If it lives up to expectations, Myth could be one of the best platform games yet. And if not, well, everyone will know about it soon enough. Yeah, I mean, I quite like Myth. Didn't really set the world alight, but still pretty cool. Okay, then we get Home Alone, published by Accolade. Programmers Capstone, the people behind the last issue's interesting Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, and expected to release in November. Briefly, frolicsome arcade fun based on the assorted sequences from the surprise hit movie. You know, it's the one about the little kid who has to fend off his family house from a couple of particularly stupid burglars. On the upside, Capstone, a Miami-based gang who seem to take delight in transferring odd choices of movie to silicon. Bill and Ted, the game, isn't all that hot in its own right, but fans of the movie got a kick out of it. Home Alone seems likely to repeat that. On the downside, we don't hold out much hope for the gameplay. It would likely be the sort of thing that wouldn't get a look in without a movie license. What are its chances? While the video stomps its way to the top of the charts, the game is likely to put in a mediocre performance. Not a cynical license rip-off, but it's unlikely to be regarded a classic. Yeah, and it certainly wasn't, but they are right, it was at least trying to do things a bit different. Then we get another one, Shanghai 2. This actually never made it to the Amiga, but it did get a PC release. Published by Activision and programmers in-house. Expected to release in September. Briefly, catchy oriental memory strategy game involving pairing off identical tiles until none are left. It's similar in concept to the original Shanghai, but Activision has thrown in a bag full of new tile layouts, dizzy animation and sound effects. You play with 9 different layers of tiles and can only move certain ones at a particular time, so it all gets a wee bit complicated. On the upside, Chinese puzzles are impossible to leave alone, and we expect this to be clean and crisp. Little extras like allowing players to create their own tile layouts make Shanghai 2 special. On the downside, £35.99. Gulp. What are its chances? Seriously baffling price, which could harm a good game's chances. Then we have 3D Golf. I believe it was released as Microprose Golf. Publisher, Microprose. Programmers. The Thought Train, a new team of programmers in their professional debut. Expected to release in September. Briefly, 3D Golf is golf in 3 dimensions. On the upside, up to 4 players, 10 computer components, the graphics look good, and we're promised lots of highly detailed gameplay. On the downside, we reckon no one needs more than one golf game, and since PGA Tour Golf, Electronic Arts, is so brilliant, this might be in trouble. What are its chances? It should put in a solid performance in Britain's bustling software stores, although chart glory seems unlikely. Yeah, and exactly on the number here. It was a good game, but it did get overshadowed by PGA Tour Golf. Then we have Silent Service 2, published by Microprose and developed in-house with the expected to release date of September. Briefly, comprehensive World War II submarine simulation which attempts to supplement the commendable successes of its predecessor. This time there are better graphics, more scenarios and better sound. You can battle alongside the Japanese in the Pacific or attempt to sink Allied shipping in the Atlantic. Attention to detail, all manner of missions add depth to the game. On the upside, bound to be atmospherically impressive and deep. The original game clocked up sales of 625,000 worldwide and won Simulation of the Year awards in 6 countries. On the downside, no matter how accurate and painstakingly put together, submarine games can be deadly boring. What are its chances? Excellent. Not a chart topper, but suitably Microprose-like attention to detail puts Silent Service 2 on a steady course for an all-time classic land. It's the kind of game you'll still be happy to buy in a couple of years' time. And yeah, this was really one of the best submarine games. It's probably the only one that I've really enjoyed. So yeah. Okay, then we get another one which go over the page, which I don't believe this got released, sadly. It's Chinto's Revenge, published by Millennium and programmers in-house and expected to arrive in September. Briefly, very Japanese cartoon adventurer sporting state-of-the-art graphics and animation. Guide the unfeasibly large sprite of Chinto into an evil castle, avoid all the traps, do away with all the guards, and save your sweetheart. On the upside, pictorially spectacular, if odd, journey through an imaginative quirks and high emotions. Just what you expect from a game heavily influenced by Japanese comic culture. On the downside, there's still a question mark of how successful they will be with the gameplay. What are its chances? Let's hope for something out of the ordinary. There's still more that could be done with the Amiga graphic capabilities, and this could be a step in the right direction. And yeah, it looks quite good in the screenshots. I'll show you as much as I can find, but yeah, I don't believe it got released. Then we get to Nebulous 2. This did get released, published by 21st Century and programmers Infernal Bytes, their debut, and expected to release in September. Briefly, remember the original Nebulous? It involved working frog-like character up through a series of towers, complexes, picking up useful bonuses and disposing of useless enemies. It was a smash hit. This version differs in that you have to climb down towers as well. Naturally, there are more bonuses, more baddies, and prettier graphics. On the upside, the original was sensational and rates highly among people's all-time favourite games. A sequel is long overdue. 21st Century themselves, a sequel to the now defunct Hewson, badly needs a hit, so hopefully they'll pull all the stops out. On the downside, though the original programmer John Phillips is helping out, he wasn't interested in reworking the game himself. A real shame. The sequel will have to do interesting things with the basic concept to be worth the effort. What are its chances? No hiding behind licenses here. With a product like this, it all comes down to how well they've done in the game. Yeah, and you know, to be honest, I never really was a big fan of the first Nebulous, so Nebulous 2 was more of the same as far as I was concerned. Then we get Magic Pockets, published by Renegade and programmers the Bitmap Brothers, responsible for, but you know the rest. The release date is in September. Briefly, Magic Pockets is the Bitmap's first attempt to write a cute platform game. True to form, they haven't been able to resist the temptation to give the graphics a metallic look. That's become their trademark. Central character, the Bitmap, who bears an unnerving resemblance to Nathan of ImageWorks rap fame, but we did it first, shout the Bitmaps, finds himself on a quest to retrieve some lost toys from the usual crew of horrid meanies, with the aid of a whole variety of weapons plucked from his Magic Pockets, hence the title. On the upside, as you can see from the screenshots, Magic Pockets looks absolutely lovely, and this isn't even the finished version. The Bitmaps are continuing with intelligent enemy traditions that feature so heavily in their gods, and generally the buzz about the game is excellent. On the downside, well, it's not the most radical departure you could imagine, is it? There's a danger of overcomplicating matters. Cute arcade platform games usually rely on rather simplistic gameplay for easy access and instant appeal, and the graphic style might prove inappropriate in the final analysis too. What are its chances? Very good indeed. The Bitmaps have yet to program a turkey, either critically or commercially, and the huge exposure this one's already achieved, including much plugging on a Saturday morning TV show, should guarantee a monster success. The 90% completed version we've seen already looks a winner. Yeah, I mean, the Magic Pockets, it was a pretty good platformer. Obviously not the top tier of Bitmap Brothers, but still a good game. Then we have Final Blow, published by Storm and programmers Stephen Hooper and the in-house team at Sales Curve, Storm's parent company. Expected to release in September. Briefly, Final Blow is a fairly straightforward arcade boxing game based on Taito's coin-up. The Amiga version offers 10 opponents, a few more than in the original, each of which has its own particular characteristics, a weak chin, a powerful right cross, etc. Various fighting moves, a league system, and that's about it. Impressively big sprites though. On the upside, boxing games are popular in the arcades, and this one perhaps more than most. The large graphics make the game initially impressive, and the programmers have made laudable attempts to widen the scope of the game and improve its long-term interest by adding to the gameplay rather than taking bits out. On the downside, but have they added enough? By its very nature, boxing doesn't offer that much scope for variety, and that could be its downfall. What are its chances? Likely to do reasonably well, but it won't set the house on fire. Unless they manage to pull off a truly spectacular conversion, that is. And it wasn't great. But then I wasn't a fan of the arcade original. But you could pretty much win by putting on the autofire. Then they have, this is a classic, Rodland, published by Storm and programmers Ronald Piquet Wisarik and John Crowdy and Neil Langman on graphics at the Sales Curve, and expected to release in September. Briefly, a ridiculously cute, and you could say too cute, Jalico coin-up in the style of, say, Bubble Bobble, converted to the Amiga. You play one of the two candy floss-haired My Little Pony-esque girls on a platform and ladders mission to rescue their nubile kidnapped mum from some terrible unseen baddie. Each screen forms a single level, and gameplay consists of climbing ladders, both fixed and created by yourself, collecting flowers and the like for points, and killing baddies by catching them in your magic wands and repeatedly beating them into the ground. It's limited but fun. On the upside, gorgeous graphics ported from the coin-up, simultaneous two-player mode, and generally polished feel. Programmer Peter Wisarik worked on Swiv, which bodes well, and he's managed to include extra animated sequences not seen in the arcade version. The behaviour patterns of the various fluffy baddies have been made more sophisticated too, which helps matters. On the downside, at the reported 40 screens long, there doesn't seem to be much to it. The action is fun for a while. In the short term, gets repetitive too, and feels rather too easy. In fact, it all plays like the beautifully slowed down version of last month PD giveaway Frantic Freddy, despite the appearances, this is no bubble. What are its chances? Its pretty and appealing nature will see through, but the gameplay is simply nowhere near as deep or rewarding as that of the best platform cuties. Strictly short-term fun, but that was an amazing arcade conversion and one of my favourite games on the Amiga. Then we have Alcatraz, published by Infogrames, programmed in-house and expected to release in September. Briefly, now here's a novel concept. You have to break into Alcatraz, the infamous hellhole prison and part-time aviary. Plot has it that the island penitentiary has somehow become the offshore base of a large and dangerous drug ring. Written in the style of Infogrames' previous hit, Hostages, you control a troop of SAS-style commandos on a mission to go in there and, well, kick some ass. On the upside, nice graphics, loads of enemies, loud music, eclectic gameplay. Hostages has its fans. On the downside, but we don't know all that many of them, except for Gary anyway. Whether it can make any significant improvement over the original concept is a moot point. If not, expect predictable, standardised thrills. What are its chances? Written for the charts and likely to be one of Infogrames' biggest hits to date. Yeah, I really liked Alcatraz. It was a good game. You know, at the time I hadn't played Hostages, so it felt quite unique. There was a lot of techniques like hiding in the shadows and things that I quite liked. Oh, here's a big one. Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, published by Lucasfilms and released obviously by US Gold for the Amiga. Programmers Ron Gilbert and Lucasfilm in-house team and expected to release in November. Briefly, US Gold are releasing 2 new indie games, the first time they've not been based on hit films. The action game is being put together by Attention to Detail, the night shift people in this country, and features 3D isometric viewpoint that introduces a female psychic to our hero. Meanwhile, the potentially even more interesting adventure is being worked on by Lucasfilm in the States. Plot details are currently vague. Indy battles Nazis, goes to locations in North Africa, Monte Carlo amongst others, and some point visits, you guessed it, Atlantis. But it is confirmed that the game uses the improved version of Monkey Island's point-and-click system and draws heavily on the characters and situations featured in the 3 films. Perhaps the most exciting thing, though, is a new 3 ways to play idea. The game adapts itself to your preferred style of playing, presenting you with the same locations and basic plot, but biasing things towards fighting, talking or puzzling your way out of difficulties, depending on which method you initially use. On the upside, fans of Ron Gilbert's previous excellent Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade adventure, not to mention his Monkey Island, will be waiting with bated breath for this one, and it's unlikely to disappoint. On the downside, we can't really think of one. What are its chances? Absolutely excellent. If Secret Monkey Island can get to the top end of the chart, how can a similar quality adventure with such a strong license as this attached to it possibly fail? And yeah, the adventure game was amazing, but the arcade version was pretty dire, but yeah, right. Then we get Elvira 2, The Jaws of Cerberus, published by Accolade and programmers Horrorsoft, Birmingham-based programmers of the first Elvira. And of course, they went on to do Simon the Sorcerer. Briefly, fantasy role-playing game located on the sets of 3 horror movies, thereby allowing for plenty of typical horror film type characters and lots of cheap gags. Cerberus, the 3-headed dog from Greek legend, appears at the end, although we're not quite sure why. On the upside, we thought the original Elvira was pretty poor, too much disc access and not enough game. However, Accolade says it was their biggest seller in Europe thus far, so they must be doing something right. On the downside, see above, Elvira's got potential as a license, but if they can't get it right, perhaps they're better pensioning her off. What are its chances? Strong, if what Accolades say about the first game is to be believed. Yeah, I mean, I quite like the Elvira games, and it was quite good. Right, then let's go over the page, and we have Conspiracy. This was another game that didn't get released, I believe, and published by Accolade, programmers Accolade US. Briefly, it's a weird one, this. A straight modern-day pictorial adventure based on the mean streets of New York City. The story is told entirely through text and static digitized pictures. Accolade calling it the first fully digitized adventure, giving us some 350 images to play with. As fits the title, the plot line sounds like something off a railway cafe book rack. CIA agent is killed in a posh hotel and you are the prime suspect. Caught between the real murderers and a bunch of grey-suited agency boys, you've got 24 hours to pick up 7 files located around the Big Apple and get to the bottom of it all. On the upside, some tasty images of the big city wrapped around an easy-to-play, icon-driven digital thriller makes for quite an appealing project. Action sequences too, apparently, though we're not sure exactly how these will work. An interesting, brave game bound to find an audience. On the downside, though we couldn't say how large, Accolade reckons there are 40 hours of gameplay here, but that'll mean a good deal of going over old ground. The digital pictures are a good idea, but they could also be slow and hamper gameplay. What are its chances? These interactive novel things rarely deliver as much as they promise, but we're happy to be surprised. Then we get Floor 13, published by Virgin, and programmers David Eastman, Shahid Ahmad, and graphics Carl Cropley. In brief, a complicated multi-plot strategy game presented in a keyboard-controlled pull-down Windows adventure game style. You are put in control of the secret police force in the UK of the near future, serving the interests of the unspecified government of the day in any way you see fit. Balancing use of your surveillance, pursuit, interrogation, search, removal, heavy assault, disinformation and infiltration departments. You must go about your business, removing dangers to your government in any way you see fit, without being caught doing it. It's no good simply assassinating everyone, as you'll be found out. Government connections will be made and they'll be booted out of office. The opposite of what you're trying to achieve. Various tasks have to be accomplished, whatever methods you see fit, to keep you in the game, while a subplot involving your loyalty to another, more shadowy organisation complicates things. On the upside, conflict fans will want to see what David Eastman been doing since, and the product helps sell itself. The conspiracy theories it puts forward are intriguing, and the execution looks sound. Without doubt, one of the most interesting and original of this season's releases. On the downside, static, rather grey-looking graphics and a venture game approach will put many off. There's a strong chance it will be one of those products with an exciting and interesting premise, which never really manages to make anything interesting out of it. What are its chances? Providing it doesn't get totally lost beneath the flashier titles, very good indeed. Possibly something that's be more of a hit with PC game players, and they're generally more arcade-conscious arcade cousins. Yeah, and I quite liked Floor 13. It was a weird game, but it didn't really set the world alight. Oh, here's a classic. Megalomania, published by Imageworks, and programmers are Sensible Software, Microprose Soccer, International 3D Tennis is what they call out. Expected to release in September. Briefly, similar to Populous but smaller and potentially more of a giggle. You are colonising an island and nurturing it through different time phases, prehistoric, Roman, medieval, Victorian and so on, while staving off rival nations. If they develop faster than you, you'll be fighting fire with clubs. On the upside, from what we've seen, this is exceptional pace, so there's no chance of getting stuck in some deplorable time zone. Digitised speech, real actors were used, and humorous asides are nice touches. On the downside, needs 1 megabyte for the full complement of effects. What are its chances? Appealing ideas and quality programming will push this straight into the big league. Definitely worth sampling. And yeah, this game is an absolute classic, but of course, its release did get hampered a bit by Microprose about to go, Imageworks and part of the Mirrorsoft label going tits up. So yeah, it did hamper it, but great game. Okay, let's go back to the green bits at the sides. It's rather a lot, I appreciate, but it's good. Okay, other ones they call out is World Wrestling Federation, published by Ocean, programmers Twilight, also doing the 8-bit versions of Darkman, expected to release in October. Briefly, anyone who's recently found themselves welded to a Sky receiving kit will know all about the antics of these American wrestling chumps. Here's your chance to become, if that's the right word, Hulk Hogan, Ultimate Warrior, or British Bulldog. On the upside, it actually has a lot going for it. It's a cult sport with a huge following, it's packed with colourful characters, and it has the requisite violence quotient fitted as standard. All in all, ideal material for a computer game. On the downside, some people find all that grunting and groaning and manhandling a tiny tad ridiculous. What are its chances? We're in a real meathead territory here, a winner. And yeah, it wasn't a great game, but my word, it did incredibly well in the charts. Because we were all into wrestling and it was at its peak. Then they mentioned Smash TV, published by Ocean, and programmers are Probe, expected release in November. Briefly, long-awaited coin-up conversion based on the vicious game show of the future. Essentially, you're stuck in close combat with fancy high-tech weaponry on both sides. We're being told this makes War of the Worlds look like a carnival day in Knotty Ash, and are warned to expect total carnage. Yeah, like we're really quivering with fear. On the upside, prime conversion material with grandiose intro sequences, 50 different arenas, lots of guns, hunky graphics, sampled arcade speech, and optional game view variables. Basically the whole caboodle. This conversion is actually being handled by ZZKJ, previously responsible for Super Hang-On and Super Monaco GP, which hopefully eliminate any problems with the fact that, on the downside, there's a hell of a lot happening in the original, and that's not going to be easy to duplicate. What are its chances? If Probe fouls up, we'll really be in trouble. Still, we don't expect them to. Then we get Super Space Invaders, published by Domark and programmed in-house, expected to release in November. Briefly, the nastiest and firstest bad guys in the galaxy are back, bleeping and blooping their way earthwards. Your job? Simple. Enjoy the Death Fest. On the upside, simple, unpretentious fun is always a winner, and this should capture the appealing B-movie tongue-in-cheek feel. The coin-up original featured all sorts of weird stuff, including invaders on a mission to steal Earth cows. So expect more than a straight and humourless waste of more. On the downside, a nice idea as a one-off, but let's hope the release schedules don't start getting clogged up with nostalgic updates of prehistoric game styles. Hopefully, the basic gameplay won't simply feel too thin to warrant serious consideration in 1991. What are its chances? Super Space Invaders made a respectable impression in the arcades, and most expect a similar performance on the Amiga. And it was, a pretty good port on the Amiga. Then we get Race Driving, published by Domark, programmers Walking Circles, expected to arrive in November. Briefly, first there was Hard Driving, which was sort of okay. Then there was Hard Driving 2, which wasn't so okay. Now there's Race Driving, apparently the official sequel to Hard Driving as opposed to the unofficial sequel. Oh dear, it's all very confusing. Anyway, this one features 3 different tracks containing loads of loops, hoops, corkscrews to zoom around. One of the tracks is the same as in Hard Driving, one's ridiculously challenging, and the third is just plain tough. On the upside, good programmers in charge of converting a good coin-up. On the downside, neither previous home game captured the thrills of the coin-up sufficiently, mainly due to the shaky updates and a lack of speed. And there's a danger that the same will apply here. The new games got to feel different to the other two also. After all, what's the point in buying the same thing 3 times? What are its chances? The whole hard driving concept ran out of steam some while ago. It's going to take quite some game to rekindle a decent sized level of interest. MiG-29M Super Fulcrum, publisher Domark, programmers Simmis, last responsible for Spook, the original MiG-29. Expected to arrive September. Briefly, follow up to the highly successful MiG simulation of earlier this year, using much of the same code. This is based on a completely new piece of kit which is due to be unveiled at the Paris Air Show. On the upside, expect plenty of variety in gameplay. This isn't just a list of standard missions to complete. You'll be playing in a global scenario, so actions over which you have no control will drastically alter battle plans. The plane's different too, most notably the full 360-degree view bubble canopy. On the downside, might be disappointing for strict flight sim enthusiasts who expect absolute parity with the real aircraft. Nobody's going to believe Domark have full tech specs of a Soviet fighter which has yet to be launched. They'll have to take even more artistic license than is usual with flight sims. What are its chances? Polished and professional flight sims always do well, and judging by Simist past performance, this should be worth a look. Not likely to chart top though, as this game will be sold as both a mission disc for the existing MiG-29 owners and a standalone product, so sales will be split. Then we have Pit Fighter, published by Domark, programmers, the London branch of Tech, the conversion specialists. Expected to arrive in October. Briefly, pure brutality whisked this straight to the pinnacle of coin-up coolness last year. It was Atari's fastest-selling arcade machine ever. No plot as such, just rabid scrap between chunky characters who get down to wrestling, kickboxing and karate, not to mention using shurikens, knives, bar stools and even motorcycles as weapons. On the upside, absolute royalty as far as coin-ups go. Tech London have been instructed to recapture the fore and aft dimension of the impressive digitised coin-up fighter in the Amiga version. Big sprites, nice noises, and there's a damn good buzz about the project. On the downside, gameplay in the arcade version wouldn't have held up well without the distraction of the flashy visuals. Lacking the coin-up's gorgeousness, this could cause a serious problem for the home versions of the game. What are its chances? Should be one of the big coin-up based hits of the second half of the year. Yeah, it did pretty well on the Amiga. It just wasn't, the single fire button was a big factor. This one I have a soft spot for. Outrun Europa. Publishers is US Gold. Programmers are Probe, who have more conversions than we've room to mention through their various belts, although Turbo Outrun, Golden Axe and Eek, the surprisingly good 8-bit versions of Turtles, spring to mind. ETA is September. Briefly, 7-stage race across Europe in everything from jet skis to a lush Porsche 911s to 170 miles per hour Yamaha GP motorbikes. Not a coin-up conversion, but US Gold's own slightly off-the-wall spin-off interpretation of the original game. It offers plenty of scrapes with such lovelies as unfriendly policemen, secret agents and international terrorists. On the upside, lots of potential for more varied race game than most. This version of Outrun Europa is very different to the ones put together by Probe in 1989, featured in many magazines but never released. On the downside, the original Outrun coin-up was so good it set itself as the de facto standard in racing games. But although home versions hit #1 spots, the conversions left a great deal to be desired. What are its chances? If Probe gets it right, it will be a winner. It should be, at the very least, be amusing, at best lots of fun and a big hit. If no MP decides it encourages racing on public roads, that is. And I quite liked it really. It's quite cute, but without the red Ferrari, it doesn't feel like an Outrun game. That's just probably the biggest problem. Then we get RoboCod, published by Millennium, and programmer Chris Sorrell of James Pond fame, expected to arrive November. Briefly, another cutesy platform game with an environmental message, the follow-up to the surprise hit James Pond. This time he's out of the depth, putrid sea, and onto the earth to chase a dirty old scientist with designs on world domination. On the upside, perfectly reasonable of Millennium to milk some more from the remarkable James Pond success. Expect plenty of new ideas superimposed on an old game style. On the downside, yes, it's that age-old sequel grumble again. What are its chances? Probably won't repeat James Pond's advances. This is an amazing game, and it's interesting to see that how downbeat they were about it prior to its release of this amazing platformer. Probably one of my favourite platformers on the Amiga. And then we have Football X, working title, published by Chrysalis, programmers in-house, and expected to arrive in October. I don't know whether this actually got released. I think Chrysalis obviously did all the Manchester football games, but I don't know which one this is. I'll have to have a look. Briefly, standard football management affair featuring all 4 English leagues and the Vauxhall Conference. Some 1,300 players are packed in, plus the likelihood of an endorsement from a senior football league manager. Smart money is currently on George Graham, Terry Venables or Alex Ferguson. On the upside, Chrysalis made a hugely impressive job on its Manchester United game, so we can hope for something of quality. The firm says this will be a management game for the quality end of the market. On the downside, there are far too many of these games as it is, and most of them are dire. What are its chances? There are so many sports management games out there, each new one will succeed or fail on its own merits. Fingers crossed that this will be worth booting up. Then we get a real classic here with Lotus Turbo Challenge 2, published by Gremlin and programmers Magnetic Fields, who seem to have become a real driving game specialist following Supercars and the first Lotus. And it's expected to arrive in October. Briefly, less of the extended racing track feel of the first Lotus and more of an outrun style road race across America. The second game has a very different feel. Up to 4 players can compete. Linked computer capability is planned for some spectacular simultaneous action, but the split screen effect has gone in 1-player mode to allow for a bigger, more detailed play area. You'll notice the word esprit missing from the title. That's because certain stages put you behind the wheel of the Elan, a slower but better handling sports car instead. On the upside, the first Lotus was one of the best Amiga into-the-screen drives, and early word has it that this improves on it in various significant ways. On the downside, sequels aren't necessarily an improvement. Look at Gremlin's own Supercars 2. What are its chances? Gremlin is expected to make a big play of the extra capabilities of the new Lotus, things like the linked Amiga trick, that backed up by high reputation of the first game should see it do well. Course editor disc to be released later should prolong its appeal too. And yeah, amazing game, and obviously the weather effects was awesome. It's a real classic. For most people, it's one of their top Amiga games. It's sad that the editor disc didn't appear. I mean, obviously it did appear for Lotus 3, but yeah, it's a sort of shame. It would have been nice to see it for 2. Then we get Turbocharge. I don't remember this one, so this might be another one that didn't make it. Published by System 3 and programmers in-house, expected to arrive in October. Briefly, it's another high-speed chase with you and flash Italian sports cars pitted against more of those crazy drug dealers. On the upside, it'll be fast and violent. On the downside, just like hundreds of other driving games. What are its chances? There's no reason to expect anything special. Then we have Die Hard 2, publisher Grand Slam Video, programmers Tiertex, converters of hundreds of arcade licenses, including Strider and the homegrown sequel Strider 2, expected to arrive in October. Briefly, airport-based cat-and-mouse actioner based on the high-budget and ultra-violent movie of the same name. On the upside, non-stop rollercoaster ride of plot and high body count make it natural conversion. The strengths of the film is likely to earn it high profile. On the downside, the first Die Hard conversion was PC and C64 only and didn't make much of an impression. Faith in this revitalised Grand Slam is low, particularly in light of the old company's The Hunt for the Red October effort. What are its chances? Don't hold your breath. Yeah, it wasn't very good. It was just a by-the-numbers shooter, really. Wolf shooter, if I remember. Then we get Last Ninja 3, publisher System 3 and programmers in-house. Expected to arrive in September. According to System 3, Ninja 3 takes you back to the very core of Ninja's spiritual power, with battles taking place across levels depicting the 4 elements. All very interesting, but just how violent is it? On the upside, the 8-bit boys have already had their versions and response has been close to orgasmic. One magazine got itself into a state of nirvana and handed out a 100% rating. Fighting effects are said to be state-of-the-art. Certainly more has been made of them in this game than previous versions, while gameplay is basically a souped-up version of the same collect object to use on puzzle in a later screen affair. Still, this promises to be much more of a console-style product than previous Last Ninja games. On the downside, despite healthy C64 roots, System 3 has yet to make any mark at all on the 16-bit machines. Certainly, Amiga versions of the previous Last Ninjas have been disappointing. The whole thing will be a complete turn-off if fighting isn't your thing too. What are its chances? It all depends on whether a 16-bit audience can be persuaded to go for it, really. Still, System 3 deserve to make their big 16-bit breakthrough, and this could be the game that will do it for them. Then we get Realms, published by Virgin, and programmers Steve Turner and Andrew Braybrook and the Graph Gold team. Briefly, the look is obviously populous/powermonger based, but Virgin are at pains to play that down. This is far more straight strategy game, they say. In fact, based on the uncompleted idea Steve Turner had 5 years ago for a Spectrum game. You control one realm, a network of say 5 or 6 towns linked by trade routes, sending taxes to the capital, and have to build up strength in terms of cash, armies, health of the people. Defend it against attack and eventually defeat your opposing computer-controlled realm. It's all to do with controlling the lines of communication, apparently. One of the most exciting of the various projects that came up for grabs following the collapse of Activision UK. On the upside, programmers Graph Gold rarely put a foot wrong, and they've worked successfully with Virgin before on Ivan Iron Man Stuart's Super Off-Road Racer. Amazing game. They have to be seen as a major plus. The fractal maps, battle sequences and general presentation are spot on too. Of course, games using popular style viewpoints are hot at the moment. On the downside, though we've seen a number of demos, the gameplay has yet to be fully worked out yet, and that will make or break the game. The same basic idea could have worked on Spectrum, could prove either a strength or weakness. A brief description of the basic cutting off of supply routes routine sounds suspiciously simple to us. What are its chances? Could and perhaps should be one of the big hits of the autumn. The talent is certainly there, and since the game was actually started before Powermonger, there's been time to iron out all the glitches. It could get lost in the flood of similar products like Megalomania, Utopia, even Populous 2 itself, when that eventually comes out towards the end of the year. Then we get Reach for the Skies by Mirrorsoft and programmers PSS, expected to arrive in September. Another chance to change the course of history in this recreation of the Battle of Britain. Reach for the Skies could be PSS's most ambitious project to date, with heavy strategy content mixed with splashes of action. We've certainly come a long way since Mirrorsoft bought out Spitfire 40. On the upside, it's meticulously researched and there are options to play on either side as a pilot or as a controller. Absolutely humming with summer of 1940 atmosphere, with most of the aircraft involved in the battle getting a look in. The missions given to the pilots are the actual missions fought at the time. On the downside, don't expect to get in and fly arcade game. What are its chances? We'll all harbour a soft spot for Spitfires, Tin Legs and Sir John Mills. The war game of the autumn. Yeah, it was quite good actually, although obviously better on PC. One that I personally don't like is Barbarian 2. This is not the Palace one, but the Psygnosis one as the publisher and programmers in-house. Expected to arrive in October. Briefly, you're bound to be told 101 times that this is nothing whatsoever to do with the Palace's head-chopping frenzy of the same name, so we promise not to mention it again. Anyway, this one's a scrolling arcade adventure in the typical Psygnosis style. with a capital S. Check out the 2000 frames of sprite animation, 50 divergent enemies and 6 levels of continuous action. On the upside, anyone who's familiar with Psygnosis' arcade-style games will have a rough idea of what to expect. Plenty of atmosphere, nice sound effects and scrupulous attention to detail. On the downside, gameplay has suffered many times before in the pursuit of demo-like animation. What are its chances? It's competing against a lot of coin-up conversions in the action stakes, but will almost certainly hold its own. Yeah, I just didn't get on with the Psygnosis Barbarian games, really. Particularly, I think it was the mouse and the joystick combination. It just didn't work for me. Then we get Mercenary 3. I've got a real soft spot for this one, though. It's published by Novagem and programmers Paul Wokes, expected to arrive in October. Briefly, no prizes for figuring out that this is the third in the Mercenary series, which seems to have been going on for almost as long as Coronation Street. Fans of the previous two will be expecting plenty of exploration through grim three-dimensional space colonies. This time, though, there are far more enemies to tackle. On the upside, pretty and involved with plenty of character interaction and battle sequences. On the downside, some may feel that it falls between the two stools of action and adventure. What are its chances? A shoot-'em-up game for brainy types. Okay, this is one that I don't think ever got released. Would have been interesting. It's J.R.R. Tolkien's Riders of Rohan. The publisher's PSS by Mirasoft, and programmers are Beam Software. It was expected to arrive in November. Briefly, best described as a strategy game with a twist. Riders of Rohan features all that you expect from a Tolkien-esque adventure, with a welcome addition of some arcade sequences and sub-games. Characters are a high priority. On the upside, we'll be involved and engrossing for Tolkien fans, and we're promised more from the Australian programmers. On the downside, if you despise Tolkien stuff, and there's quite a fair few of us, then you're bound to hate this. What are its chances? Beam Software has been banging out Tolkien games for donkey's years, and they always find an audience. Okay, yeah, it'd be interesting to see what that looked like, because I'm sure it didn't get released. Then we get Robin Hood. Publisher Millennium, programmers in-house, and expected to arrive in October. Briefly, the viewpoint is that of a 3D isometric thingy that features 36 familiar characters milling around Nottingham. It's up to you to influence these characters. Your actions and subsequently theirs will define the outcome of this classic medieval encounter. On the upside, we hear that Millennium have sunk heart and soul into this project, plus adventures are getting better all the time. On the downside, real-time character interaction is a pain to pull off. What are its chances? Tales of Sherwood are very much in vogue, so perhaps they can attract enough non-adventure types. And it really was quite good. And of course, fell on the coattails of the Robin Hood film. And that is the whole section. It really was rather a lot there. I guess one thing to mention is the advert that we skipped over, the Wheels to Win, where you could win motorbikes or bikes. And also, we'll move on. You can see on the other page, you've got like Amiga repairs and usual things like that. But there we go. Right, and then we come to the section, if we'd known then what we know now, we'd have done it all rather differently or something like that. Anyway, Adrian Stevens, Andy Beveridge, Martin Day and Ricardo Pinto make up the assembly line, the usually innovative, always interesting and quite weird force behind games such as Interphase, eMotion and the recent success of Cybercon 3. Just why, we asked them, have all your games been so well odd? So then this is really good. You can see a lovely picture of the team. So, the assembly line clockwise from top left, Adrian Stevens, Martin Day, Ricardo Pinto and Andy Beveridge. Then it goes on to the actual games. A few odd little bits on the side. Martin, in between all the assembly line stuff, I've been doing quite a few bits on the side Ricardo doesn't want me to do, but it helps to pay the rent. There was Exterminator for Audiogenic for one, a coin-up conversion that I think improved on the original. The arcade game has some beautiful 3D in it, but the collision detection was way out. Then there was Xenon 2, of course. This was great. It was designed by the Bitmaps, and though I just did the coding, for a game like that, it's quite a major thing. Pipe Mania was another one. John came up with the game design for this. Its beauty was that once you got the idea, the rest of it was very easy to do. People said it was very original, but it wasn't. It was inspired by a number of other games, though I couldn't tell you what they were. Timing was perhaps the most important thing. It came out after Tetris, but before the flood of puzzle games, and made quite a name for itself. And they show an image of Exterminator, the game there. Then we go to early days. Adrian. I did all sorts of things. Killer Griller, Mr. Ease, Crazy Painter, Flip, Ping Pong, lots of old BBC games. I quite like some of those, Killer Griller in particular. Martin, while I did an Arkanoid clone called Impact and something called Helter Skelter for Audiogenic, a bit of programming on Fernandez Must Die, and a rather nifty assembler program development system called SNASM, which is used by the Bitmaps, real-time, vector graphics, and the sales curve, Signosis, etc. Ricardo. I did Gyron on the Spectrum, the Z80 version of Elite, and a good deal of the early game design for Carrier Command when I worked at Rainbird. Andy. I was involved in that too. I used to work for the programmers real time and did some of the bits for Carrier, it means Carrier Command, as well as the first version of Battle Command. It was nothing like the game that came out in the end though. Martin. Basically, what we're trying to say is all the stuff we did before we formed Assembly Line was crap, except for my ones, of course. Right, then they talk about interface. Adrian. This one started back in 1988 when I went to Microsoft with the ideas and 3D routines, knowing I wanted to write a game but not having the faintest idea about game design. For various reasons, nobody there came up with a proper framework for it either. So in the end, I found myself in the ridiculous situation on working on a project for the 1.5 years with no clear idea what it was I was actually working on. Eventually, a chap called Dean Lester, now at Tech, thought something up, and there it was, we had Interface. Looking back at it now, I'd say the game's all right, but I'd been a lot better if I'd known what I was aiming at from the start. It was a bit abstract, perhaps. I know Microsoft are now a lot more wary of taking on games like this. It's a lot easier to sell something where anyone can easily grasp what's going on. And then it just gives a mention you can get interface cheap, flip to page 92. So we'll see when we get to 92. Then they talk about emotion. Andy. This was initially designed by a chap called John Dale, who used to work with us. I think all that new age stuff that surrounded it was basically due to the rather mellow graphics. We certainly didn't think of it in those terms at all. It was a very minimalist game, and while all the reviews said, yes, here's something that's completely different, nobody seemed to want to buy it. We tend to fit into that category a lot, actually, of programmers who everybody talks about, but who never produce big hit games. I think it's because we often tended to out-weird even ourselves. We're aware of it and we're trying not to do it anymore. I think you'll find that all our new stuff is much more accessible, Adrian says. The reason it looks like it does is that I can't draw, and neither could John, so we ray traced all the graphics. It really started off as a demo we did to impress people. Things like putting bits of string in that ties the balls together we added because they looked nice, not particularly because they contributed much to the game. Ricardo. I think the thing is that these guys are technically brilliant programmers, but having recently joined the team, I can see that they haven't always had the support in terms of game development and style that they need. That is hopefully something I can bring to the team. We have a great belief in 3D games and we will continue to do them, perhaps because the infinite number of views makes them so close to reality. But hopefully we'll be coming up with more accessible games using the same style. Then they talk about, we'll go down here to vaccine. A lot of people have had a lot of trouble with this. I think the only person I've ever met who can properly play it. What happened was I wrote a ray trace thing, decided I wanted to generate sprites with it, and ended up with something that looked like vaccine. I couldn't think of what to do with it after that, though. It was only after John came up with his idea for emotion that it began to turn into a game. We put the strings in because it looked nice in emotion, but then we had to try and think of a purpose to the gameplay. It wouldn't really recommend it as a way of working to come up with something that looks pretty and then add a game to it. Ricardo. I think it's something that did work as a shoot 'em up, but people don't seem to want to play it that way. It's often referred to as a puzzle game, but it's just a Fender in 3D, really. Once people get their minds around that, they're often a lot happier with the game. Of course, it doesn't make getting to grips with the slightly unusual control movement any easier. And then it says, now hurry to page 92 for bargain of the century. Then they talk about their most recent game, Cybercon 3, Ricardo. Well, it's a very fast game, but that's not actually the important thing. Too many 3D games are really little more than graphic demos with a plot tacked on. It's a trap we've fallen into ourselves. But here we've really concentrated on the game side of things. Playing it is actually a very intense experience. After a bit, you can really get to feeling you're in this place and can get genuinely scary at times. Andy, I think one thing we're proud of is that we've not cheated at all on Cybercon 3. We've made it a conscientious effort to get all down to earth and understandable, while at the same time give people real value for money. We're very aware of the fact that £25 is a lot, and we really have to deliver at least £25 worth of entertainment. I think the only thing we're disappointed about is that the front end is weak. We wanted a highly polished Psygnosis-style intro sequence and felt the game deserved it. Having said that, though, we haven't compromised at all with the actual game. This is the first product Ricardo has worked on with the assembly line, and he's brought a lot of role-playing type ideas to it, which has been a real help. He's also really pushed for us to try and create feelings of tension and atmosphere. It's a very emotionally draining sort of game. Some sequences can give you a real feeling of vertigo. Others, especially those featuring the Annihilator, our movie-style monster that just won't die, are genuinely frightening. The future. We're doing a flight sim with a big difference, which we can't tell you about yet, for Disney software using Gourand shading, a very sophisticated technique for making objects appear much more solid and rounded, which is yet to appear in a game. You don't get sharp lines between planes on a shape anymore, and the results are just stunning. Beyond that, we've got ideas for maybe 12 other projects, though we normally only like to have around 3 on the go at one time. We've learned a lot from doing Cybercon as far as making the gameplay work, but that's really only the beginning. And then, of course, Ricardo is threatening to take up programming again and show us how it's all really done. And yeah, of course, they're referring to Stunt Island, which they did release not on the Amiga but on PC and Linux and Windows. And yeah, it was pretty good. Really quite a good game that they did, very ahead of its time. But I think that was because it didn't do very well. I think that was the last game. Yeah, they sort of shut shop because it didn't do very well, Stunt Island. But yeah, I mean, let's just see what they went on to do. Just bear with me a second. So Ricardo Pinto, he went on, he did Nightmare Circus on the Mega Drive in 1996. That's quite an interesting one. Of course, just let's talk about some of these, because obviously he mentioned Gyron, but he also did, Ricardo Pinto did the programming on Elite for the Spectrum port and Amstrad. And, he's still working, doing what he appears as a multiplayer additional voice talents on Assassin's Creed Black Flag, of all things, according to Moby Games. And looking at Andy Beveridge, he did Death Jr. on the PSP. So yeah, that's kind of cool because he did programming. Adrian Stevens, he's continued with a major career. Yeah, so obviously he did all the ones that he mentioned earlier. before that, but he went on to do the programming on the fantastic Comics Zone on the Mega Drive, and he did Maui Mallard and Cold Shadow on the Mega Drive, and went on to do True Crime Streets of LA, which was ahead of its time, and also True Crime New York City, doing the Xbox version at least. But he went on to do also Shrek 2. But yeah, no, he's quite cool. And one game he didn't mention is he also did Power Play, the Game of the Gods, in the early days, along with all those fantastic BBC games. Martin Day, he also did quite what did he do? He really didn't do much, really, according to Moby. His last game was Stunt Island. He did get involved as a thanks as one of the people involved in bringing back the Broken Sword, Templars Reforged, and got a special thanks for Fallout 3 and Death Jr. and things, but seemed to step away from the industry. Yeah, so I'm a big fan of the assembly line, and it's sort of sad that we didn't get to see any more of those games that they were involved with, because, well, as they proved even with their last game, they were going on to greater things, and it's sort of a shame that they didn't do that. Right, let's go on. Then we have a lovely advert. Now you can see we're on the with this beautiful advert here, the Cartoon Classic box set that you could get. This was, of course, the Amiga 500 Plus it had become, and that was quite a good bundle. In some ways, you had Lemmings, which was awesome, of course, and the Simpson game, which was great, but also Captain Planet, which was a bit of a disappointment. And this time came with Deluxe Paint 3, which was really, really cool. And you can see like an extra pack there. I'm going to open up to see that in high res. That's just and then they're giving an extra bundle here because of Silica often give like extra games. What have we got here? There's some interesting ones here. It's difficult to read. Oh, you got Asterix Operation Get-A-Fix. That was pretty meh, really, but I'll show a little bit there. Test Player 2150. Yeah, pretty good game. Driving Force. Yeah, that was all right. If I seem to remember, I'll show there. Number 4 was James Bond 007 Live and Let Die, the computer game. I used to love that. Done by the same team that did Buggy Boy Home Ports, and it was basically Buggy Boy in a boat, originally called Aquajet, and then they got the James Bond license. Then there was Onslaught that they gave, and that was not very good, I seem to remember. Then you got Pipe Mania. That was pretty good. I'm not a fan of it particularly. Then you've got Rick Dangerous. Yeah, absolute classic. Rock and Roll. That's by Rainbow Arts. Then there's Squeak by US Gold. Nice little puzzle game. And then finally you have Trivial Pursuit by Domark. And you also got Photon Paint as well included, which was, I don't know why you would want Photon Paint if you got Deluxe Paint 3. But yeah, I mean, interestingly, you know, that was £399. That was a lot of money that you had to pay out. £329 was for the standalone. But if you wanted all the extra stuff like the cartoon pack, which of course you would want with 1 megabyte of RAM and everything, it was £399. Bizarrely, you also got 16 nights free holiday accommodation. It's a rather random thing to give. But yeah, no, it's nice memories with these silicon packs. Right, okay, so let's go on to another special article. And this one's really interesting. This is Zen and the Art of Film Conversion. And it reads, as a whole new big crop of big name film conversions limber up for a chance to grab big wadges of your pocket money this Christmas, Matt Bilby asks some pertinent questions, like how do you go about converting a film? Why do people bother? And why on earth do so many of them turn out to be so completely crap? Okay, so let's read this through. Why convert a film in the first place? The answer to this one is easy. It's the money, isn't it? With a strong film license to tackle, not only do you get all the gigantic publicity of the film, not to mention that generated by the rest of the associated merchandise boosting your game in the eyes of the punters, you also get a strongly identifiable image mums and grannies are far more likely to pick up as presents than any coin-up based title, and certainly any original game. Provided the film's a hit, and that's a big risk, this can really be a license to print money. Movies have international appeal too, perhaps more than, say, any other medium, which, as they say, can't hurt. How long do you get to do it? It all depends on the film. If your software company has picked up a license to an oldie, a movie that's been around a few years, then you've got yourself a bit more flexibility. Domark tend to do one Bond game a year. Every other one is a tie-in with the release of a new film, and so simply has to be finished in time to hit the shops when 007 fever is at its peak. But for the other game, there's less of a rush. This tends to be the back catalogue product, The Spy Who Loved Me most recently, and because the release doesn't really have anything to tie in with anything in particular, the programmers get a lot longer to concentrate on the actual game. Hurrah! We'll go into how much time you get for a current film in a moment. How do you decide which bits of the film to put in the game? There are two basic schools of thought on this. There's the let's stick together a series of sub-games where each one illustrates an important scene from the movie idea, perhaps typified by Ocean's ultra-successful Batman. And then there's the single game mechanic adapted to try and fit all aspects of the film approach as seen in, say, License to Kill. Both have their upsides and, of course, their downsides. With the Ocean approach, you certainly manage to give the impression the game player is getting a lot for his money. Look, it's almost the same as buying 4 different games, and you get a good chance to remain faithful to the plot of the movie. However, these games can have a very disjointed feel, with none of the individual sub-games providing a great deal of challenge or satisfaction on their own. Something like Ghostbusters 2 falls apart totally on this front. The Domark style approach has its problems too. While you do get a chance to properly develop a single game style, attempts to link it all with what actually happened in the movie can look increasingly desperate. License to Kill went for a vertically scrolling look, which was fine at representing certain action scenes, but had no chance at all coping with the plenty of other important movie moments that just refused to fit into the format. The solution? They were ignored. How important is the character? Very important indeed. Would say probably a lot more important than any of the actual events in the film per se. If you don't believe us, just think about the upcoming Terminator 2 game for a moment. It's the idea of this big unstoppable robot, Arnie, that sticks in your mind, not any particular plot twist, which you probably don't know anything about anyway. US Gold's Moonwalker is a perfect example where trying to stick accurately representing a film can cause problems. Compare it with the two characterless puzzle game style overhead view maze chase surrounds, acceptable op-wolf sequences and giant robot ending to the Sega arcade game and Mega Drive conversion of the same name. The big problem, well, one was a big problem with the US Gold game, is that you hardly ever see Michael Jackson character. In one scene he's in the form of a giant rabbit on a motorbike, in another he's in a car, in the third he's got his back to us, and in the last, he's a giant robot. On the other hand, Sega's Coin-Up puts a nicely represented Michael Jackson on the screen the whole time, yelling and whooping and kicking his way through some rolling thunder-style beat-em-up action. The game may not be so closely tied to the actual events in the film, but it says Michael Jackson much more successfully, and incidentally creates a much more of a coherent game too. It's a problem that Domark's Bond games suffer from too, perhaps at an even greater degree, the most recent of which have put 007 in cars and boats and things, so we can hardly see him at all. Even in the brief scenes of License to Kill, where he does appear in person, it's in a very distancing overhead view. It's an unfortunate situation where the conversion of an average coin-up like Sly Spy secret agent can say 007 to us much more loudly than the real Bond, simply by virtue of the fact the character's visible on screen all the time. Domark's John Kavanagh concedes the point. Yes, I noticed it when my little nephews were playing Ocean's Robocop, because he's there in the middle of the screen all the time. You can shout at him, talk to him, and he becomes much more personal. It's something I've been very aware of in the new, currently untitled Bond game, where we're working on, initially for the Sega Master System, though it might come over to the Amiga. Of course it didn't. It was 007 James Bond is what they called it, but it came to the Master System and Mega Drive. It's not based on any particular film, but it's more generic James Bond's game. It's a sideway view shoot-'em-up, a bit like Rolling Thunder, animated in the Prince of Persia style. In fact, imagine 007 meets Prince of Persia and you've got halfway there. Ah yes, that sounds much more promising. How do you do a film conversion if the film you're trying doesn't even exist yet? Well, you've got problems, haven't you? You've got to live with them, though. This is exactly the situation that happens with most of the film-based games, remember? Release dates for both film and game have to be near as impossible the same, and that means both mediums have to be developed side by side. For a brief rundown of the process, you have to go through Here's Fergus McGovern of Probe. The example we are using is currently top secret project Alien 3. Step 1. What usually happens first, and this is certainly is the way it worked with the new Alien game, is that we get sent a film script. That's all. No pictures, no illustrations, nothing else at all. This will arrive a minimum of 6 months and a maximum of, say, a year before the game is meant to be released. It's got to be finished so it can be tied with the big publicity that surrounds the cinema release of the film. After all, it's got to be finished so it can be tied with the big publicity that surrounds the cinema release of the film. After all. Step 2. We take 5 photocopies of the basic script. I keep one, and copies go to Joe Bernard and Neil Young, the 2 producers here, to the potential programmer and or graphic artist, and perhaps most importantly to an independent storyboard reader. The chap we use is actually a local English teacher, and he does a lot of the donkey work, breaking down the script for us. First, he produces a 1,000-word summary of the film, including all the key elements, so we can all easily see what the movie's about at a glance. Film scripts are long things, and take some wading through. Then he'll do us a separate sheet detailing all the characters. He describes them and, as much as he's able from the script, pick out all their visible character traits and personalities. He's very good at this. When we eventually get to see the film, which may not be until after the game comes out, you can tell he's been getting it right 9 times out of 10. The third sheet he does for us describes all the locations found in the film, so we know what is aimed for as far as the settings are concerned. And then last, he describes the technology used. Do people use guns or knives? What's the transport like? This sort of thing. He may make suggestions that we look at other films or comics or whatever to get an idea about what he's on about. For this project, we've been looking at the 2 existing Alien films and the Aliens spin-off comics for ideas and simply a sense of atmosphere. Step 3. We then use all this information to come up with a basic draft of the game's design. Then we send to the publisher, in this case Mirrorsoft, with Alien 3. The person we're dealing with is Tony Beckwith, and he'll add his own ideas to the ones we've thought of. Step 4. Basically, because we're doing 2 versions of Alien 3, things split pretty naturally here. So Joe's more into action games, so he seemed natural to take charge of that version, while Neil is more into adventure-style products. The 2 of them come up with the core elements of their various games, phone the programmers they decide they want for the job, talk it through with them and see if the basic idea is feasible, and then the 2 games will start to evolve in different directions. They evolve a lot too, to be honest. It's very rare that the original spec for the game will turn out anything like the finished product at all. It's interesting they're working on 2 games because, of course, only one game, the action game, got released. But it does sound that the adventure game might be released years later on the PS1 and the PC and etc., which were and Saturn. The Alien trilogy, as I think, because I think that was done by Probe as well. Anyway, step 5. The thing that most people find really odd is that we've often never seen the film we're trying to reproduce. The whole time we're working on the game versions with something like Alien 3, it's not quite as bad as it can be because we've got the first 2 films to give us the general idea, and we'll still get photographs and perhaps a few sketches from the film company during production. One thing that sometimes happens is that you get to visit the film set and see how things are doing. About halfway through Alien 3, we went to Pinewood where they were filming it, saw the technology and the settings and what the characters look like. The aliens themselves are really scary until you touch them and discover that they're made of plastic. And we get a real feel of the film. We actually got to see a lot of the stuff we'd end up until then only been visualizing in our heads, and that helped out a great deal. Step 6. And then, of course, the game gets finished and the film comes out. Of course, with Aliens 3, we're only halfway through the project, so we've finished the principal shooting of the film. It's not been edited or anything yet, so we can't really tell how they compare. Both are due around Easter next year, so it could be a long time before any of us can tell. How do you manage to make one game appeal to people all around the world? You don't, or rather, you have a lot of trouble doing it. Quite often, different computer formats end up with totally different games, even though they're all packaged and sold as the same. Check out Robocop 2, for instance. See the Robocop 2 box out, which we'll talk about later, and it's going to be a similar situation with Robocop 3. While Probe Software and Croydon are working on the 8-bit carnations, Oceans have a very different and by all accounts very impressive solid 3D version being put together for the larger machines. All this is a bit haphazard though. Increasingly, software houses are aiming to get at least 2 versions of the same license ready to be sold side by side. It worked for US Gold Lucasfilm, and their 2 versions of Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade, see box out, and similar split is being used for both The Godfather and the film Alien 3. Here is Fergus McGovern of Probe again commenting on his 2 versions of Microsoft Alien 3. It used to be that someone like Microsoft would just get the license to a film property in Europe, but now they tend to get acquired the worldwide rights. So it's much more important for them that the game design is right. There's even more money at stake than before. More specifically, they've got to make sure the property performs to the best of its abilities across all computer formats and all territories. And it's fairly clear that that's a pretty tough order for any one game. Because of that, we decided with this new Alien that we needed to do 2 sorts of game. An arcade-style action game and a more sophisticated 3D arcade adventure strategy product. The second one is looking very exciting. While I can't tell you much about it, but first, the atmosphere is much more like the first film than the second. So there's lots of that very tense walking around corridors stuff, never knowing quite what you're going to find around the next corner, or above, or behind you for that matter. The idea that you can come up with a 3D game on the game sort of quality as, say, Cybercon 3, but with aliens in, is a very exciting indeed. Yeah, that must be definitely Alien Trilogy that eventually got released way in, I was probably not 96 or maybe even later. Yeah, so that's really, really cool that they originally started work on it here. What happens if the film people change the story and don't tell you? This can be a real problem when you're trying to make a game out of a film that doesn't even exist yet. One classic example is with Ocean's Nightbreed. Colin Gordon of Ocean explains, despite the fact that we had quite close ties with the director Clive Barker and the movie in general, this proved quite difficult. It was quite a risk for Ocean to take it on at all. The whole idea sounded great on paper, but it was never very clear how much the finished product was meant to be a horror film, how much was an action adventure, and how much weight at all this mystic and psychological stuff should have. In many ways, the ideas behind it were a bit complicated and evolved to transfer to the action game format at all. I actually think the less well-known interactive movie version was more of a success, since it could reflect the events of the film more clearly and put you right into the main character's shoes. The real problem, though, was not only did we have a very complicated story with a number of different elements, we also had a plot that kept changing. The goalposts seemed to be moving all the time. For instance, in the script, the local sheriff and his men were made out to be a bunch of neo-Nazis called the Sons of the Free or something, and that's how we depicted them, while in the film they just come across as a bunch of rednecks. See Nightbreed box. Worse, we have Chief Baddie Dr. Decker, the Mask, die at the end, but the film put in a sort of twist ending where he comes back to life again right at the end, and we knew nothing about this. Thus, the game and the film have totally different endings, which isn't exactly an ideal situation. How much artistic license can you take? Now, this is a tricky one. As a game developer, you obviously caught between 2 stools. On the one hand, you're doing your best to make a good, playable, satisfying game of the thing, while on the other you've got to represent the film properly, not to mention get everything approved by the powers that be at the software house. That's going to publish the game. The film company who own the original property, and even increasingly the agents of the main actor who star in the film. When working on Back to the Future Part 3, Joan Bernard of Probe played fast and loose with the actual plot of the film. We found that we could make all sorts of minor changes to the storyline in Back to the Future Part 3, he explained. Nobody would mind. They certainly helped add to the game. On a subtle, well, fairly subtle level, we made the two train drivers, Marty and Doc, encounter in the speeding loco sequence much more aggressive than the two rather passive blokes who appeared in the film, simply to add drama. That was the least of it, though. More outrageously, we utterly made up the whole host of baddies who attack the Doc in the first part of the game. None of them appear in the film. Goodness knows where they came from. To be honest, the runaway buckboard sequence sounded very exciting in the film script when we first planned the game, so we were a bit surprised to see the movie and find it hardly lasted any time at all. The nice thing was that the film company were suggesting things we could do with the game all the time. Making such a big deal of the pie plate throwing sequence was their idea, for instance, and it worked well. The problem in computer game terms with Marty McFly is that he's totally non-violent character, so you can't have him shooting anybody. The pie plates were ideal, violent, yet not violent at the same time. Nobody at Lucasfilm seemed to mind all the jokes we were incorporated into the shooting gallery sequence either, so I was slightly disappointed when Steven Spielberg rejected one of my ideas. I wanted to have a little E.T. ride past the moon on a bicycle at one point. I guess he thought it was a bit too silly. On the other hand, you can't muck around with something so much that you lose the integrity of the product. People still have to believe in it still, explains John Kavanagh of The Kremlin. In The Spy Who Loved Me, we could get away with quite a lot. We added a speedboat chase that doesn't really appear in the film, for instance, and turned the underwater sequence into a sort of Xenon 2. But that worked because it's acceptable within the concept of Bond. Much as we might have liked to, we couldn't have had a giant squid or something come down and attack 007's Lotus. People would just have thought it was silly. So where does that leave us? Well, to be honest, I'm not really sure. It's certainly clear that there will always be good or bad film conversions, just as there will always be good and bad of any sort of game. What does seem increasingly obvious, though, is that as more and more UK companies find that they're competing on the much less forgiving world stage, not just in cosy old Europe, it becomes more important than ever that we get the game exactly right. One thing that seems almost inevitable is that having two versions of the same license will become much more common and will result in some very good games. The high-end versions are perhaps the most exciting. The potential profits to be made from an Indie Jones adventure, you're obviously talking about Fate of Atlantis, as good as Monkey Island or Alien 3 game as good as Cybercon 3 are incredible, which makes it well worth publishers' while to provide the right programmers with the time to do it. Something that has to be good news for game players. As far as the action games are concerned, it seems clear, or at least it seems clear to us, that A, you've really got to have the main character from the film in the centre of the screen the whole time, for identification's sake alone, not hide him in cars or rabbit suits. And B, that one consistent game mechanic provides a far more pleasing and cohesive game, one that will work on its own merits without the film link being necessary at all. After all, filmmakers play fast and loose with novels when they transfer them to their medium, and it makes sense for game creators to do exactly the same in turn. The challenge, this making something that's a success in one medium really working in another business, is a lot older than computer games, and at last it seems like publishers and developers are tackling it head on. Let's settle back and see what they come up with, eh? Right, continuing on, they do 12 famous film conversions that went right and where they went wrong. So let's cover each of the games. First one is Robocop 2, publisher by Ocean, programmers Special FX, and was released in Christmas 1990. In a nutshell, you can't deny that this has better graphics and rather more variety than Ocean's original smash hit Robocop game, but it smacks uncomfortably of a programming by the numbers job all the same. Occasionally, twitchy controls and off-putting lack of restart points make the progress less of a joy than it should be. This is without shadow of a doubt a very tough game, and though presentation is good and slick, the highly relentless, samey nature gets wearing after a while. Certain points in the game prove almost impossible to pass consistently and see most players tearing their hair out in a nasty sort of frustration. Great sound though, and very professional, polished look. Special effects normally do a good programming job. This is no exception. Looking backwards, Colin Gordon is project manager at Ocean and worked on Robo 2. There are actually lots of versions of the game. A chap called Andrew Deacon here did a specky Amstrad game design. Painting by numbers came up with a totally different platform game style that made it onto the Nintendo and the C64, while Special FX came up with a more clunky robotic feel for the 16 bits. The Amiga version is the most violent one, with the shoot-'em-up aspect much more prominent. It's hard to make any hard and fast rules about it, but different game designs often tend to work better on different machines. The sort of lighter, bouncy platform style that looks so good on the Nintendo doesn't seem quite as appropriate to the Amiga. The next game that they cover is Predator 2. This was published by Imageworks and programmed by Arc Developments and was released May 1991. In a nutshell, very disappointingly, you can describe this film conversion in 2 words. Operation Wolf. Taking its cue from the near-future gang war background to the film, this 4-level shoot-'em-up sees you as a wireframe Danny Glover character blasting street gangs and drug barons for much of the game. Lots of baddies alright, but they all look and act pretty much the same, and the Pred himself doesn't turn up until very late in the game. Simply very average, very seen it all before, and sharing the movie's disturbing tendency to be all the bad guys black. Still, the hero is too, so that's okay. Looking backwards, Paul Walker is director of Arc Developments. The Operation Wolf style game design was suggested by Microsoft from the off, but we came up with the details of the game design. The Predator himself doesn't appear in the early stages of the game because that's the way it worked in the film. We were trying to remain faithful to the source to some degree, but it turned out we were the only ones. 20th Century Fox actually started making some of its own suggestions for the game, which included stuff that just doesn't appear in the film. At one stage they wanted fountains in the background which when shot splashed water on the Predator, revealing where he was. Goodness knows where they got that idea from. It certainly wasn't in the movie. Thinking about it now, I'm not sure the Op Wolf style was such a good idea. It's been done too many times before. Then we have Back to the Future Part 3. This was also done by Imageworks and programmers Probe Software and released in April 1991. In a nutshell, a bit limited and thin perhaps, but after the utter disaster of the first 2 Back to the Future games, this caused huge sighs of relief all round. Built up in traditional film conversion style out of the series of sub-games based on suitable action sequences from the movie, we get an Op Wolf style shooting gallery, an isometric 3D pie plate throwing affair, 2 versions of a horseback chase shoot-'em-up at the beginning, and running along the top of a moving train conclusion. The last bit is particularly thrilling/frustrating, but things keep to a consistent, slightly crap but good fun all the same standard throughout. Even the normally tricky to animate horses from the first look good. Lightweight but amusing, just like the movie. Looking backwards, Joe Bernard of Probe was producer of the project. We hadn't seen the film at the time, but we knew it was a Western and had a copy of the script. So we picked scenes from the film that sounded good and interpreted them with a good deal of artistic license. We added baddies to the opening sequence with the horses, for instance. They're not in the film, and turned a very brief pie plate throwing moment into a tire sub-game. I'm particularly pleased that our shooting gallery bit, which ended up much like the film sequence. I think maybe why this game worked better than the other Back to the Futures is that they had a consistent theme, the Western one, which they lacked in Back to the Future 2, which was all over the place, like the film, and too confusing. While the first one just plain wasn't any good. He's talking about the game, not the film. Then they talk about Batman, that's a classic, published by Ocean, in-house, and released in Christmas 1989. In a nutshell, by common consent, the best arcade-style movie conversion yet, and as good a representation of any of the now perhaps overfamiliar Ocean way of doing film licenses. Batman starts and finishes with massive 8-way scrolling platform shoot-em-ups. The Bionic Commando likes use of the bat rope to swing around, adding a degree of character. These form the meat of the game, but the two middle sections isn't to be sniffed at either. Two into the screen driving sections separated by a brief puzzle screen. Throughout, graphics are suitably dark and moody. Everything is executed well, and the timing was perfect. Batman, the game, rode into the crest of the biggest buzz around a film in years. Looking backwards, Colin Gordon of Ocean. At Ocean, the general feeling was that we couldn't go wrong with this one. For a start, the film was such a hit, but I think we knew we had a winner in the game too. I think the reason it was so special is that people perceived the game as being good value. It was like having 4 individual full-price games all in one box. Though you might think it's quite easy film to convert, we still found it was quite a lot of planning to do on it. There are all sorts of sequences we toyed with, but never included in the game. At one point we were even thinking about doing a vertically scrolling shoot-em-up in the Xenon 2 mould. It would have involved the Batwing attacking the Joker at the parade, but I'm glad we dropped it. The into-the-screen Batwing sequence we went with in the end was far more distinctive. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, done by Lucasfilm, published by US Gold, and programmers Ron Gilbert and Lucasfilm Games, released mid-1989. In a nutshell, there were 2 Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade games, a perfect, decent arcade-style platform romp put together by Tierdex, and well worth a look in its own right. And then there was this, Lucasfilm's point-and-click adventure extravaganza. In many ways, this points one way to the future for film licenses, with single companies now starting to control the world rights to big films. At least 2 versions of the same film now look like being a good idea. There was a more sophisticated, cerebral approach for PC and older 16-bit owners, and the 8-bit console arcade-style game for the rest of us. It's a route a number of people are taking at the moment, not least with US Gold with their forthcoming Godfather action/adventure games, which of course the adventure game never came out on the Amiga. It was years later with EA. They did something similar. That's not much more to say here, really. Indy and the Last Crusade remains not only one of the best film-based games, but one of the best games of any type, a joy. Looking backwards, Mike Wilding is project manager at US Gold. Well, obviously this was put together by Lucasfilms in the States, but unusually they did send us demo versions and asked us to comment on it, particularly on the manual and some of the interactive stuff. It was very good and open of them, really, and we were very happy to help. Quite how much it really helped the game, I'm not sure. After all, Lucasfilm know what they're doing, but it was nice to be asked. Then they talk about Total Recall. This was done by Ocean in-house and was published in early 1991. In a nutshell, the point where Ocean Hit Machine suddenly starts to look a bit shaky. The cartoony, big-headed graphics are unusual, the horizontal scrolling driving sequences are generally poor, and while it all hangs together fairly well in a brainless platform shoot-em-up sort of way, it represents non-stop pace and constant pulling the rug out from under your feet plot twists of the movie are not at all. Unfriendly controls too, not so much poor as just very formulaic and very, very average. Looking backwards, Colin Gordon at Ocean. This one had a bit of a troubled history. Active Minds of Manchester-based programming group submitted a good game design and they started work on the project, but as things progressed it became clear that they were slipping quite a long way from the original concept, not to mention going late. In the end, the project was finished in-house and we ended up rather more of a compromise than we would have liked. It wasn't bad, but the game could have been an awful lot better. Originally it was going to have rather more depth than we ended up with. One nice idea we never implemented was having the action freeze and then retreat from you until it was revealed that someone was watching the whole proceedings on a monitor. Then the picture would expand again and unfreeze itself, and you could be back in the action. It helped create the feeling of paranoia and that nothing was what it seemed that permeated the film. Then we talk about The Untouchables, published by Ocean in-house and released Christmas 1989. In a nutshell, The episodic nature of the film makes it less of an obvious candidate for a computerization than some of Ocean's efforts, resulting in a rather different style of game. Built up from 6 very different stages, though all could be broadly described as shoot 'em up in one way or another, and lacking distinctive comic book style characters, set in the 30s Chicago, is populated by lots of men in raincoats and trilbies. It's perhaps not very well focused, but it does make a brave attempt at representing all the action scenes from the movie, incorporating some sideways scrollers, some Operation Wolf style scenes, and an interesting overhead view bit. Looking backwards, Colin Gordon of Ocean. This was all done in-house, with an awful lot of people working on it in a very structured way. When you watch the film, certain scenes stick in your mind, and we tried to recreate all of those, which is why there's so many different sections. One of the advantages of doing an older film like this is that there was less of a risk that your game was going to come out nothing like the film. We have videos of the movie around that everybody could watch. I think we did a successful job on this one, considering the constraints. I don't think you ever get what you could really call innovative software out of film conversions, but you can still get good, characterful action games. You've always got to have a good guy and a bad guy and stick to the preset look and events. But within those constraints, there's a lot you can do. And then we talk about Moonwalker, published by US Gold and programmers Emerald Software, now defunct, released in Christmas 1989. In a nutshell. Oh, and as they say, dear. It's hard to know where to begin with this one, really. The dreadful fantasy film come Michael Jackson promotional vehicle that is based on doesn't do programmers any favour, it's true, but they've decided to try and stay true to the movie, rather than junk out much of the plot and concentrate on building a good game around Michael Jackson character. Then that has to be a mistake. 2 very sparse looking overhead scrolling chases things, an odd Opwolf lookalike, and another thing don't a great game make. In retrospect, there'd have been better junking faithfulness to the film and going for a straight action game, a la the excellent Sega Mega Drive Moonwalker version. Looking backwards, Mike Wilding of US Gold. If you take the songs away, the film breaks down into a number of simple sequences, and we just took what we felt were the strongest of these and converted them over. One problem we encountered was that the film people were very keen we didn't portray Michael Jackson in a more violent light than he was in the film, so he wasn't allowed to kill anyone in the early levels. That's why they took on that overhead view puzzle aspect. Only when they got to the Club 30 sequence, when he does kill one person in the film, were we allowed to introduce a sort of shoot-em-up element. Of course, by the end of the movie, he's blasting people down left, right and centre, so no problem. Then we have Nightbreed, published by Ocean and painting by the numbers, released in the late 1990, and this is the interactive version I think they're concentrating on. In a nutshell, despite Ocean's unusually close ties to the film, a heavily made up Gary Bracey actually appears in the crowd scene as a monster. The action game, like the film, tended towards the poor side of poor, abandoning Ocean's usual lots of different levels approach. The odd running around map and trying to deal with the creatures and find design fails to work because A, as in the film, you're not quite sure whether you're meant to think of the monsters as good guys or bad guys, confusing matters, and B, it's a bit intrinsically crap anyway. Looking backwards, Colin Gordon of Ocean. There were originally meant to be 3 versions of this. The action game, a sort of cinema-ware style interactive movie, and the role-playing game, though in the end only the first 2 came out. I think some of the flaws of the action game certainly are the flaws of the movie. In the script, the chief of police and his men are described as a bunch of neo-Nazis, and that's how we portrayed them. But in the film, they just came across as a bunch of stupid rednecks who had mysterious supply of military-style guns. The whole thing about whether the monsters were good guys or bad guys sounds very intriguing on paper, but when you actually get down to making a game of the idea, it doesn't quite work. In the end, the monsters and the rednecks both appeared as baddies for Boone, the hero, to get past, and it all got rather confusing. That's why I think many people prefer the interactive movie version. It's easier to portray a complicated movie or one that works on a number of levels in this way. Yeah, still got morbidly fond memories of that game, even though it's terrible. Then we get Ghostbusters 2, published by Activision, and programmers Force Field, who more recently completed Brat for ImageWorks. In a nutshell, absolutely dire and a clear example as you could possibly hope for the potential dangers you're up against doing film conversions. Quite clearly, the putting together a series of limited sum games approach just doesn't work. Or at least it doesn't when the sub-games are as thin and limited as they are here. Sadly, this fails to work as either a representation of the film, despite the nice digitised pics, explanation pics that appear between levels. If you haven't seen the movie, you wouldn't have the faintest idea what was going on, or as a game in its own right. The first sub-game was based on swinging on a rope down into a ghost-infested sewer, was all but cut from the film, while the rampaging Statue of Liberty from later on is spectacular, but gives you too little to do. The last bit, an all-out assault on the chief ghost, involves some tricky climbing slowly down rope stuff. Your weedy little Ghostbusters are apparently killed by any drop of more than about 3 feet, meaning 9 times out of 10 you're never going to get to the climax at all. Lots and lots of disc swapping too make it not only a dull experience but a frustrating one too. The current groundswell of opinion in the Amiga Power office has it that this game in fact provides a perfect reflection of the movie, that it was utter crap too. Looking backwards, Activision no longer exists in the form it did then, leaving only programming team Forcefield to provide any insight into the development of the game. Unfortunately, they refuse to comment at all. Then you have The Spy Who Loved Me, published by Domark and programmers The Kremlin, and this came out in Christmas 1990. In a nutshell, License to Kill aside, the only halfway decent Bond game, taking the Lotus Cum submarine that was the star of the film and building a Spy Hunter style vertically scrolling shoot 'em up around the game, gets away from the combination of the thin sub-games, adding up to nothing. Very much a tool problem that bugs so many film conversion. Occasional puzzle and wolf-style sequences spoil continuity a bit, and the far away from the action viewpoint prevents the Bond character really coming through, but generally a successful game, if one that doesn't really try and reflects the bulk of the movie at all. Looking backwards, John Kavanagh heads up the Kremlin Domark in-house programming team. This was a very successful game. The Bond stuff always does well and tends to translate well onto compilations too. I quite like the fact that we came full circle with this one. Everyone commented that this game was influenced by Spy Hunter the coin-up, and yes it was. What they didn't say was that Spy Hunter was loosely based on the film Spy Who Loved Me in the first place, so it was sort of poetic justice. When doing a film license, we like to concentrate on just one game mechanic, in this case a vertically scrolling driving game, and base the game around it. I'm not convinced by this lots of totally different sub-games approach at all. You end up with lots of little crap segments as opposed to a proper game. Then they talk about License to Kill, and this is the final one, and it says this is published by Domark and also programmed by the Kremlin. In a nutshell, James Bond hasn't been treated well by computer games. In fact, they've generally been crap, failing to capture the character, the outrageous action sequences, and the general feel of what has to be the most eminently convertible series of films of all time. This one, cut up into 6 distinct vertical scrolling parts, reflecting sequences from the film, plays well in a limited sort of way, but the viewpoint allows little Bond character to come across. And the general down-to-earth feel of the film makes the whole proceeding seem very ordinary. Not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but this one fails to really capture the spirit of Bond. Looking backwards, John Kavanagh of the Kremlin. The Bond people are very security conscious. I was allowed to read a copy of the script, but wasn't allowed to take one with me. I guess that's so if I decided to sell the story to the paper, I'll have no evidence to back it up. We did get lots of still photos of the scenes though, and we studied them in some depth. I think we got the look of the movie spot on. Again, we decided on a single game mechanic, another overhead view scroller, which seemed to work for all the scenes we wanted to use. At one point we toyed with doing a horizontal scroller instead, but Ocean, having done so many of those, I'm a bit sick of them, and anyway at the time the Specky and Amstrad were a lot more important than they are now, and since they don't work too well at horizontal scrolling, that had to be a consideration. If we tackled the game again, it might be different. Right, okay, then we come to the game reviews continued. I love these because you get some of the lesser-known games that you often forget about. Right, first of all, we have Bridge Commander, published by Electronic Zoo and authors TTR Development, priced at £25.99. And it says here, Brigade Commander is billed as a new concept in computer wargaming, with the following justification: it's played in real time. It also comes with a built-in editor, as seems to be the fashion these days, and a whole range of different scenarios. Half of these are supplied on the accompanying Operation Desert Storm data disk and are based on the events of earlier this year, in which 4 of the game's authors apparently saw service. So what's this about real time? Well, traditionally, wargames are more or less direct transcriptions of their paper-based counterparts, meaning that each side has to take it in turns to move and attack. While you're doing that, the computer sits back and lets you get on with it. And once you've finished, you do the same for the computer. Brigade Commander does away with such courtesies, is every man for himself. So while you're sitting there wondering whether to hide your tank division in the forest or make a break for the coast, the computer units have very likely outflanked it and wiped it off the face of the earth. The bastards. It's a system that works very well and adds an element of urgency to what is undoubtedly the most boring sort of game of all. In fact, the whole thrust, if you will, of this game is one of the streamlining and simplifying. Most of the game's operations have been cut down to reduce the amount of time you have to spend faffing about with lists of numbers. Clicking on a hex, the map is built up from these, brings up a list of friendly units on it, along with a list of the actions they can perform. If you want to move some of them, for example, click on the relevant units, select move, and then trace out the path you'd like them to follow. Attacking is similarly straightforward. Underneath this apparent simplicity, however, are enough complex strategies and options to keep the most hardened of pros happy. All the usual types of units are catered for, and you can of course design your own, along with such obscurities as mine laying and cargo carrying. It's nice to see so much thought being put into a war game. They're usually just endless rehashes of existing games. The result is something which deserves a much wider audience than it's likely to get. Call it blasphemy, but I reckon if they put a bit more work into the presentation, they might even sell a few copies. Now, please don't make me review any more of these blooming things. And that was reviewed by Jonathan Davies, and he says, the bottom line, on the surface it's just another war game, but its approachability makes for a refreshing change. 1 meg only though, and the graphics are, as ever, crap. And he gives it 68%. Yeah, totally new one to me. I don't remember playing it, but it sounds intriguing, although I do prefer turn-based, that's one of the reasons I like turn-based, is because you don't get stressed out. Right, let's go on to the next one. Okay, the next one is Pro Flight, published by Highsoft and author Nick Brown. As ever, its manual points out Pro Flight is hardly the most innovative game ever. It's a flight sim, and in fairness, there are tons of flight sims already available for virtually every known breed of home computer ever invented, even the BBC. Actually, tons of flight sims is quite an appropriate collective noun to use, because as someone once said, you can tell how good a flight sim is by how much it weighs. Pro Flight comes in at slightly disappointing 1.5 pounds, 700 grams, though. So, as the theory concludes, it looks like it's little to get excited about. The author explains in the blurb that his reason for writing such a game was that he wanted to create a flight sim that isn't stifled by the simplicity of others, and you must admit he has succeeded. Here you get to pretend that you're piloting a Panavia Tornado, one of the fastest aircraft in the world, and yes, I can't deny it all seems extremely realistic. In fact, far, far too realistic. Okay, let's play the game. First, you select your way through a few menus, tweaking absolutely everything envisageable. Give your plane the once-over and a number of one key presses later, you're airborne. Now you can select the map, set the destination, flick on the autopilot and sit back and relax. The graphics are fast, but not outstandingly stunning. You can have different around plane views though, so how about a glance at the manual to find out exactly what can be accomplished. Here you'll find over 160 pages of information explaining everything from how to pull off various complicated maneuvers, barrel rolls or stall turns, anybody, to graphs illustrating the drag coefficient, whatever that is. The snag is, you see, that as pointed at before, Pro Flight is so accurate down to the last detail that it's become more like a serious simulator of real fighter pilots would use and far less an enjoyable computer game. More evidence backing this up is the combat option. It sounds pretty good, but unless you've had considerable flying practice, it's a joke. For serious flight sim buffs with the excessive amounts of patience, Pro Flight will no doubt be fulfilling their wildest dreams. But for everybody else, it's a bit of a nightmare, really. And that was reviewed by Rich Pelly. His bottom line is an overly complicated, visually unimpressive and off-puttingly expensive flight sim, which is far more of a sim than a game. It has a reasonable amount to offer, but only if you stick at it, and it's got horrible business program-like packaging too. And he only gives it 52%. Yeah, I don't even remember Pro Flight, so there you go. Okay, then the next one to review is Discovery, another one totally new to me, published by Micro Illusions and priced at £25.99. And the author is Sylvan Technical Arts. Released out now. An interactive educational space adventure. That's the only clue I was given that this, the latest in Amiga Power's hate campaign against me, is, please, no, a game for the younger player. How much younger isn't specified, and neither is the exact nature of the education promised to the lucky infant. At the heart of Discovery is a walk around collecting things game. The idea is you're aboard a spaceship which has run into trouble, and you've got to salvage it by collecting fuel crystals which are scattered around its decks. And then there's the education. Every so often you'll come up against a security door. To get through it, a question needs to be answered, the question of which is selected from a menu at the start of the game. There are questions on spelling and maths and of varying degrees of difficulty, and flags. Get the answer right and the door will open. Get it wrong and you'll be given the answer and a chance to try again. There are three main problems as I see it. Firstly, although the process of walking from left to right and going up and down ladders sounds simple enough, I couldn't get to grips with the control method and kept falling down holes and dropping off ladders. If I can't do it, it's hard to see how this younger player is going to fare much better. Secondly, the program makes extensive use of the Amiga's built-in speech synthesizer. That's right, the one supplied on your workbench disk, which you probably loaded up briefly on day one and immediately wrote off as a useless curiosity. The result is that our prospective student is likely to be asked such questions as and thirdly, and perhaps most fundamentally, this whole business of asking questions and making them right or wrong hardly marks the latest advance in educational techniques. There's more to educational software than quiz show style questions and answers. And that's reviewed by the poor old Jonathan Davies, and he says, the bottom line, an unimaginative crack at the tricky educational market. Someone somewhere must be coming up with better ideas than this. And he gives it 52%. Yeah, that sounds awful. Okay, then on this page, spread across the two, is Malpiti Island, one that I completely don't remember. It actually has a tagline. It says, unusual, atmospheric, and a little bit French. This is not your run-of-the-mill game. And it's published by Lancourt and priced at £25.99. And its authors, De Sablon, Sylvian doing script, and Bescon doing sound. And released out now. It reads, uh-oh, It's a graphical adventure from some people who have absolutely nothing to do with Lucasfilm. The temptation is to kick off with lots of unfavourable comparisons with a certain The Secret of Monkey Island, but I'll try to resist it. Better not to get bogged down in a compare and contrast syndrome, but give this French yarn a fair hearing in its own right. As with all point-and-click thrillers, the plot is nigh impossible to avoid, so I may as well start with that. You play a leisurely seafarer skipping around the Indian Ocean in the early 1950s. All's going swimmingly until you stop off at, surprise, surprise, Mapiti Island for a cool shandy and get yourself embroiled, surprise, even more surprise, in all sorts of intrigue. The first thing you discover is that some poor girl's been kidnapped. Naturally, being the adventurous type, you get straight down to a spot of detective work, exploring the locality and interviewing the dozens or so inhabitants of the island. You discover the unusual group of suspects: mad communists, raving homosexuals, gorgeous housemaids, disillusioned young men from Europe, and of course the obligatory mysterious old fisherman. There's not too much searching to be done, since at least one of these bonkers characters shows up at every turn. Interaction is good though. You can talk to them by picking any one of about 20 questions. You can follow them, you can bribe them, you can even indulge yourself and give them a good old-fashioned beating. We wouldn't recommend it though. The latter option might be a lot of fun, but you're running a huge risk of ending up with the contents of your head plastered all over some barroom wall. As you might expect, Mapiti Island falls short of a 5-star rating in the hospitality stakes. It all sounds suitably intriguing, doesn't it? But, well, how does it actually work as a game? Well, the first thing you have to say that it's illustrated deliciously, punctuated with some charming sound effects and music, which give the whole affair a leisurely, almost holiday-like feel. It certainly rates highly in the atmosphere stakes. Gameplay-wise, it works quite well too. I usually have a big problem with graphical adventures. They rarely let you do just what you want, and I tend to get frustrated. Here, however, if you want to look at something, even the most humdrum object, you usually can. Just bumbling around the locations in the game, checking everything out, can be nearly as much fun as unearthing deadly secrets or whatever. Of course, there's a downside to all of this. There's no way that PT Island is going to give you more than maybe a dozen hours entertainment. It's simply too small. Still, for mellow types who get their kicks watching Sunday afternoon movies or walking in parks, this provides an excellent alternative to the rabid death rushes of sugary platform games. To sum up, here is a small and almost perfectly formed game full of lovely visuals, interesting characters, and providing a limited smattering of action and suspense. Yes, I'm afraid it can be summed up by one of the blandest words in the dictionary: it's nice. And no, it's not as good as Monkey Island. That was reviewed by Colin Campbell, and his bottom line is: charmingly quirky French adventure, but too tiny to be a classic. It's obviously been crafted with care, attention, and a splash of love. Worth a look if you can afford a little luxury. And he gives it 73%. And you know what? That really intrigues me, that review. It's one that's new to me. I'm looking forward to playing that one. Right, let's go over the page. Okay, and then we have another game called Tangram, published by Thalon and priced at £25.53, with the author being Thomas Behrens, and it's out now. Tangram is an Amiga version of an ancient Chinese puzzle game of the same name, one which more traditionally involves wooden blocks and various frames. The idea is to fill various patterns by placing your blocks in the frames, the shapes of which are always the same, though their numbers can change, so that all of the frame is completely covered without overlapping. It's a very simple concept and has been converted for computer use without expanding upon it, except for the rather crap addition of a time limit for each of the 200 screens supplied. Control is very easy. The pieces are moved around with the mouse, rotated with the mouse button, and placed with the other button. And the Amiga puts its spare processor time to good use with some pleasantly oriental type tunes. The question is, are there enough to justify buying the Amiga version instead of spending a few quid on a wooden block original. And let's be honest, it isn't. The Amiga is incredibly picky about having block positioning pixel perfect, but other than gratuitous irritation, is practically invisible. You don't gain by playing it on a computer at all. With most board game conversions, you at least get a computer opponent, but that isn't applicable here. And it makes buying the game in software form something of a waste of time and money. It's not that Tangram is a bad game, the wooden original has a lot to be said for it, but this computer variant is utterly pointless. That's reviewed by Stuart, Campbell, and the bottom line, a perfectly competent programming job, but the worst idea for a board-to-computer translation yet. Tangram is great, but get the real thing. And he gives it 40%. And yeah, no, I'm quite intrigued. I mean, obviously, yeah, I totally understand the review there. At £25 and 53 pence, it's definitely not worth it. But yeah, I mean, for free software, I wouldn't mind giving that a little go. Right, then we get another review. I love this one, although it's not the greatest, but mix hordes of the undead with the Operation Wolf, and the result is Beastbusters. Published by Activision and £25.99. Authors are Henry S. Clark, Kevin Jarvis, Matthew Simmons and Andy Pang. And it's released now. And this month's Operation Wolf clone is... I've never been a fan of arcade gun games, but Beastbusters was one that I did pump a good deal of cash into. The 3-player option, the touches of humour, watch out for the Bearman of the 3rd level, that's all I'm saying, and the zombie gore factor, bits of bloody corpses flying around like snow in a blizzard, make it much more fun than the usual hormone substitute Snoozerama. And a trip to the seaside was never complete without a quick slaughter of the undead. And then we used to go and play some video games. But that's another story. Anyway, this long-awaited conversion has been rescued from the ashes of Activision UK and boasts all the features of the coin-up except for the 3-player capability. The maximum here is 2. The graphics have been very authentically reproduced, and all the original levels are included for the authentic full-scale massacre experience. This is one conversion that looks very like the original. That's not normally a big problem with coin-up conversions, though the real question is usually over the gameplay. So how well does Beastbusters hold up? Well, Amiga Beastbusters plays very much like the arcade Beastbusters, or at least like the arcade Beastbusters would if you used to bung £2 into the arcade machine at a time. In common with many Amiga conversions, you get several credits to play with, 5 in this case. With Beastbusters, by the time you've used them all up, you've completed half of the game on your first go. The difficulty level is very badly judged, being extremely low until certain points where a particular enemy will leap out and kill you in 2 seconds flat. No exaggeration. In fact, not so much of a difficulty curve, more like one of those lines you get on a heart monitoring machines in TV hospital programmed, where the little dot moves along quite sedately and then suddenly leaps up to a peak with a high-pitched ping and settles back down straight line again. This makes the game very short on lastability, as most people will complete it on their first day or get bored trying. Beastbusters is another competent conversion job and certainly looks very nice, but even devotees of the original won't really get their money's worth out of it. That's reviewed by Stuart Campbell, and he says, bottom line, technically flawed, it slows down when there's a lot happening, but basically sound translation that's just too easy to be good way to spend £26. And he gives it 62%. Yeah, I really enjoyed Beastbusters. I mean, this was sort of like the horror zombie before House of the Dead, and yeah, I've got a soft spot for it. But yeah, I mean, probably I enjoy playing it, but of course these days you can play the original on main, but pretty competent conversion. Okay, let's go on to the next review, and this is Champion of the Raj, published by Imageworks and priced at £25.99. And the authors are Level 9. Released out now, it says. A game set in my favourite Indian restaurant? Apparently not, as soon became clear when I studied the box more closely. It's actually set in India in 1800 when Queen Victoria was a mere twinkle in her mother's eye and the country was split into several warring kingdoms ruled by people like the British East India Company, the Maharajahs, the Sikhs, and a few minor players like the French. So we've got a country divided into lots of territories and they're all fighting each other. What do you reckon you've got to do? That's right, pick a side and try to conquer everyone else. As a true patriot, I, of course, plump for the British. Actually, they're not the easiest to win with, and it's possible to have up to 5 chums to playing the rest. The battle takes place in a rather titchy map in the middle of the screen, which can be scrolled up painfully slowly with much disk accessing to reveal a set of icons underneath. Attacking a neighbouring kingdom is a case of clicking on it and selecting an attack icon, unless the computer decides otherwise. You've then got to lead your army into battle, which means clicking on more icons as the battle progresses to tell them when to charge, retreat and all the rest of it. As you might expect, there are inevitable arcade sequences which crop up every so often. Sword fights, shoot 'em ups, elephant races. I'm sure you know the routine, and I hardly need to tell you that you need to keep an eye on your cash flow in order to finance your operations, buying more troops when necessary. The real question is, how is it actually different from Defender of the Crown, which it's obviously quite closely related to? Well, it's set in India, obviously. The graphics are a lot more garish, full of rich native colours, and the animated sequences tend to be a bit lumpen. Oh, and the music's crap. It even slows down when there's a lot happening on screen. That said, though, the similarities are strong, and sadly, one of them is Defender of the Crown's rather unfortunate playability problem. Neither game has a great deal. The trouble is that buried underneath all the graphics and stuff, into which a lot of effort has obviously gone, is a very simple strategy game that doesn't really merit more than a few minutes play. Well, certainly not more than an hour or two anyway. Shame that. That's reviewed by Jonathan Davies, and he says on the bottom line, it has its moments, but falls headlong into the old not enough to it trap. The arcadey bits are okay, but they're like a sitting room without a settee, and he gives it 57%. But yeah, I mean, I totally get it, but yeah, I was sort of intrigued with Champion of the Raj. It's one that I'm probably curious to spend a bit of time with because it's an interesting setting. It's not one that's been covered. I can't think of anywhere else where it's been covered. Right, let's go on to the next one. Chaos in Andromeda. This is published by Online Entertainment and is priced at £24.99, and authors are Kirk Marino, and it's released out now. It'd be pretty worrying if, whilst munching your way through an early morning bowl of Honey Nut Loops, you received a letter from the future informing you that you're about to be transported through time and space on a top-secret mission to rescue the important Mr. Yai and save the planet of Andromeda. In the real world, as we know it, this is very unlikely to happen, but in made-up fantasy world of computer games, it could well take place. In fact, it just has, and an icon-driven role-playing adventure sort of way. At first glance, you probably won't see much, as everything is extremely small, including your character and objects, which are so tiny that they're not even shown. The scrolling is an embarrassment too, but graphics aren't what's important here. It's gameplay, and luckily the gameplay is far more complaint-free. The trick, you see, is to build up your powers, use objects and solve puzzles to negotiate your way through the huge playing area, without naturally doing something stupid such as falling from a bridge or getting yourself attacked by other characters. Partially, you want to avoid being attacked because the fight sequences are so crap, and partially because since you don't have lives as such, a lot of the save gaming has to take place as insurance in case you get hopelessly killed. However, let's not be too picky. When all's said and done, I'd rather enjoyed Chaos. There's far more to it than I've got room to mention here. Take the robots, for example, which you move about as separate characters. I haven't got room to mention them, nor can I squeeze in a word or two about the considerable interactions with other characters. I'd love to go on and on for ages, more money you see, but I won't. I'll stop there and think of something to put in the bottom line box. And that's reviewed by Rich Pelly. I'm starting to become quite a fan of Rich Pelly's reviews. They're good. And Jonathan Davies and Stuart Campbell. The writing of all the writers are pretty good. The bottom line, an enjoyable adventure game marred rather heavily by the slightly crap graphics, the lack of originality and the slightly thoughtless programming. And he gives it 68%. So I'm quite intrigued, actually, of Chaos and Andromeda. I think I need to spend a bit more time with that one. Okay, then we get When Even a Whole City Isn't Big Enough, The Sky's the Limit. And this game is moon-based. It's published by Mindscape and priced at £35.99, with the author being Wesson International, and it's released out now. The review says, you've built your own city in SimCity. You've gone on to run the world in SimEarth. Well, you have if you've got a PC, and countless other games. There's only one place left, unoppressed. It's time to glance warily skyward, screw on your helmet, and head for the moon. It's cold, quiet, and covered in craters, but in no time at all you'll have discovered the necessary combination of menus and icons you'll need to continue, started smoothing things out, and shoved up buildings all over the place. These can be picked from a wide range of structures, from habitation modules and laboratories to recreation facilities and greenhouses for growing food. What you put where is up to you, but there ought to be a method to your madness. Everything will grind to a halt unless it's plumbed into a decent smattering of power generators and heat extractors. Manpower is important too. There needs to be enough people to run everything, and they've all got to be accommodated and fed. The other headache is finance. To start off with, you receive an annual grant from NASA, but this soon dries up, so you'll need to become self-sufficient as fast as possible. Cash has to be generated by building, mining and manufacturing facilities. These in turn need to be staffed and powered, and it's a complete nightmare. It really is. Sounds a bit boring, doesn't it? But it's not. As with all these games, build-a-world games, Moonbase is deceptively addictive. Once you've worked out what's going on, the manual's not terribly helpful here, mainly consisting of dire novella interspersed with tips and short summary at the back, is almost impossible to put down. There's an enormous amount of depth to it, and everything's been finely balanced, so you're constantly teetering on the brink of disaster. I've only got two major criticisms. A, as your creation gets bigger, the monthly updates slows down horrendously, and B, having built a fully self-sufficient moonbase and filled in the whole playing area with bits and pieces, which doesn't actually take very long, all the fun suddenly evaporates and you're left with a very basic trading game. Moonbase is unfortunate in that it slips so neatly into the SimCity category of games, and therefore has such high standards set for it before it even begins. Not that it's in with bad company or anything, it just isn't anything new. I'd like to say it's out of this world, but that would be a slight overstatement and a crap joke to finish on. Jonathan Davies reviewed that, and his bottom line, a fairly run-of-the-mill sim game with a fruity lunar streak. Hardly even one small step for computer games, more like running on the spot, but it's maddeningly addictive all the same, at least in the short term. And he gives it 69%. Sounds quite intriguing, that one. And finally on this page we have Ghost Battle, another one by Thalon, and priced at £25.53. Authors is Erwin Kieberhofer, and the graphics by Henk Neerborg. Of course, he's doing the new Terminator game that's got everybody excited. He's one of the best pixel artists on the planet, so excited to see with this. Released out now. Ghosts and Goblins has been the inspiration for some terrible crimes in the world of computer software, and I'm afraid this is another one. Let's get right down to the brass tacks straight away, shall we? Good points. Nifty sound effects, a bit different from the usual bangs and zaps. Pretty graphics, 3 difficulty levels, reasonably slick presentation, bad points. Utterly execrable animation featuring the worst jumping and ladder climbing I've seen in a very long time. Slow gameplay, baddies that seem to appear out of the ether, even from somewhere that you've just visited, which was quite definitely a baddie-free zone. Hundreds of unavoidable, appearing from nowhere traps. My pet hate in arcade games. Quite spectacular lack of imagination in all areas of the plot and game design. Huge amounts of dull trekking around in what it much later transpires was entirely the wrong direction. Not that there was any way of guessing beforehand. Enemies that need to be shot dozens of times before they die. Even the cannon fodder ones. Teeth-grindingly infuriating smug message at the game over time. Everything else, although superficially classy looking, but Ghost Battle is utterly tedious game and a real bind to play more than twice in any given 24-hour period. The game cover blurb says it all really. Phylon, sometimes it's frightening. That's reviewed by Stuart Campbell. And the bottom line is boring, 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 boring. Everything that's wrong with full-price Amiga software in one handy package, except the sound. There isn't a person alive who could find a better use for £25 than this. And he gives it 38%. So, yeah, I'm sort of intrigued to play it. I mean, mostly, I trust Stuart Campbell that it's absolutely awful, but I've become such a fan of Henk Nierburg because, of course, he's still going strong. I mean, he did Xenocrisis and things like that, and obviously did loads of Amiga games. One of the best pixel artists of all time, I think. Right, then we crow over the page and we get Halls of Montezuma, published by Electronic Arts and priced at £25.99, with the authors being Strategic Simulations Group, that's the SSI I presume, and released out now. As Amiga Power's newly appointed really complicated strategy games that no one else wants to review because they take ages to work out and then turn out to be crap editor, I was delighted to be presented with SSG's Halls of Montezuma. This is all I need, were the words furthest from my mind as I cast aside my final revision, cancel all appointments and settle down beside the fire with this 824-page manual. At first glance, it looks overwhelmingly similar to every other war game. Lots of flashing squares, movement phases, etc. The only major anomaly being the 8 different scenarios to choose between. They all involve the US Marines following their history through action in Mexico, World War I and World War II, Korea and Vietnam, which some people will no doubt find interesting. Closer examination of the manual reveals, however, that what we've got here is really more of a war game designer. The Marine scenarios are actually just sophisticated demos, and you can either alter them at will or even design your own war games from scratch. Nifty, eh? Assuming you like this sort of thing, of course, which, let's face it, won't account for many people. At the heart of the package is the Battlefront system, which encompasses just about everything a war game could hope for. Units can be ground-based, airborne and amphibious. There are unusual, impenetrable lists of attributes for each one, more than I think I've ever seen before. In fact, which can all be set up from the editor, and you can even design your own maps with all sorts of colourful icons and things. It's yet another case of the only limit being your imagination. The Australian-based company which has come up with all this has apparently produced a range of scenarios which you can purchase. Probably a good idea, as even a minor skirmish would probably take years to set up by yourself. And a magazine full of hints and tips too. So, well, it's up to you really. As war games go, this one's been professionally put together and you can't fault it on value for money. But it is formidably complicated, as these things always are, and it would take a braver man than most to stick at it for very long. And that's reviewed by Jonathan Davies. And the bottom line, quite possibly one of the best things to happen to wargaming since the invention of the flashing square, but a war game nonetheless. Then we get the review, bigger one, with Tom Clancy's thriller Comes In From the Cold and On to the Amiga, The Cardinal of the Kremlin. and this was published by Accolade and priced at £24.99, and author is Capstone, released out now. When a new game based on one of Tom Clancy's techno-thriller novels landed on my desk, I expected to be thrown headfirst into a sea of three-letter abbreviations, military jargon, and worryingly plausible conspiracy theories. And would you believe it? I was right. Not that any of that's a bad thing, however. It certainly helps build up the Cold War atmosphere of treat. Here is a game which, the assumed grovelling respect of all things military aside, successfully and excitingly allows us to, as Clancy puts it in the manual, participate in events beyond our daily life. In particular, events surrounding the development of the working SDI system by the US military. That was that Star Wars thing that sort of flopped, I think. With the help of the CIA, under the protection of the FBI, and in competition with the KGB. With me so far? Of course, this is all milk and honey to Clancy fans who love nothing better than to gorge themselves on politics, corruption, and secrets of the powerful. As head of the Central Intelligence Agency, there's no messing about in this game, and chief of the so-called Star Wars project, you must control the development and defense of your own missile-destroying satellite laser system while undermining the Soviets project. At your disposal are scientists, soldiers, spies, and satellites which you must deploy around the world. Each area of your influence is represented by a button on screen. There are 10, which you use to hire, fire, and generally delegate. For example, to start with, you will need to choose your most trustworthy programmer to head your computer department, checking how smart and how reliable the candidates are on a series of easy-to-read meters. It's all fairly simple stuff and select strategy stuff. And though there are plenty of tasks to undertake, it does have a tendency to become rather tedious. After a few hours, it's a bit like attempting all your ironing in one go. Of course, it's not as simple as that. For start, you'll have to watch out for employees burning out or getting themselves kidnapped, and take steps to prevent it or correct things once it's happened, while at the same time keeping in touch with your spies and events further afield. Your main concern is to get some of your own lasers into space before the Soviets can complete their development program, something you achieve by A, getting your stuff finished as fast as possible, and B, doing your best to hamper the Soviet project by sending out commando operatives against them. Unfortunately, this potentially most exciting bit turns out to be something of a disaster. You're thrust from a reasonably captivating strategy game into a two-dimensional seek out and destroy sequences of masterful banality, and it mucks up things a treat. It would not look amiss in an infant school programming class. It's amazing how much the programmers think they can get away with. It's a shame because, as strategy games go, the Cardinal of the Kremlin is busy and believable without being overly complex. The manual is simple and direct, and it takes no time at all to get playing. For the most part, it's a graphically acceptable and smooth, if rather uninspiring, ride, but ultimately you're left with a feeling that the various tasks don't seem to connect awfully well. Generally then, a weak attempt to transfer Clancy's slightly dubious but undeniably readable works for the Silicon. For fans, the best bet must still be Grand Slam's Hunt for the Red October, which succeeds where this game fails, in mixing good strategy with exciting action without hurting either. That's reviewed by Colin Campbell. His bottom line: believable and reasonably captivating strategy affair, spoiled completely by an inane arcade sequence positioned ludicrously at the centre of the game. Clancy fans, like the rest of us, should expect a good deal more, and he only gives it 51%. Okay, then the next review is Challenge Golf. This is published by Online Entertainment, and authors are Jason Chown and Steely Scott. It's priced at £24.99 and released out now. Releasing a new Amiga golf game so soon after Electronic Arts' classic PGA Tour golf might be seen by some people as rather an unfortunate timing. But if the game's good enough, there's always room in the market for one more. The problem with Challenge Golf is that, in a nutshell, it simply isn't good enough. The graphics may be a bit on the crude side, with lots of right angles and sudden edges, and the sound is minimalist even by golf sim standards. But neither are terrible. It's the playability that's really lacking here. The feel is simply wrong. The ball never really seems to get airborne half the time. It almost never goes anywhere remotely close to where you aim the cursor, and when you reach the green, you're confronted by a putting sequence that is nothing short of diabolical. For a start, there's no indication of what distance the strength bar represents, a fault found in all the way through the game. The supposed slope of the green bears only a slight resemblance to the one shown on screen, and most bizarrely of all, the hole itself appears to be made of rubber, judging by the way the ball has a habit of bouncing straight off it and coming back at you. The instructions are of no help whatsoever, and when it comes to deciphering all of these quirks, and the end result is that when you get fed up of this game very quickly. And it doesn't help, of course, that there are plenty of really rather stunningly good golf games out there already. That's reviewed by Stuart Campbell. His bottom line, packed with options, but none of them can help Challenge Golf overcome a basic lack of playability. Nowhere near the level of PGA Tour, not even as good as world-class leaderboard, in fact. And he only gives it 45%. Yeah, that's probably why I've never heard of Challenge Golf. This one I'm intrigued with, because of course it appeared in last issue in the work in progress. It is Frenetic, published by Core Design and authors Rob Toone and Jason Gee, and it's priced at £20.99. It reads, Core seem to be suffering from a spot of creative block at the moment. After some top-notch products, first they release a straight Ikari Warriors clone, Warzone, 65% from us in issue 2, and now they've come up with this, a vertically scrolling shoot 'em up taken directly from the Xenon 2 textbook. The problem for me is trying to find something new to say about it. So here it goes. No, I'm sorry, it's gone. Frenetic is a shoot 'em up that is more or less completely fails to stand out from the crowd in any way. The levels, of which there are 8, all have that seen it before look to them. For example, level 1 is from Battle Squadron, level 2 is from Xenon 2, and level 3 is from Battle Squadron again. And the gameplay doesn't do anything to spell the feeling. The bolt-on power-ups are pure Xenon 2 once more, and the most different thing about the aliens is that you come across multiple hit baddies rather earlier than you do in most games. Hardly a good point in my book. Action-wise, there's plenty going on though, and the faster than usual scrolling backgrounds create an effective fusion of speed, although the game isn't actually any faster than the average. Whoops, it's that A word again. Frenetic is a zappy enough little blaster and very nicely put together, but if you compare it to something like R-Type 2, also in this issue, it very quickly starts to look decidedly second rate. You can see what they've been aiming at, but none of the promises made to us by the programmers when interviewed last issue really seem to have come off. Even the reduced £21 price point, you're not getting an awful lot for your money here, and I can't recommend it with any great sense of conviction at all. And that's reviewed by Stuart Campbell. He gives the bottom line, I just couldn't get excited about playing this for the life of me. A bit of a waste of some slick programming. Yeah, Frenetic was a bit of a disappointment. It just looked a bit generic. Okay, let's go on the next one. This is a surprise one, which was very good. And it says, the tagline, seen the matches? Now play the game. Manchester United, Europe. It's published by Chrysalis and priced at £25.99, with the author being Sean Hollingworth, Peter Harrap, yes, Mr. Monty Mole, and Mark Insley. Yeah, so this is like when Gremlins Core went off to form Chrysalis and did games. It's released out now. Within 5 minutes of booting this up, I had Lee Sharp emerging from an untidy midfield melee, skipping through the left wing and crossing over for Mark Hughes to make for a subtle touch before rocketing the ball into the goal. The little sparky character rolled over towards the crowd, performing his victory salute before being mauled by tiny teammates. Any student of the ways of Old Trafford will happily admit that this is glorious realism. I have to confess to a love of Manchester United football that verges on the obsessive, so please forgive this review's ridiculous enthusiasm. But honestly, this is really a marvellous football game. Man United Europe is viewed in the familiar sideway view, three-dimensional fashion, with the computer choosing which player the joystick dictates to at any time. Unlike so many football games, this is done exceptionally intuitively, so there's none of that frustrating hang around while the program finally decides to nominate a character to chase some rampaging centre forward. There are bagfuls of control at your disposal, but you won't need to wade through a manual to learn them. Tackling, shooting, dribbling and so on come naturally and sweetly. 2, many of the games are obsessed with making you work to attain skills which would be elementary to any half-decent footballer. Manchester United lets you get on with trying to win games straight away. Having said that though, we're not talking about a simple stroll towards your European Cup final in your first campaign. Manchester United Europe provides a learning curve which is sensible whilst challenging, and winning games is not a breeze. Still, at least when you're beaten, there's nobody at fault but yourself. You can't blame the game's controls, which make for such a refreshing change. I've broken more joysticks than I care to count after grappling with certain soccer simulations. It won't appeal to everyone, though. Strict football strategists should keep away because this is first and foremost an action game. Strategy is thankfully limited to picking the team and sorting out formations, and even that is optional. What else can I say? Well, the game is fast, but not stupidly so. The sound is good, it sticks to the rules of the real game, but hey, enough already. If soccer's your thing, just go out and buy this, okay? Even if you hate Manchester United. And that's reviewed by Colin Campbell, and he gives the bottom line: great, wonderful, superb, though not without imperfections. Beats the hell out of those terrible football games you've tried before. And he gives it 81%. And in fairness, I'm not a big fan of football games, but this was a really good one. It's very reminiscent of those classic sort of super psychic arcade. It's of course Gremlin royalty here. Okay, we get another review, and this is Accolade. This is the tagline: Accolade, get Nam flashbacks in this highly unusual simulation. And this is of course Gunboat, published by Accolade and priced at £29.99, with authors being Tom Lowry, Roseanne Mitchell doing the graphics, and it's out now. From the outset, Gunboat has more in common with F-19 Stealth Fighter or M1 Tank Platoon than it has with, say, Operation Wolf. It's a simulation of the uses to which American River Patrol Boats, PBRs, have been or could be used. Hence, in the scenario selection, you can run on missions in Vietnam, Colombia, and the Panama Canal. The scenarios form a loose plot. Your first missions are in Vietnam because that's where it all began. As you're promoted for successfully completing missions, you can move to the Colombian operation zone. The very best will be put on assignment along the Panama Canal. Designer Tom Lowry claims that there's an earthquake-driven rockfall in one scenario, which he put in there because he was working on the game through the aftershocks of a FAT 7.1. But you don't have to go on a mission immediately. You can practice on either the bow or stern gun positions or try your hand at the helm. There are a number of settings to take care of which fall in the category of pre-game miscellany. These include setting the detail level to a high or low, standard flight sim territory, and the slew rate for steering or firing weapons and choosing the firepower itself. 50 caliber Brownings and M129 grenade launchers being the standard. PBRs recently sent to Panama mount the GE M134 minigun, and these too are available from the arsenal. Once you're at station, you kick power into the weapons system or the boat itself and begin your cruise down one more Viet Sim Creek. A gunner can send instructions to the pilot and vice versa. You can abdicate responsibility for the vessel as a whole while you're familiarising yourself with any one particular piece of equipment, but you'll soon feel confident enough to take control of every aspect of the mission. Anyway, it makes sense to tell the pilot to rotate the water jets left to avoid an incoming missile. One thing that you have to cope with right from the start, however, is night combat. To this end, both gun positions are fitted with powerful searchlights, the trade-off being that they'll give away your PBR's position. Land your cone of light on the enemy and you're as good as got them in your sights. Another habit you should get into is that of asking for target ID in order to avoid problems with friendly fire, though frankly there didn't seem much call for it in the early missions. Perhaps it's something which complicates more confined and difficult combat simulations later on. My first mission, I confessed, felt like something of a turkey shoot. I had a few hours of various stations and the only thing I wasn't familiar with was the program's time compression routine. I was soon hot-tailing it, trying to pull a 30 miles per hour turn in a riverboat away from a jetty chock-a-block with a reunion party of MVA armour unit. I actually got out of there with boat and crew intact, but wasn't in a position to do anything constructive afterwards. You can meet the opposition in almost any manner of its choosing. There are riverside, concrete bunkers, Hind helicopters, infantry, sampans, PT-76s, you name it. Gunboat has as much going for it in terms of detail as many a tanks or flight sim, but it's not without its problems. The graphics are a busy mix of filled polygons and look like expanded sprites, but semi-animated is the best word for the sprites, which sometimes look too large, which really takes a bite out of the playability, is the response speed, which is too slow to be useful on many occasions. Much of the sluggishness is deliberate and probably conveys some of the difficulty of overcoming the inertia of the PBR. Still enjoyable and atmospheric fun. That's reviewed by Sean Masterton, and he says, the bottom line, if you're into simulations, Gunboat delivers the goods with originality and style. If you haven't tried Sims yet, however, you'll be better off with a flight game. It'll have far more in the way of immediate appeal. 1 meg only 2, which spoils it for a lot of you. And he gives it 71%. Okay, the next review, Africa Corps, and this is published by Impressions and authors Ken Wright and Andrew Prime. This is priced at £29.99 and released out now. With severe risk of sounding suspiciously like every other person who ever ventured to review a war game, I suppose I better get on with it. Africa Corps is, as I mentioned, a war game simulating the campaign fought in the Western Desert during World War II between Erwin Rommel's Africa Corps, the baddies, and Montgomery's 8th Army, the goodies. Traditionally, you choose which side to play and then feverishly attempt to beat the other one, taken by the computer. The game ending when one side is overpowered or either side reaches a specific destination. That's the scenario set. Always the first thing to do when reviewing a war game. So now on to the waffly opinion part. Africa Corps is, in fact, the sequel to the inexplicably popular Blitzkrieg May 1940, coded by the same author, but with suitable improvements made over the original. Indeed, the instruction booklet claims that it's taken years of development and testing to result in a program with such highly sophisticated artificial intelligence system. However, this isn't immediately obvious from the cute little squares, cuddly, scrollable brown map and lovable menus which greet you on loading. As we all know, you can't review a 16-bit war game without mentioning the spectrum and then contemplating whether the game in hand wouldn't be more home loaded into Mr. Rubberkeys himself. So here it goes. There's actually nothing to initially distinguish this from, a Spectrum game. Once you got past the initial impressions and get to a bit of careful analysis of the instructions, things get even more depressing. There seems to be nothing new on offer here in gameplay terms either. Yet again, little has been done to exploit the potential of the Amiga. Another customary war game review phrase there. Of course, long-term war game extremists beyond help will be up in arms about my rather cynical review, shouting things such as, they're not all the same and who cares about the graphics? Well, I like them, etc. And this highly sophisticated artificial intelligence system is the one redeeming factor which sets Corps aside from its counterparts, then they'll no doubt be shouting about that too. And unfortunately, there's no one who can stop them. All but the most fanatical strategy nut should keep away from this unimpressive desert romp. And that's reviewed by Rich Pelly, and the bottom line, it's a war game and it's on the Amiga. A slightly dubious combination, really. Dull, another 1 meg game only. Okay, then we get looks like another war game with Cohort, published by Impressions and priced at £29.99 with author Edward Grabowski, and it's released out now. Anyone into battle sims will probably remember Rorke's Drift. Cohort uses an improved version of the same gaming system, but takes a step back in time to the days of Imperial Rome. Here, 2 opposing armies face each other across one of the 4 fields of honour. There are 7 unit types for you to muck about with: light, medium and heavy artillery, light, medium and heavy cavalry and archers. And you can choose to either use a preset selection or compromise your own army of up to 16 units. What sets Cohort and Rorke's Drift apart from the majority of war games is the way the game's been designed. Cohort's characters are cute, fully animated people who walk, run, charge and fight at your command. The combat arena is many times bigger than the screen, and you can either scroll around under the mouse control or jump to a specific location using the full screen map. While it was an interesting way of doing things, Rorke's Drift had some rough edges. It's nice to see that things have been improved upon here. The icon control system is much better for a start. Things are clearer, and now you can move units as a single group and group them in formations. However, it's still too complicated for its own good. Actions such as attempting to regroup a unit in battle often have hilarious rather than strategic effect, as legionnaires jostle with each other to get past. And although the manual talks about the different tactics that the Roman legions used against the enemies, such as barbarian, Macedonian and Carthaginian armies, you never get to see them. Your computer opponents are always just another bunch of Romans. Although the game has its flaws, Cohort has a lot more immediate appeal. I was locked into it for a couple of days before its attraction started to fade. The control system is still not all it's cracked up to be, and silly anomalies such as cavalry sound effects still working when there are no horses on the field take their toll. That's reviewed by Paul Leons, and his bottom line: a fine offbeat battle sim, more accessible than most, not worth £29.99 though. 1 meg only too, and he gives it 62%. Okay, then this is intriguing. The tagline is, from the makers of the great Eye of the Beholder comes this. Oh dear, it's useless. And the game is Renegade Legion Interceptor. It's published by SSI and US Gold, of course, and authors are Scott Bayliss, Graham Bayliss and Todd Mitchell. It's priced at £24.99 and availability is now. The review reads, for fans of space-based military hardware of the 63rd century, this is a little gem. No detail, made up of course. Weapons or ships is deemed too trivial for this cuddle with a muddle of intergalactic squadrons, weird aliens and pompous planetary alliances. It's ideal stuff for sci-fi train spotters and the sort of people who buy those manuals or blueprints of the Starship Enterprise. For the rest of us, however, this is a bit of a dog. The main problem is the severe lack of action. What happens is this: you are presented with an empty squadron of space fighters and given a mission. The first task is obviously fill them up by choosing pilots, picking ships from a list of 30 and loading them up with weapons. It is possible to design your own ships, but it soon becomes clear that this is a waste of time. Once all the fiddle-faddling around with hardware and pilots is over, the game proper begins, much of which involves getting yourself embroiled in some epic space battle or other. So how does this bit work? Well, battle commences on a grid divided into lots of hexagonal shapes. Your guys are facing the other guys, and the first thing you do is move your ship into a good battle order to get into good firing positions. It's best described as the pencil and paper game Battleships on the Move. And yes, it's really that simple. Just pick an enemy, aim and fire. He'll be doing the same to you, of course, but hopefully not as well. The trouble with this is that no amount of careful picking amongst the vast selection of sophisticated kit is going to make any real difference at all. Most of the time, you're going to win anyway. The action sequences are ugly and easy. I presume you mean bad guys. The bad guys are amazingly stupid, and it's all over very quickly. If you manage to retain your interest, things develop a bit as the game goes on. Pilots gain experience building up credits, which allow you to buy bigger and better ships and fit nastier weapons. All very well, but it's a bit vacant and pointless really when the dodgy kit you started off with is perfectly capable of doing exactly the same job within minutes. So what should we make of it? Well, the programmers have clearly had a whale of a time designing battle cruisers, inventing alien races and dreaming up heavy-duty sci-fi scenarios. But in all their excitement, they forgot to do very much with the actual game. If you're the sort of person who enjoys leafing through technical manuals of starships that won't exist for another millennium or two, then this is just possibly what you've been looking for. Otherwise, it's a terrible waste of time. It's hard to believe that this is the same publisher that came up with Eye of the Beholder, and that's reviewed by Colin Campbell. He says the bottom line, lots of impressive sci-fi hardware, but precious little opportunity to use any of it. One for the sci-fi nuts, rather than those after a game. 1 meg only, and he gives it only 39%. Right, okay, let's go on to the budget section. And it says, and here we go, straight into the budgies. It's a normal selection of re-releases and original games. GBH, by the way, is the name of Gremlin's new cheapy label. Then it goes to the first game. This is a classic. Barbarian, published by Kix and priced at £7.99. Released out now. And it reads, it's good news for fans of one-on-one beat-em-ups this month, with Kix releasing both Street Fighter and this controversial game from 1988. It was controversial because A, it had a mildly suggestive picture of the infamous Maria Whittaker on the box, strangely missing from this version, and B, because it was thought by some people to be excessively violent. The central scene involves a decapitation sequence, with blood spurting from the neck of the defeated warrior. It all seems like a bit of a storm in a teacup these days, perhaps because the C64-like blobby graphics couldn't possibly upset anyone anymore, or perhaps it's just such an average game that it isn't worth getting worked up about. As these kind of things go, it's quite good fun, and certainly a lot better than Street Fighter reviewed right over there, with some good sound, some nice humorous touches, and a fair degree of challenge. Any game in this field, though, is always going to be compared to the mighty IK+, and in that light, Barbarian looks distinctly second-rate. And that's reviewed by Stuart Campbell, and he says, the bottom line, about as much fun as these things get. Great in 2-player mode, but only worth buying if you've already got IK Plus and want something a bit different. He gives it 60%. Yeah, I loved Barbarian. It's so much fun. And I love the Amiga version. Okay, then we get another one with Bionic Commando, also published by Kix and priced at £7.99 and release out now. In its day, 1988 or thereabouts, this was feted as one of the better examples of the coin-up converter's art. It sounds quite exciting, but all that really proves is how little people were prepared to settle for in those early days, particularly when a game carried the tag of coin-up conversion, because this is absolutely dire. The arcade original was novel and great fun, with telescopic arm adding a new dimension to the platform genre. But in this conversion, the all-important smooth scrolling has been replaced by the god-awful push scroll system, which completely, and I mean really do mean completely, destroys the playability. It's a shame because the graphics are very faithful and the sound is fab. The game is quite unbearable to actually play, and even £7.99 is too much to spend on some pretty pictures. Pretty by 1988 standards anyway. The groovy tunes, you'll give yourself a headache if you buy Bionic Commando, so unless you want a headache, don't bother. And that's reviewed by Stuart Campbell. His bottom line, terminally flawed conversion that isn't worth considering unless you're a real masochist. More of a chronic commando than a bionic commando, and he gives it 30%. Okay, then we have Footballer of the Year. This is done by publisher GBH, of course the Gremlin budget label, priced at £7.99 and release out now. This game provides a different slant on the old favourite, the football management sim. Instead of being the manager, you take the player's perspective, trying to make a name for yourself as the country's top goal scorer by means of a strange combination of arcade sequences, tactical planning, and gambling money ability to answer football trivia questions. It's an interesting concept and initially makes for a pretty engrossing game, but repetitiveness soon rears its ugly head, and you'll notice it's possible to simply keep gambling on trivia, the same questions, many of which are out of date now, repeat fairly frequently until you've got enough dosh to buy a measure of success. There are also a couple of annoying illogicalities, as at one point you're told that to win an international cap you must score twice in that week's match, but you don't have a match that week. But this is still reasonable entertainment. You can do much better for the money though. And that's also reviewed by Stuart Campbell, and he gives the bottom line different and reasonably good fun, but don't expect to come back to it much after the first goes, and he gave it 57%. And yeah, I mean, I have a soft spot for Footballer of the Year. I love the first one on the Spectrum, so it's kind of nice going back to it. Okay, then we get LED Storm. This is another kick re-release of an obscure, I've never seen it, Capcom coin-up. See Bionic Commando and Street Fighter reviews. And if I can get straight to the point, this is another duffer. LED Storm is vertically scrolling race game, not unlike the classic, i.e. incredibly old, arcade machine burning rubber in several ways. Except it isn't. What it actually is a memory test game, as the screen moves too fast for you to react to anything that comes at you. So you only have a chance of success is to crash a lot and remember where it happened for the next time you happen to be whizzing past that point in the game. It also suffers from the very juddery horizontal scrolling and pretty useless music. And as a whole, it's simply uninspiring. You get a couple of hours entertainment out of it if you're lucky and undemanding, but you should really be looking to set your standards rather higher. Not good, not exactly crap, not anything very much. And that's also reviewed by Stuart Campbell, and he says the bottom line, spectacularly average driving game that isn't with very little in the way of playability to recommend it. £8 is still too much, and he gives it 43%. Then we go to bigger budget review, and this has the tagline, an early platform classic gets a new lease of life courtesy of a timely budget re-release. And this is Impossible Mission 2. Publisher is again Kicks, and it's priced at £7.99, and it's out now. The review reads, the original Impossible Mission on the C64 is one of the legends of computer gaming, and though it was never converted to 16-bit, this sequel made very few changes to the winning formula. For the uninitiated, it's a challenging platform game with some fairly minor puzzle elements thrown in, mixed with a novel, well, it was novel at the time, life system, which gives you no set number of lives, but a tightish time limit, which decreases steadily except when you get killed, whereupon you lose a big chunk at once. That's about it for rules. Really, it's the immediate playability of Impossible Mission 2 which makes it so great. It's also got atmosphere and abundance, and a game task that's tough, not by the sheer size, as it's rather sadly the case with many games these days, but by dint of the care that's been taken in welding together a relatively small number of elements to produce tricky and brain-teasing situations on every screen. This is by far the best of the recent clutch of Kicks games, and it will give you hours of fun for your £8. Invest in a bit of gaming history, and that's reviewed by Stuart Campbell. And the bottom line, a corking little game with an epic feel that belies its size. Forget all the Flash licenses. If you're going to buy a re-release this month, get this one. And he gives it 80%. And I'm quite a fan of the Impossible Mission games, so it'd be interesting to see how it performs on the Amiga. Right, let's go over the page, and this is one that I've completely forgot. Sharky's Mole, published by Zeppelin and priced at £7.99 and out now. It continues. There seems to be something of a glut of Operation Wolf's type shooting games on the market at the moment. Recently, we've seen Predator 2, Beastbusters, Operation Wolf itself on budget re-release. And now this cheapie from Zeppelin set in Prohibition Chicago in the 1920s. All this means is that the usual aliens, zombies, soldiers are replaced with sharp-suited mobsters, and the grenades become rather weedy Molotov cocktails, or Molotovs as the screen rather annoyingly insists on calling them. Otherwise, it's the same old kill everything gameplay, and it's done perfectly competently without any glaring flaws or outstanding flair. It's tough enough to be challenging without ever really stretching you. There's a nice touch at the end of a level, I won't spoil it for you, but basically we're in textbook territory here. Op-Wolf games are usually pretty short on lasting appeal, so if you really want a new one, at least this one will only set you about £8. And that's reviewed also by Stuart Campbell, and he gives in the bottom line, as good gameplay-wise as most games of the type and unremarkable aesthetics are only to be expected at the price. Perfectly respectable if Op-Wolf is your thing, and he gives it 60%, so yeah, I'm quite intrigued to sort of try this. I do have a soft spot for the old shooters. Right, okay, let's go on to the next one. Supercars. This is also done by GBH, priced at £7.99 and release out now. Continuing what seems to be shaping into a trend in the software biz at the Mo, Gremlin has followed up with a release of the game's sequel, Supercars 2, surprisingly enough, with a budget rerun of the original. Perhaps for fans of the latter game whose appetites have been whetted, or maybe just to make some more DOS without writing any new games. Whatever. This is a great game, considerably more playable in my opinion than its much fated offspring. Your car handles better, the courses test your driving skills more than your powers of memory or your weapons capability. The tracks are short enough to avoid repetitiveness and boredom, a problem with Supercars 2, and there's also fewer cars crowding the wider roads, so you can get a chance to build up a bit of speed now and again. Supercars 2 is a very stop-start affair. In its own right though, Supercars is an excellent overhead view racer in the super sprint mould, and even if you own the sequel, I strongly recommend you splash out on this. That's also reviewed by Stuart Campbell, and he says the bottom line, the music is pretty appalling, but hey, nothing's perfect. A superior game to its big brother at a third of the price. A serious bargain. And he gives it 79%. Right, okay, then we come to Street Fighter, oh dear. Published by Kicks and priced at £7.99 and also out now. This conversion of the Capcom coin-up was one of US Gold's flagship releases back in 1989. The huge graphics of the arcade game concealed some pretty basic gameplay, but it was still reasonable fun. Sadly, that's not something you can say about this version. It's utterly dreadful. The graphics come across pretty well, but the actual animation is disgraceful. It's incredibly slow to play and unresponsive to control, and the level of challenge is simply non-existent. On my very first go, I won 19 of the game's 20 bouts, and on forcing myself, well, several large member crowbars had to force me actually, but that's a technical point, to play it again. I completed the whole thing. When you consider that IK Plus is also available at the same budget price, you'll need to be particularly stupid to even think about getting this game. Don't be fooled by the pretty screen. This is pitiful trash of the very highest, or should that be lowest, order. That's reviewed by Stuart Campbell, never one to mince his words, and his bottom line. Even if you love beat-em-ups, you'll hate Street Fighter. How USG can have the brass neck to release it twice is totally beyond me, and he gives it only 9%. Talking about, there's also Impossible, published by GBH label, the Gremlin label, and priced at £7.99, and it's released out now. Before going out on their own, Core Design made something of a name for themselves, programming a number of games in the immediately identifiable platform style. Games like Switchblade, Rick Dangerous, and, well, Rick Dangerous 2. And this, at first glance, they can all be mistaken for one another. But Impossible stands out from the crowd thanks to the fact that it's crap. It's a classic mistake, but the game seems almost determined to fall uncomfortably between the twin stools of being a platform game, of all things, a beat-em-up. The baddies all require several good whacks from Monty Mole, the hero of the game, before they can be persuaded to clear off. And this makes the levels a real chore to progress through. My pet hate. The invisible danger syndrome makes an unwelcome appearances too, and generally you'll see that a complete lack of imagination has been employed at almost every point. Impossible is slow and tedious and a bad buy at any price. That's reviewed by Stuart Campbell, and his bottom line is, if you're a Monty fan, don't buy this game. It'll ruin your happy memories. If you've never heard of Monty, avoid it in its own right. He gives it 30%. Yeah, I refuse to consider this is a Monty Mole game, because I do love Monty Mole, and I agree with him, absolutely terrible. Okay, turning over the page, we have more budget reviews. Then we have John Lowe's Ultimate Darts, published by Kicks, and priced at £7.99 and also released now. This is another computer darts game distinguished by the fact that it's packed with options allowing you to play against 16 of the world's top players, play alternative games including dart soccer and dart cricket, play against a chum using a real board, and have the computer keep score, compete in various tournaments or exhibition matches, as well as all the usual computer darts stuff. Control is by the traditional wobbly hand method and is no more or less useful, accurate, irritating than any other of the games in the genre. The football and cricket games add a degree of lasting appeal, but that's nothing here to seize the imagination. And that's reviewed by Stuart Campbell. And his bottom line, it's computer darts time again. John Lowe's darts is probably better than last month's Cody's effort, but still hardly stunning. Buy it if you must. He gives it 55%. Yeah, it's sort of intrigued because I do love 180 on the Spectrum, so I'm always looking for an Amiga equivalent to that. This does sound a bit dry, but all depends on the controls, so I'm looking forward to trying it. Okay, then we get another one, Violator, published by Codemasters and priced at £7.99. Also released now. If Cody spent as much time on the instructions of their game as they do writing the ridiculous crap that they put on the back of them, the world will be a happier place. Luckily, Violator isn't a game that needs a lot of explaining, being another flying shark / Swiv / Sidewinder clone. Similar to Cody's own recent Kamikaze, but considerably better, Violator features polished graphics and scrolling, comparing favourably with full-price games in this field. The gameplay is good too, the only drawback being the high number of hits your helicopter can absorb compared with the instant destruction resulting from collision with enemy vehicles. Overall though, this is an impressive product that will keep vertical zap fans occupied for many an hour. That's reviewed also by Stuart Campbell, and his bottom line, the crap sound is the only disappointing element of this really rather fab little game. I'm not convinced about the slightly title though. He gives it 76%. Then we have Run the Gauntlet, published by The Hit Squad, that's the Ocean label, priced at £7.99 and also out now. Hi, I'm Martin Shaw. This is Run the Gauntlet. If you want to see action sports, chortle, this is a place to be. Doesn't sound all that funny to me, but the sampled Martin clearly finds is entertaining, so fair enough. By a strange coincidence, entertaining is exactly what this game isn't. It's a sort of sports sim with super sprint overtones licensed from a TV show. It's heavy on sampled sound and digitized graphics, and you'll have as much fun playing it as an asthma sufferer with a didgeridoo. The game is terminally unplayable, it's got absurd controls and chronically repetitive, and it's more than you need to know about this terrible, terrible game. That's also reviewed by Stuart, Campbell. And the bottom line, all style and no content, a completely intolerable lump, to coin a phrase, crap. And if you were thinking about buying it, get a lobotomy now. And he gives it only 15%. Okay, then we get Rambo 3. This is also published by The Hit Squad. It's £7.99 and out now. It says, the title screen of this game credits the programming to Elmer Fudd. If I had anything to do with it, I wouldn't want my real name made public either. This is a 1989 movie license of an old school, i.e. it's a quick cash-in job, where the programmers took a couple of popular game elements and bunged them together, adding a central sprite that looked a bit like the character from the film. They doubtless sold millions. The fact that all the people who bought it went back to the shop the next day and said, give me my money back. This is a disgracefully slow and tedious crap with some dullest gamer play I've ever come across, and music that I wouldn't feed to my cat is neither here nor there. I'm not going to tell you any more. I don't want to get you interested in this garbage. Enough. And that's reviewed by Stuart, Campbell. And his bottom line, the graphical bit where Rambo loses energy to gradually become a skull is quite funny, but it's not worth £8. And he gives it 14%. Right, then we get a compilation. Tagline says, System 3 in jolly good compilation with only one duff game shock horror revelation. Okay, this is done by System 3 and is The Premier Collection is the name of the compilation, and it's published by System 3 and priced at £24.99 and released out now. The first thing to note about this compilation is that it contains not The Last Ninja as the box states, which never came out on the 16-bit anyway, but Ninja Remix, the later updated and improved version. Having got that out of the way, let's take a look in time-honoured fashion to each of the games in the pack individually. Starting at the top, IK Plus has already been covered in Amiga Power number 60 in the all-time top 100, 85% as a budget re-release. There can't be anything left to say about this utterly wonderful beat-em-up, except that previously we may not have mentioned quite how fab the music is. So to put that right, IK Plus has completely brilliant music to go with all the other completely brilliant features. And if you don't own it by now, there must be something wrong with you, pal. And by the way, did you spill my pint? Next best is Flimbo's Quest, which is a cute platform arcade thing with gorgeous graphics and colour, but is prone to become a little repetitive after a couple of hours play. Even so, it's the kind of thing that would be a real snip at a budget price, so as part of a compilation it certainly doesn't let the side down any. A lovable game for those idle days when you can't be bothered to think too much. Thirdly, the aforementioned Ninja Remix. We've got something of a love-hate relationship with this, as with other games in the series. Some people love them for their undeniably lovely graphics and mammoth game task, which ensures lots of lastability. Other people hate them for the horrible control system, which makes the arcade fighting sequences a real pain in the neck and causes frustration levels to reach unheard of levels when trying to pull off particularly tricky jump that needs pixel perfect precision. I'm certainly in the latter camp. Personally, I tend more towards the latter camp, so he's with me. But if you're prepared to invest some time in learning the moves, this one will keep you off the streets for quite a while. The pack's closest thing to a real duffer is the aging arcade adventure Tusker, which has nothing actually wrong with it, but nothing very much right with it either. A bit dull, but again there's lots to keep you busy and the graphics are good. System 3 have put this out at the respectable price of £24.99, and at £6 a throw, none of these games are a bad deal. There's a fair mix of styles, and the 4 games will entertain you for at least as long as an above average full pricer. So if you're not too desperate for higher octane thrills, if you are, buy IK Plus on its own. You could do a lot worse. And that's reviewed by Stuart Campbell. And the bottom line, a bit of a bargain at the price and diverse enough to keep you going for ages. If you don't already have any of the games in this pack, snap it up. And he gives it 80%. Right, okay, then we go across the page to the Bite Back. I love these, so many interesting games. We've covered the majority of them, so there's a few unique ones. Again, I use this as an opportunity to call out ones that don't get mentioned anywhere else. I probably have mentioned this one, it might have even got the review, but Elvira is only £19.99. This I imagine is the action game, which I really like. I really like Elvira, the action game, not just for Elvira's assets, but it's actually quite a fun little platformer. Not perfect, it definitely has its flaws, but just wanted to show it here again. Then for compilations, now obviously we've covered most of these in the previous videos. The Fantasy Bonus Edition collection, so that's PH Fantasy. These are really sort of interesting alternatives to Ultima games. So Fantasy and Fantasy 3 and Questron 2 are the games, and it's £19.99. So Fantasy is a very basic overhead sort of RPG, very much in the Ultima mode. Fantasy 3 is the same game idea, but much nicer graphics. And Questron 2 is a bit like the first Fantasy, where that same very basic graphics. But if you like your obscure RPGs of the old ilk, then that's great. Other thing I want to flag is the sale of games. You've got Archipelago, £4.99. Of course, the reason they're putting that so cheap is because it came free on Amiga format, but if you wanted the box and everything, then that's a really good price. It's an interesting game, Archipelago. I can never get my head around it, but I'm sure King you'd be able to describe it to you how to play the damn thing. Much more my speed is a Battle Squadron, £9.99, and this is an amazing shoot 'em up, one of my favourites on the Amiga. Then they also have some of the best of public domain. We've obviously covered Drip, but I'll mention just briefly here. Drip is amazing. It always deserves to be mentioned. Arcade quality game with digitised sounds and smooth sprites, plus China Challenge, Super Gridder, Frogger, Mutant and Ping Pong are included. So China Challenge is one of those Shanghai ones. Super Gridder is an interesting one, like shooter. Frogger, the classic. Mutant Camels, obviously Jeff Binter's classic. And Ping Pong, which is a so-so ping pong representation. Much better though is Twintris under their AD30. This is an amazing Tetris clone. It has smooth scrolling blocks. 2-player option was its big thing. That's why it's called Twintris, and is so much fun. And I have mentioned this before, but Cave Runner, superb commercial quality Boulder Dash style game. I absolutely adore Cave Runner. It's one of my favourites. And one that I'm going to try and track down, because I've just seen it there, I've never heard of it before, is Simpsons shoot 'em up style with Bart Simpson on a skateboard. I'm definitely going to try and find that, but might be difficult. Much better at the bottom here is Mega Ball. This is an amazing Arkanoid style, but better, and it really is. It's a fantastic game, works obviously perfectly with a mouse, and as a shareware game with an editor, you can design your own layouts. Okay, let's move on. More adverts for public domain, but we'll skip over those. Which, going over the page, one of the cool bits that Amiga Power did is they reviewed a lot of the ones. They gave quite a lot of space to Amiga Power. So let's read out what it says. The Amiga Power public domain section gets an extra boost this month, up to 2 full pages in fact, simply so we can cover more games. But why, you may be asking? Well, it's simply this. PD may be free, you see, but it certainly ain't crap, as your host Stuart Campbell explains. And they do the usual rating where 5 red is excellent, 5 black is nearly there, 4 is very good, 3 has its moments, 2 is flawed, and 1 is dire. It begins. We've had a few letters this month from people who are still not sure exactly what public domain software is. So here's a quick recap on all its various forms. True public domain, also known as freeware, is software which is released without copyright restrictions, which means you're free to do whatever you want with it. Any old time. You can copy it, give it to your friends, stick it on the front of a magazine, anything at all, as long as you don't change it or charge money for it. Most people get theirs from PD libraries, who don't actually charge for the software, but do take a nominal fee for the cost of the actual disc, postage, and packaging, etc. Usually between £1 and £3. Shareware, on the other hand, is software which is released in a very similar manner, but if you do keep and use the software, you're asked to send the author a small donation towards the cost of producing more games. Usually, as an incentive to register in this way, the author will send you full documentation, updates on the programs, and so on and so forth. Obviously, it's easy to just keep the discs and not send any money, but this is extremely poor form and threatens the whole concept of shareware. If nobody pays, authors will simply stop writing the stuff. If you do partake of any shareware, do the decent thing. Then there's exclusiveware, which is simply PD, which is only available from one PD library, usually as a result of a deal which involves the PD company paying the author a small royalty for every copy sold. This sometimes makes it slightly more expensive than normal PD, but not to any significant extent. Then there's licenseware, a fairly new idea. It's an extension of exclusiveware and isn't really PD in the true sense at all. It's software which is released by PD companies, but the author retains the copyright, which means it's illegal to copy it. The price is usually higher than ordinary PD, but still much cheaper than most budget software. And the profits are split between the author and the PD firm. The addresses on these pages aren't the only places you can get the games reviewed here. Most are available from most libraries at various prices and on variously compiled discs. The named companies are simply the nice people who sent us our own copies. Any PD companies out there who like a little plug, send us some stuff. Games only, no demos thanks, to have a look at, and we'll see what we can do. That's it for now. Other than that, to say that if you've discovered some particularly good or indeed particularly bad PD game you think the world should know about, drop us a line or even a copy of the game if you can manage it, and we'll check it out and credit you in the mag, of course. So with that, on with this month's Fabby Freebies. Okay, so first of all we have Pharaoh's Curse. This was given to them by 17-bit and is on the disc Games Galore 5. This is a conversion of the old VIC-20 platform adventure by the same team who brought you last month's wonderful cover game Frantic Freddy. Stop press. Pharaoh's Curse can now be found on the cover disc of this very issue. It's well worth getting for this alone, but when the disc also includes a sweet little Pac-Man game, stop press again, this is on this issue's cover as well. A good version of Pengo, a Monopoly clone, a couple of nice puzzlers, and more besides, then the asking price of just 89p begins to look a little bit on the ridiculous side of generous, unless you're completely gaga. This is another disc you really must have, and it's still good even when you've already got 2 of the best games from us. Verdict. Excellent, excellent, and once more, excellent. Hours of fun for all the family. And yeah, of course this was a Vic classic. They give it 4 stars. That's down as very good. And it is. Then we have Zeus, also given by 17-bit, and it was their number 1058. If you want to snap up this particular PD classic, I suggest you would do it quickly, because when Oceans see what a blatant copy of their classic Taito coin-up conversion Puzznick it is, it may well disappear from the market in a blaze of writs before you can say official. This is a very classy job indeed, being identical in every way to the original, except that there isn't a time limit and the screen layouts are different. Oh, and it uses mouse control, which is a bit crap. But since there's no time limit, it's not actually much of a problem. Puzznick itself was a highly respectable number 34 in our all-time top 100, so for 89p this is an excellent copy, represents an absolutely stunning buy. It might not last very long though, so don't waste any time. And their verdict? Unmissable version that actually improves on the original in some ways. The lack of a time limit makes it more of a puzzler than an arcade game. Get it while you can, and they give it a black 5-star. That's nearly there, so awesome one. Then we get Blue House. This is given by New Wave. This is a bit of a strange fish, being a cross between Thrust and Jukebox. What happens is you fly around in the normal manner through smoothly scrolling and tricky landscapes and attempt to land on various stations and platforms scattered through the caverns. When you do, there's a short pause and the game loads up a new piece of demo music while displaying the title and credits at the bottom of the screen until you land somewhere else. It's a really novel way of presenting demo tunes, and the game's challenging and playable at the same time. Some of the music is lovely and some of it's by Millennium. Presume doesn't like Marillion, but you can't have everything, and you keep playing for ages to hear more new tunes. Verdict: different and refreshing, and a nice piece of PD that wouldn't work in any other way. Very good indeed, and he gives it 4 stars, which is another very good. Then we get Battle Pong, also given by 17-bit, and this was number 1056. They cannot be serious. It's 1991 and someone's given the Arkanoid treatment to Pong, the original arcade bat and ball game. This updated version includes all the features you remember and love. The bats, the balls, but with new, improved, exciting extras like the prettiest backdrops and Lord have mercy upon their souls power-ups. These are mostly pretty obvious, including bat reducers, bat expanders, freeze capsules, and the creation of moving obstacle on the centre line. In fact, gameplay isn't dissimilar to an overhead view version of the classic French oldie Shuffle Putt Cafe, except a bit more limited by the format. The main drawback with Battle Pong is that the computer opponent is almost unbeatable, but with adjustable speed levels and 2-player option you should still be able to wring considerably more than the 89p's worth of entertainment out of this. His verdict is an extremely silly idea which provides several hours of absurd fun. Ideal material for PD, I'd say, but what the hell, why not? And he gives it 3 stars. That stands for has its moments. Okay, then we get Llamatron. It finally got released on the Amiga and available from various PD suppliers. We jumped the gun on this one a bit in issue 2, but now Jeff's actually finished the Amiga version and it's looking every bit as good as the ST one, and sounding even better. For those of you who missed it, it's an update of Williams' classic arcade shoot-'em-up Robotron, fiddled around with to add Jeff's imitable feel. You know, the kind of thing, sheep, goats, yaks, etc. And provides an even zappier experience for aficionados of the coin-up golden oldie, which includes everyone on the Amiga Power team. Robotron's unique double joystick control system has been cleverly implemented here, and indeed there's also an option to actually use 2 joysticks for complete authenticity. Not that it's all improvements. A couple of the new features are distinctly irritating, particularly the laser gun, and the graphics have a slightly cluttered and unclear look. In Robotron you could tell at a glance who the bad guys were, but in Llamatron it's all a bit less instinctive. But all the same, this is a highly classy piece of freebie software. Wait a minute though, Llamatron isn't strictly free if you like the game and decide to keep it. Jeff asks that you send him a $5 as shareware fee. Then again, in return for that you'll also get Big Llama poster, a newsletter, and a copy of Jeff's original version of Grid Runner. first released in 1989, so you got no cause for complaint. Remember, with shareware, you try before you buy, so you don't like the game, it won't cost you a penny. But if you do, please play fair and do send Jeff some dosh. We'd like to see this idea encouraged. Not that you're very likely not to like it. If you're a zapping fan, this will be right up your street. And their verdict, an excellent game that deserves to be supported by anyone who's ever paid out £25 for crap that's been cheesed off about it. And they give it 4 stars, which is very good. Then we get the utterly scandalous Good Bargain of the Month, and this is Amigoids, done by Start PD and is on disc number 761. The first thing to say about this disc is that it isn't just Amigoids. It also includes tanks, a brilliant, incredible, slick version of the old 2-player game where you have 2 tanks shooting each other across a mounting range. There's also Rollerpede, a fairly decent and zappy centipede game. You also have Avatris, simultaneous 3-player Tetris clone, and Cave Runner, a very classy Boulder Dash clone. What a collection! That is such an amazing collection there. Amigoids is probably the star of the disc though, if only because you need 2 players for tanks. Being far and away the best Asteroids game on the Amiga so far, it's packed with options, including the chance to turn the graphics into a perfect replica of the Atari VCS game of yesteryear, and plays a really stylish version of the classic game. The whole disc is beautifully presented, and to be able to get it for less than £2 is living proof that miracles can still happen. Restore your faith in humanity and get it now. And the verdict is every true games lover should have this in their collection. If you love your Amiga, give it this. And they give it 5-star, but in red, which is that excellent. And my word, I mean, I can certainly say all those games on there are just absolutely stunning. They're some of my favourite PD games, so I'm definitely going to go and try and track down that disc, see that particular collection. Okay, then we get Tricks. This was given by 17-bit and is number 841. This is quite easily the best version of the arcade's Etch-a-Sketch with Enemies game Kicks on the Amiga, and it's made all the more timely by the impending release of Volified, Taito's coin-up follow-up. It's a fully featured copy of the original, but also comes on a disc with 10 other games, including a version of the board game Sorry, a video poker game, a crude but fast Missile Command, a good Othello, and several other card and puzzle things. It's worth the paltry $89 price for Tricks alone, and the fact that all of the other games are worth having too makes this the bargain of the highest order. The verdict is a strange mix of games to find on one disc, but an entertaining one, and they give it 4 stars, which is very good. Then we get Air Ace, 17-bit. This is 1062 disc. And this game was programmed using Palace's shoot-'em-up construction kit that was done by Sensible Software and is given a distinctly professional edge. It's a Flying Shark style scrolling blaster, and it's one of the trickier games I've come across this month. There aren't any great innovations on display, but the gameplay, for 1 or 2 players at a time, is timeless and challenging, and the attention to detail right down to the way the screen keeps scrolling for a while after you've lost your life, just like in the arcade, is lavish. If you're a Flying Shark fan, you shouldn't miss this one. His verdict is tough and pretty blaster that'll pass a good few happy zapping hours at the price that belies its commercial look. And he gives it 4 stars, which is very good, and it is really good. Then we get Grid Runner, 17-bit. This is on disc number 971. Following on from last month's review of Jeff Minter's Mega Galactic Llamas, this is another conversion of the man's ancient zappers, Grid Runner. It's essentially a Centipede clone with a few added features, but as fast and violent single-minded blaster, it is unbeatable in its day and still pretty good fun now. The disc also contains a rather odd Defender game called Invaders, which is cute and enjoyable, and a breakout clone called Rebound, which we couldn't get to load in the Office Amiga, so it may or may not be any good. And the whole thing is welded together with probably the most slick and professional presentation ever seen in public domain. courtesy of programming team Mental Image. When you consider that each of the games on this disc is effectively cost less than 30p, well, you know what to do. The verdict is 2 goodies, and another might be make this disc another essential giveaway. And they give that 4 stars, which is also very good. And then finally, we have 7 Tiles. This is on Start PD, disc number 689. This game is billed as a cross between Speedball and Kickoff, and that's pretty much spot-on assessment. It's a frantic future sports game with a tiny little players bombing around a metallic pitch. And apart from the slight problem of not really knowing which of your players you're controlling at any particular time, it's great fun. There isn't really a whole lot to say about it otherwise, except that it's a lot of fun, especially with 2 players, and though it misses the outright violence of Speedball, it's easier to get to grips with than Kickoff. Oh, and the continuous crowd noises can get a bit grating on the ears after a while. Not that I'm trying to stop you buying it, you understand. Verdict: a corking little game that holds its head up pretty respectably against the major league counterparts. And they give that 3 stars. That has its moments. Then we get thinking about not buying the next issue of Amiga Format. Tut, tut. This picture of King Tut is known by more people than more nations than the Pharaoh ever was. It's the symbol of Deluxe Paint, probably the finest piece of graphic software ever written. Deluxe Paint is used by nearly all Amiga games programmers to create the graphics for their games, simply because it is the best. Now there is a new version of Deluxe Paint out. Deluxe Paint 4 is probably the most important non-games release on the Amiga in the last 3 years. It takes Deluxe Paint to the ultimate extreme of Amiga graphics, allowing you to create 4,096 colour pictures using ham mode. And where can you read the exclusive first review? In Amiga Format, of course. And that's what's on the cover of this issue. Well, knock me down with a feather if it's not a cover disc, and it contains almost a complete copy of the new Deluxe Paint 4 as a fully usable demo. You'll be able to create your own 4,096 colour pictures and see for yourself how good it is. Also, on this extraordinary cover disc is a playable demo of Magic Pockets, the latest platform extravaganza from Bitmap Brothers. You've laughed at the idiots who played it on TV's Motormouth. Now give the real thing a go yourself. Yeah, of course, Motormouth they had where people phoned in to sort of like play and get as far through the game saying, right, jump. It's absolutely mad that they did it, but they did on the kids' TV show. And we bring you the full inside story of how the music is created for games, courtesy of Betty Boo, John Fox and those bitmap experts, plus the widest and best range of reviews anywhere. Not just games, but also exciting stuff like the newest drawing programs, the new 3D game creation system, and latest in 16 million colour painting. Don't miss Amiga Format issue 26 on sale August the 8th. Exclusive review and cover disc demo of Deluxe Paint 4. And Deluxe Paint 4 was absolutely stunning. Right, then we go over the page and there's lovely adverts up to 2.5. Then there's a competition, win flying lessons. I think this is the one that nobody actually went in for. Can't remember. But I remember sort of afterwards people mentioning that no one went in for, I think it was this competition. But the question is, if you want to fly, you need to learn how to use a map. So here's a test of navigational abilities. You're on a runway in Reykjavik and you have to fly in a straight line to Nairobi. Simply list all the countries you have to fly over. Clue, get an atlas and a ruler. So yeah, okay. But obviously advertising the F-15 Strike Eagle 2. Let's move over. Then they got their subscription and also mentioned some of the Amiga Format complete game issues there. So in January 1991, you got Interphase, the complete game, and there was a Total Recall and Lemmings playable demo. And you can get that for £5. Then there was, this one's a Amiga Format, was really special to me, this one. This was in June 1991, and you got 2-disc Balance of Power, the 1990 edition. I adored that game. I'm showing it here. It was just so good. It was you basically controlling one of the superpowers, either the United States or Russia, and it was just so skilled and felt so complex. And we used to play 2-player, like handing the disc between a friend and mine backwards and forwards. It was so good. And then it also has like playable demos of Automino and 3D construction kit. And then the last one on here, July 1991, and this had 2 complete games on it, as well as like a CD TV special. But it had Archipelagos, and that's a weird game, but I do remember buying this because, 2 free games. And also Vaccine, so that was really, really cool. So it's nice seeing some of the back things here. Obviously, if you subscribe to them, not only could you buy Monkey Island cheaper for £18.50, that's a good price, isn't it? And you can also get 1 free game for subscription, and the good ones here, Exile, Armageddon, and Switchblade 2. I particularly would choose Switchblade 2. That would be my choice there. Adore that game. Let's move on. More adverts. Nothing really jumps out there. Then we got... there's on here, on the Games Galore advert across the page. Yeah, I'll call out just a couple of games. I think ATF2, I don't think Air Tactical Fighter 2. Now, I remember Air Tactical Fighter, or ATF, on the Spectrum. Yeah, ATF2 on the Amigas. Well, it's very basic, but it's kind of cool. Yeah, so definitely call that out. Probably none of the others. Oh, Trivial Pursuit. I've got a soft spot for Trivial Pursuit. I love the 8 and 16-bit ones with the little guy shouting his way, his little snotty attitude. So yeah, it's probably worth calling out that. But I think I've covered majority of the others worth mentioning. Then we come to obviously the bottom line. We'll skip over that and I'll play it at the end as usual. Then we get the Premier Mail Order. This is really, really cool. Again, we've covered most of them, but I do love looking through all these games. It's just such a nostalgia kick. But ones that don't have the star against it that I'll call out, because star means that it's not yet released. Hence why you can see there's a 3D Snooker. Of course, that's Jimmy White's Snooker. That has been released now. Yeah, I'd probably call out 688 Attack Sub for £16.99. That's a really good price. Really good, sort of like probably my favourite submarine simulator. And I was particularly interested with submarines at the time because my dad used to work on some of the motors and things for submarines. So I was sort of fascinated in that way. Player Manager, not a game for me, but I know people love that. That was obviously a great combination. £12.99, good price. When you look through, a lot of these are really good prices here. And then you got special offers of $9.99 each. I mean, obviously, they're all really good, like James Bond is amazing. I always recommend that. And they got Gremlins 2, which, I don't know. I need to probably spend more time because it reviewed a lot better than I thought. But the new one that we haven't spoken about is Sword of Sodan. Is there for £9.99. Not very good, but quite nice graphics, really. And yeah, and there's Turrican for £7.99, my word. I wish I could buy some of these Turrican and Turrican 2 because it's so expensive now. Then you get another Computer Express advert written by Gary Penn. Not one that I ever bothered picking up. As more of a Games X boy. Then we get the Do the Right Thing, and this is the letters page. It says, you want opinions, you want controversy, you want to hear from the discontented, the maltreated and the plain pigged off, then go no further, for here we present a barrage of abuse, angst and outrage, the like of which you've never read before. Hold on tight, it's the one and only Amiga Power letters page. So I'll read a couple of these. Okay, the first one. Dear Sir, if I may, I'd like to make a few comments on some of the letters you published in issues 1 and 2. The subject is, of course, the old complete Games on Magazine cover discs chestnut. Number 1. The industry argument against cover-mounted games seems to be that weaker full-price products will suffer if there's a lot of high-quality stuff available cheaper with magazines. I can see the reasoning behind that, but in the long term, it's average, worse products that will suffer. would that be a bad thing? Surely all it would mean is that software companies would have to produce consistently higher quality products to justify their high price tags, and that would be good for all of us. Or is it all right for substandard let's print some money games like Hero Turtles to occupy the charts for weeks while classics suffer? Number 2, will the ELSPA members who don't publish cheap reissues or budget software want that stopped as well, so that having good quality games available around the £8 to £10 mark doesn't damage the sales of duff expensive software? Number 3, will public domain software be removed from cover discs, as this must affect the sales of PD libraries? Number 4, I take it that not every software company is a member of ELSPA. If this is the case, couldn't you put games from non-ELSPA companies on your magazine? Of course, that might mean losing some ad revenue from members, so forget that one, I suppose. Number 5, aren't you just as guilty? After all, you computer mag companies put 15p discs on the covers of your magazines and then charge us £2.95 for the privilege of owning a free game. All that's happened is the software publishers have spotted you doing it and said, enough's enough. Yours, Jeff Doyle from North Shields. And of course, this is all to do with the fact that in the 16-bit ELSPA and the agreement of all the members meant that magazines couldn't give free discs. And of course, it became a big issue, particularly on Amiga Power, because they'd promised at the beginning to give a free full price game every issue, which they then couldn't. And that's why actually you got so many free games on the Amiga format, their sister magazine, because they'd obviously lined up all of these things like Vaccine and Archipelago to go on the front. It also explains why issue 0 had so many strange choices. They'd obviously made sure that the ones they had lined up were all in the top 100, so they could say that as well. But let's hear their response. To take your points in turn, Jeff. Number 1, I think what you say here is fair enough, more or less, except you don't point out the real way to stop software publishers putting out poor programs: refusing to buy them. Every decent magazine review made it clear that Turtles was complete crap. An awful lot of people still bought it. Number 2, yes, it's a bit of a contradiction, isn't it? Why doesn't someone from ELSPA write in an answer for one of us? Better still, why don't we get someone from ELSPA to explain exactly what the policy is on all of this? In fact, how about someone like Roger Bennett, General Secretary of ELSPA? He should know what's going on, shouldn't he? And hey, what's that over here on the next page? Yeah, because they got an interview. I'll show you when we get there. Number 3, this one is, as they say, still up in the air, but with PD by definition owned by no one, it's hard to see how anybody can legislate about it. Number 4, most, but not all major software houses are ELSPA members. What you may not know is that we, Future Publishing, are too, which means we have some small part to play in anything that happens. It really is a case of the industry working together on this one, and certainly getting confrontational is to be avoided. Number 5, ooh, pardon us. The cheek of charging you £1 for a full price game. We don't get them for free, you know, and even buying discs 100,000 at a time, you can't get them for 15p. Or do you know something we don't? This has been Amiga Power's Economics for Beginners Part 1 in series of 1. Thank you. Then we have, we've got some of the answers for who killed Gary Penn. So this was in the last issue. You had the CDTV Cruise for a Corpse competition, and they gave a scenario, a murder mystery of where Gary Penn was murdered. And people had to write in the most interesting answers to win. So here's some of the responses. So first of all, it's a question that's been rocking the industry. Here are a handful of sample entries from our US Gold Cruise for a Corpse competition we ran last issue. The winner, who of course gets his or her very own Commodore CDTV, will be announced next issue. The scenario we set up leading to the crime is too long to explain here. You'll either have to go back to the last mag to refresh your memories, or simply pick it up as we go along. Anyway, here are some suggestions. So the first one, it's very simple. Matt Bilby did go to US Gold. He waited in the office for one of the US Gold reps, and then he noticed a CDTV lying around. No one knew he was there, so he grabbed the machine and took it straight to Gary Penn, because Gary was a desperate. for a CD TV. Gary has no games though, so going around the office, he told everyone it's his birthday and they all went out shopping, looking for a CD TV game for him. Gary became bored in the office on his own, so he decided to borrow one of the cleaner's audio compact discs. What he didn't know was that playing a normal compact disc actually killed you. It kills people by blasting them to death with sound. Gary sadly died. So, as Commodore was so secretive about the CD TV, I can now exclusively reveal that, wait for it, Commodore did this vile murder. And he put the CDTV for those letters. And that was by Paul Marshman of Warrington, Cheshire. So playing normal compact discs actually kill you, eh? Sorry, neatish ending, but you rather overstretch the credibility with that middle bit, I'm afraid. Okay, so we get another one, and it says, full 15 minutes after Mark Ramshaw leaves for the dentist, the ad sales girl Alison and Suzanne, having realised that Penn was not only having affairs with both of them, but also with the purple spider plant named Mildred, engage Penn in conversation while injecting him just below the knee with nail varnish remover. 4:30 p.m. as Penn staggers around the office singing a selection of Kajagoogoo hits and threatening to buy an Oric, the lads of the team, believing him to be possessed by some evil spirit, force-feed him copies of games such as Quasimodo, Ghostbusters 2 and Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles. Penn naturally is dead within minutes. 4:45. The staff, overcome by guilt at their terrible deed, flee to a small Caribbean island equipped with only their favourite Amiga games and a signed photo of Leslie Judd. Therefore, Penn was killed by the entire team, excluding Mark and the two Matts. And that was by Mark Wallace, East Finchley, London. And their response, sorry, trying too hard to be funny gets you nowhere, they say. Okay, this is the third failed attempt, and it says, this is the next one. After Mark Ramshaw left for his dental appointment, there was a phone call saying a bomb had been planted in the office. It's Gary Penn's responsibility to make sure all the rest get out and to phone the authorities. While the staff are clearing out into the car park, Matt Bilby is sprinting from the phone box where he made the hoax call. He dies through the back way unnoticed. Gary Penn is about to ring the bomb squad when Matt Bilby snakes up behind him and smothers him with 3-foot cuddly toy replica of kid gloves, which just happens to be sitting on Alison's desk. Now Matt thinks his worries are over. Gary Penn will no longer be blackmailing him for selling Amiga Power secrets to US Gold. And that's Nia Connolly and Real Clwyd. And so it goes on. Did Matt do it, or Commodore, or even the ad girls with the help from the lads, which seems to mean just Colin and Stuart, or what? The winner and perhaps a few more entries will be revealed next month. Meanwhile, get cracking on this month's extraordinary competition and you could be flying high. So yeah, it's good fun. So I'll probably miss all the other letters, but I will do the Elspeth Talks cover-mounted games, right or wrong. So this is where they did a small interview with the head of Elspeth to understand why they decided to disallow cover discs, full games being allowed on cover discs for magazines. It begins. There's a lot of talk lately, both in the industry and judging from your letters on the streets, about complete games being given away on cover-mounted discs. The whole controversy blew up around the launch of Amiga Power and our early promise to give away a complete game with each issue. So it's a subject that affected Amiga Power readers and potential readers more than anyone else. That being the case, we thought it was a good idea to call up Roger Bennett, General Secretary of Trade Body ELSPA, the European Leisure Software Publishers Association, to explain the situation. Here we go. Bring. Hello, it's Amiga Power here. We'd like to ask you a few questions about cover-mounted discs and why the industry is so dead against magazines putting complete games on them. Well, first off, I've got to stress that Elspeth itself doesn't have any mandate allowing us to tell anybody what to do. We can merely act as a forum for discussion and give advice. What happened with the cover-mounted disc issue was that a number of software publishers saw that with Amiga Power offering complete 16-bit games, you had the possibility of a magazine cover-mounted war starting. similar to that which developed in the 8-bit market, and they saw the opportunity to put a halt to it before it got going. Our argument is that cover mounts have killed the full-price Spectrum software market, and it was for the good of all of us to prevent that happening with the Amiga. But couldn't you equally argue that cover-mounted games keep people interested in using their computers, buying magazines about them, reading about more games, and makes them much more likely to go out and buy something they really want? Well, that's certainly not the view of the majority of our members. The industry looks at games as having 3 windows of sale opportunity, as they say. First, there's selling a game at full price, somewhere around the £25 or £40 mark. Then there's a second window opportunity where the product becomes available as part of a compilation, selling for a similar sort of price. Third comes budget game release, when it's felt that the product's outlived its useful life on other formats and then becomes reasonable to make it available for about a tenner. We don't want to damage our chances of selling games at any of these price points. And what's wrong with cover mounts being the fourth window of opportunity? The problem is that there would be pressure to cover mount games that haven't yet been on compilations or budget releases, thus denying software houses secondary ways of earning money from their products. But it's still the software house's choice. Surely nobody's forcing anyone to cover mount a game they think they've got another use for. The other problem is one of perception. What's the point of software publishers packaging games in nice boxes with good manuals and trying to make software something that's simply nice to own and worth £25 or whatever when magazines are giving away loose discs? Cover mounts are undermining the perceived value of what a game is. But no more than compilations or budget releases, which are equally undermining the concept of a game being worth £25. If Xenon 2 was worth £25 2 years ago and it's only worth a tenner now, surely it's logical that it'd be worth £2.95 a bit further on down the line. It'd be ripe for cover mounting. After all, you can't buy standalone Amiga games for that sort of price now anyway. But at least they come in nice packaging, so their perceived value is higher. The software publisher isn't just selling a few discs and a bit of paper, he's selling you what you might call a dream in a very real sense, and that dream is tarnished when the game is put on a magazine. What, even when a magazine devotes 2 or 3 pages to really explaining a game they give away, thus doing a much better job of presenting it in most software packaging? Imagine a situation where magazines put their discs in nice boxes like the Spectrum mags do, with their compilation discs, with their compilation cassettes. The dream wouldn't be tarnished at all then. Elspeth members are worried enough that a single standalone game is being stolen on the magazine, and thus eating dramatically into the time a purchaser would otherwise spend with bought software. If they saw double disc issues of compilation discs becoming the norm, it would be great news for the consumer, but it would really damage software sales and put some companies out of business. Cutting back on cover-mounted games will actually be good news for the games player in the long run, because only through software houses being able to contribute, making decent profits, will there be the money about to invest in new games. So there you have it. Whatever you think about the Elspeth argument, Roger is undeniably right about one point. No magazine, Amiga Power included, can be forced to stop putting software on the covers. They can merely be persuaded to stop in the interests of the software industry. We've made the decision that things being as they are, no more complete commercial games will appear on our cover discs for the foreseeable future. Yes, in the short term at least. That's bad news for you, but it's what makes sense at the moment. Just don't expect this to be the last word you see written on the subject, that's all. And yeah, like all the magazines, they stopped doing full price games, I think right the way to the end in 1996, so certainly with Amiga Power, so it's sort of sad. I think they're very weak arguments by Elspeth, but equally, I do understand how cheap prices do affect. And in fact, you could look with modern eyes at Steam sales and things like that, how all these incredibly cheap games have affected the value and worth of full price games. I think one of the reasons they're struggling is because people are willing to wait to a mega sale. But there we go. I won't bother reading any of the letters, I don't think. Then we come to the final article here. Second opinion. This is Neil Young of Probe. Why should we believe what you lot have to say, reads the odd letter. Who else are you going to believe? Comes back our standard, rather glib reply. Thinking about it, though, we have to admit that second opinions can be jolly nice, which is why we're going to start giving them to you. To be exact, we're going to get a top industry professional to sit here and say exactly what he or she likes or dislikes about the most talked about games of the moment. Neil Young is one of 2 producers at Probe Software Developers of many of Amiga's most successful coin-up conversion film tie-ins, games like Back to the Future Part 3, Super Monaco GP, Turbo Outrun and Golden Axe spring to mind, though things to come sound even more interesting. Neil is currently embroiled in projects ranging from Amiga Sim Earth to Microsoft's ultra-secret Aliens 3. That eventually got released by Virgin because Microsoft went tits up. That's all by the by at the moment, though. What we're interested in is what he thinks of other people's games. So, first one, F-15 Strike Eagle by Microprose. He says, "This is okay, I suppose, but for me it falls between 2 stools. It isn't incredibly detailed, absorbing sort of simulator that really starts to take over your life, and it's not the you can get straight into it and have fun sort of flight sim you got with F-29, despite the fact that they're all very good. I find I never get very excited about Microprose simulations, and this one's no different. In fact, one of the games we played most in the office over the past few months has been F-29 because it's exactly the sort of arcadey playing game you expect Ocean to do. It's fast, it's got lots of good bleeps in it, and it's great with head-to-head mode in 2 linked computers. It's much more my cup of tea. Then he talks about Secret Monkey Island by Lucasfilm, of course published by US Gold in Europe. Ah, yes. Now this I'm very impressed with. It's just the kind of game that appeals to us here. A very carefully refined product. It's obviously put together by real professionals who know exactly what they're doing. It's not really what I tend to think of as an adventure game, though. It's more a sort of interactive walking around movie thing. He then talks about Shadow Dancer by US Gold. This wasn't a particularly amazing coiner, but it's a very well done conversion. The stuff images are doing like this and Ninja Spirit is generally very good. In fact, they're getting too good. We're going to have to break their legs. Haha. Yeah, of course Image is the developer. Generally, arcade conversions are of a very high standard these days. You can't really get away with bad work anymore. The problems come when the coiner you're actually being asked to convert, that's a bit crap. As a producer, it can be frustrating because you're not allowed to change the game to improve it, so you can do the best job in the world and still get lots of crappy reviews. He then talks about The Killing Cloud by Imageworks. I think Vector Graphics do some very tasty 3D stuff, and I like this game a lot. It was very atmospheric, certainly, and I like the whole idea behind it, though I thought some of the still graphics could have been done better. I'm not sure how well the game plays, though. I haven't got very far into it. Then he talks about Hero Quest by Gremlin. I didn't really like this much, mainly because I thought the combat was poo. The game certainly looked really nice, but they tried to convert the board game too closely. It should have been more like an isometric 3D gauntlet sort of thing. Having said that, though, I've been impressed with the current crop of Gremlin products. They've not really had a duff one since Supercars. He then talks about Gods by Renegade. I'm not thrilled, I'm afraid. This has very nice graphics and the bitmaps are good chaps with the right attitude, but they need to be more careful with the stuff they are releasing. I didn't like Cadaver at all. I thought it was really poorly done generally, and the sprites didn't seem to relate to the backgrounds properly. So if Magic Pockets isn't good, their reputation's going to slip a bit. God certainly isn't the game it should have been. He then talks about Armageddon by Psygnosis. Well, I love the intro sequence, but I don't care for the game that much. I think it's boring. We've seen it all before, and for me, it had a very so what feeling to it. There's no intuitiveness to it either. We hadn't read the manual. I really don't think you should have to. A game should explain itself, at least in some shallow way, so I could get off the factory screen for ages. It's very nicely done, like all those products, but it doesn't seem to have the gameplay. And really, you think it's odd when they do something that really is playable, like Lemmings. They seem to compensate for it being good by throwing all their usual nice presentation out the window. eh? Then talks about Germ Crazy by Electronic Zoo. What a pile of crap. And wasn't the advert awful too? It looked like they tried to save money on an artist and got someone at the company to draw it themselves. I'm not convinced the whole idea for the game was good in the first place, and I'm certainly not sure about the execution, but that advert would have scuppered its chances from the off. People will look at the picture, and who will be seriously tempted to give that game a chance? Then we talk about Brat by Imageworks. There's a very nice intro sequence on the front of this, but the game itself didn't really appeal to me. There's an ancient game called Flip and Flop, or something like that anyway, from First Star, which was a similar isometric 3D tile thing, and seems to have been a big influence for this. I like the first version better. Then he talks about Chuck Rock by Core. This was very pretty. Core are doing some excellent stuff at the moment. I'm really looking forward to Thunderhawk, though they slightly worry me when they come up with products like Warzone. It's probably better than Mercs, but why do it? It looks like it's just a little money spinner, but I bet the cash they earn from it is nothing compared to what they're making in Japan from console versions of Corporation. So why do they bother? And then he talks about Cybercon 3. Cybercon 3 is very nicely done. I didn't really like the fact that you were walking about in this big clumpy metal suit. It was all too robotic for me, though obviously it was meant that way. The bit where you detach the camera and it flies about the place was excellent though, and the 3D was generally superb. It was just incredibly fast too. If I had to choose a favourite game developer, it would have to be the assembly line, just because they're so very conceptual. By that I mean that they come up with interesting ideas and they always seem to have a great belief in what they're doing. He then talks about Railroad Tycoon by Microprose. This is poo, I'm afraid. It's the sort of product that simply doesn't interest me at all. They've deliberately gone out there and said they're going to do a SimCity with trains, but the whole concept's simply too limiting. And who really gives a monkeys about trains anyway? It looked a bit sloppily programmed as too, but that wasn't the real problem. Unlike the game like Sim Earth, which I find fun to simply muck about with and see what happens, this simply had no possibilities for experimentation, no appeal, no real point. And then finally he does Wonderland by Virgin. Now this is something I like. The new Windows environment is good and will presumably give Magnetic Scrolls a system which they can now use on a number of other products, and I found it very friendly. This was one I could just pick up and use straight away. The graphics are nice too. I'm actually a big fan of good adventures. I really miss the old Infocom products and glad to see them getting a re-releases. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is one of my favourite ever games. So it's interesting getting like Neil Young's opinions because, he went on to do production side of so many games. I mean, he did a lot of the console versions of Megalomania, Robocop 3, of course he did Chuck Rock 2, and then he joined like Virgin and did games like Cool Spot and Alien 3, of course, and Wolf's Child, and still was in the industry. I mean, he did things like Toonstruck on the DOS, and also Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, and The Return of the King as well. He was executive producer, so working for EA, and, he was there pretty much, doing things like Sims 2 and all the Sims 2 ones, with his most recent game being Funko Pop Blitz on the iPhone. This was for Publisher Network Incorporated, so he's still in the industry here, so just interesting to get his views on the games. Right, then we finally get to the last page, and this is advert for the new game Thunderhawk AH-73M Attack Helicopter 73M, and it says watch the horizon ... and it just says Core. And it's interesting to sort of see, and what's particularly interesting, it's got their actual address of the Core offices, so I'll show this on the map, but it's Tradewinds House 6971A with a slash, Ashbourne Road, Derby, DE3 3FS. And I love how they give the telephone number and the facsimile. So yeah, I'm going to show you that on the map because it's not far from me, Derby. And then finally on the back of the page, you have advert for the new upcoming game Elf. And it starts off with a quote from The One magazine. A beautiful puzzle game with astonishing hidden depths. A good arcade adventure is a joy to play and there's no shortage of gameplay here. If exploring and shooting's your thing, then there's enough here to keep you happy till the cows come home. And that was apparently by One magazine. And it then says, the strangest things happen in fairy tales, but nothing so strange as the experiences you will encounter on your travels with Cornelius the Elf. Your magic ring can cast many spells, increasing in power as you tread deeper into the mystical lands of gooks and goblins. Even the castle guards, low-life beings with IQs of cold steel rivet, on the Get Smart campaign. They seem a little backwards to start with, but these rivet-headed bother bullies will soon become cantankerous, tricky dickies if you let them. Many weird villainous creatures and devious puzzles test your gameplay technique and your Gnostic powers. You can even control some of the background game features, allowing you to get to where you think you should be. Numerous secret areas lie deep within the forest where vital clues can help you with your quest. But beware, your own ghost may materialize to haunt you. Yeah, it was sort of an interesting game, Elf. I know some people absolutely adore it. I'm probably not in that camp. I put it as an average platformer, but it's interesting to see the advert here. Interestingly, they give the address for the Ocean Software Limited, so I'll show this on the map as well. So apparently off Ocean Software Limited, 6 Central Street, Manchester, M25NS, and they also give the telephone number and fax as well. And apparently Elf comes out on Atari ST and the Amiga. So that's kind of cool. And then at the side, you've got next month, the sensational September issue of Amiga Power will be on sale at your local newsagents on the 22nd of August. Not only that, it will be packed to bursting with great playable game previews and the best of PD, including the exclusive levels of Psygnosis' incredible Barbarian 2. The magazine itself will be pretty blooming good too. Expect reviews of plenty of the great games featured in this month's autumn preview special for a start. Don't miss out on a single thing. Order your copy today. So we will have a look at the August copy. I hope you've enjoyed. You know, as always, these take a lot of effort putting together, so I really appreciate when people reach out and do comments or please subscribe, like. It all makes it worthwhile. But now I will leave you with the bottom line, and as always, decided to not take away any games, so it'll build up over time. So until next time, keep it retro.
There's a whole lot more coming.
The biggest unanswered question is where is the money?
There's a whole lot more coming.
The biggest unanswered question is where is the
There's a
money?
whole lot more coming.
Where is the money? The biggest unanswered question is where is the
There's a
money?
whole lot more coming.
The biggest unanswered question is where is the money? Where is the money?